Good morning, everyone. Welcome to It's a Crime. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Linda, and today is day 14, I think we are, in the Chad Daybell trial. Now, if you might hear a little buzz in the background. It's driving me bananas, but hopefully you don't have to hear it too much. They're doing some sort of weird construction. And yesterday, when I was recording my Suzanne Morphew video, it was annoying. So it's a little weird to have yesterday off from court. It feels like today should be Monday, so I'm a little confused. Even though I worked yesterday, it was just really weird. So welcome, day 14. I almost said last week, Monday, we left off with co-workers of Tammy and I guess friends who also worked out with her. And I believe that was on Monday. Yes. And no, that was the cousins. See? The cousins were on the stand. Tammy's second cousin and her first cousin. So the second cousin and the mom of the second cousin. And they were talking about Chad having really odd behavior that um there was discrepancies, wasn't there? There was discrepancies everywhere all week. And I feel like with Chad Daybell so far, day 14, I feel like things are starting to unravel. Because it's really starting to show his behavior and his discrepancies and things not lining up. I mentioned this the other day about John Pryor. You know, I like to do some digs at him, and so do you guys. But John's not doing any favors for Chad Daybell in a lot of ways. I think it's important for him to throw some spazzes every once in a while. I think that's important for him and his case, but I think all the time is making it look bad for John. And so the jury probably is going to get an ick or an irk from that, in my opinion. I think the prosecution had some solid days. We also heard about the cast report, the data from the cell phones of Chad and Alex. And I think we are just beginning. Obviously, if it makes it to day 50, we still have 36 days to go. But I think we're just heating up. So people are getting worried already. Don't get worried. There's a lot to unpack here. And I think at the end of the day, the right decision will be made. Also, if you're wondering why I'm relaxy daisy and sitting back today, there's something going on with my neck and my back. I need it cracked or something because it doesn't feel good. So it's going to be a little interesting today in this seat. That's wonderful. Thank you, Kim. So we'll see what happens with Pryor and his lapidity. Glad you guys are watching my videos. I appreciate that. An ick and a irk or a bing or a bong. Well, yes, the cell phones were binging. I wonder what's going on with John. There's been more and more that I don't know if he's playing up to that or what is going on, but he would know they were called pings. He would know it's called lividity. He should anyways. And he's been on this case for a couple of years. So I'm not sure if he's just trying to counter his I'll be nice, his jerkness or what's going on. Or maybe he just gets enjoyment at nighttime and wants to watch some YouTube and see people make fun of him. I don't know. Oh, I was supposed to go to a massage yesterday, but I had to cancel. And I'm thinking it might have to be the chiro. Pryor has his own dictionary. Here, let's just load this up just to make sure I don't miss it. Maybe he is stressed out. Maybe John is stressed out. Thank you so much, everyone. If you could just give a moment and hit the like button, that would be much appreciated. And it'll probably allow the algorithm to go, hey, people are in here. We want to hang out for the day. The fictionary. Yes. So now we left off with the cousins, and we'll see what happens today, because I believe there's more people coming from out of town today, if I remember correctly, but the days are actually starting to melt together. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting sort of day. Let's put day 14 down. And I saw someone say that Nate Eaton explained the stairs, which is great because I'm getting a bunch of emails coming in. Wasn't it bark? Bark. We'll see who's coming up today. Who do you think it's going to be? We left off with the cell phone, and we left with the cousins talking about Chad's behavior at the funeral. So I wonder who it will be today. Maybe Heather Daybell? Maybe. That would be good. Well, John's going to have a lot of sidebars, especially if Heather Daybell will be up. Thank you. I wish I could crack my back, though. I don't know what I'm going to do. It feels like it's stuck. You know, when you have your back stuck and your neck stuck. Welcome, everyone, if you're just joining me. Dave says, Linda, which mod was supposed to bring refreshments? Last week I got asked if I was drunk. No, it wasn't even a question. It was like, you look drunk. Good thing I'm not around Chad. Hey, baby, you know we were married several lives before. Hello, sweet Melanie. Okay, what else? Let's see. Let's go through just a couple days while we're waiting. I just want to, well, we got the lividity. That's day 10. There's been a lot. There's a lot about the locations. I want to know more about this McDonald's run. The Couch to 5K. It's actually a program where it takes you through 6 weeks, I believe it was, of a program from the couch to running a 5K. But the way John interprets these things, you know, can be frustrating. But I know he does it on purpose, but it's still frustrating. it's still frustrating. And of course, Chad saying, I do not want her to have an autopsy and I do not want to drag this process out. And we can't forget about the moments of the realtor saying, well, you own it. You tell me. I think the guy's ticked off, obviously. I think he has some issues with John and Chad lied to him. There's my cat again. You can't sit with me today. You gotta go. That's what Lee said. Who else can't wait for the real medical examiner to come give Potato and Chad-tato a run for their money? Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what else they are going to say. I think that they're laying a lot down. There's some things that I was disappointed in terms of I thought there would be more information, but we're just on day 14, really. What was interesting was how there was an account of Chad telling Craig Huff, who was one of the witnesses, that she choked to death. That's what happened to Tammy. And so I feel like that's one of his raccoon words, you know, that he killed a raccoon. There was limb debris. Just going to double check on court just to make sure it's not doing any funky stuff. There we go. Because sometimes it doesn't stream. It's weird. Jada, you got to get down. Get down. No, I can't let her sit. She'll be all over me. Not today. She does that more and more now. She never used to do that while I was sitting here. Okay, what else? There is inconsistencies. Thank you for the super sticker. Just going through my notes here, my chicken scratch for sure. Binging. Bing. I did put that in my Suzanne Morphy video last night. I had to take a shot at John and his binging. Good morning, everyone. 1,000 already joining us this morning. Thank you so much for being here. We're just gearing up for day 14 on Chad Daybell. And we'll see. Have you noticed his behavior in court is very interesting? He has some fidgeting and some organizing. He does some interesting things in his behavior as well, especially when Tammy, anything has to do with Tammy. I should do a video on that and point out a few things. I think that the prosecution has no fire in them. Where is the passion? Well, this is what's interesting. When you think of being a lawyer, there's a lot to know, right? There's a lot to present, and there's a lot at stake. And some, I think you would agree, are better at presenting than others. I think Lindsay Blake is amazing. I think she does a really great job. I think Rob Wood also does a great job, but I think his presenting is not as strong as Lindsay. Also, Ingrid Beatty also does a great job. She's very similar to Lindsay, and sometimes I think she is Lindsay when I listen to her. Even her voice is very similar. Thank you for the lemon for the tomatoes. Yeah, my program doesn't show the super sticker, but I appreciate the super sticker, and everyone else watching does too. And I'll get that on my phone too, which is great. That's right. He did say Chad was upstairs in bed. And he wanted just to come, he wanted to get some clothes down and come down. Well, she's also going through some things. She has little marks on her ears because she's allergic to chicken. And so I stopped feeding her chicken like a year ago, and they must be sneaking it in her food or something, or she has a new allergy because now it's starting all over again. So now I got to figure that out. Please hit the like button as you're on your way in so you can say hi. Lindsay is amazing. Welcome aboard, Connie. Yeah, in the car cam video, they talked about it too. When did Chad place the 911 call? At around 6 a.m. on October 19th. Thank you, T. Dalton. Thank you. I'm going to turn on my phone chat as well so I can see. And I also like to do some of the emojis on there because that doesn't do it on my little stream either. But let's stick some John Tato or John Mato and Chad Tato. I do have a picture. Let's see if I have it in of the house in my. I know I do because I've done so many videos, but let's just see if it's in my stream here. I'll pull it in. And if you haven't seen some of my videos, I just put one up on Friday night about the top 10 creepy things about Chad Daybell before the crimes. And especially as a kid, you might want to check that out if you haven't seen it yet. And then as well, I have a ton of videos on the case, timelines, theories, deep dives, all of the details that you would like to see. Let's see if I can get into my Chad. I have so much information. So many cases over the 4.5 years. Maybe because I'm looking for Valo. There's my Chad Daybell, but okay, one sec, guys. Oh, this is ridiculous. Every time I'm super quiet, it feels like forever because on live streams, when there's quiet, it kind of gets boring, right? Where did it go? Probably faster just to pull up. There we go, Lori. Just stay tuned here. I'm just trying to pull it up. If not, I'll just pull it up on. I have Lori's townhouse. Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be quiet on you. I'm just double checking something as we wait for court to start. There we go. Oh. I have the whole house, I believe, even on my Google Drive, I think. Okay, here's what we have for the front of the house, and this is probably why. Let's share that. Oh, hang on. It's doing it to me again. Court is going in.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah. All right, thank you. You can be seated here. Okay, thank you. Okay, now that the witness has been sworn, before we commence with testimony, I just want to inquire, because this case has been live streamed on the court's official channel, as well as other news media outlets, and open to the public. So Dr. Christensen, there's an exclusionary order preventing witnesses from observing other trial testimony. Have you at all watched or observed any of the trial testimony since the case began?
No,
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've given at trial?
no.
Okay. Thank you for affirming that. With that, Ms. Blake, you can inquire, and I will note with this particular witness, if we are getting into any kind of medical terms and testimony, please bear in mind that our court reporter is taking a record of everything said. So please speak slow enough that she can keep up, and she can go very fast, but sometimes it's tough with medical terminology. So Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Eric Christensen, E-R-I-K, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Are you currently employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
What position, did you recently retire from a position?
Yes, I retired on April 1st as the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
How long had you held that position as a chief medical examiner?
I'd been in that position since 2016 and had been in the office there since 2008.
Prior to working there in Utah, had you worked at other medical examiners' offices?
Yes, I trained in forensic pathology in 2000 to 2001 and then was employed in that office for a year. Then I worked in South Carolina at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office for 6 years before moving to Utah.
And what education do you have in order to be a forensic pathologist?
I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy from Brigham Young University. I have a medical degree from the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia. And then I completed internship training in pediatrics at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and then did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology training at Madigan Army Medical Center. And then after leaving the Army, completed a 1-year fellowship training program in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Richmond, Virginia.
Can you explain a little bit about what a pathologist is?
Sure. Pathology is a specialty of medicine, just like surgery or internal medicine or pediatrics. And it is primarily aimed at the diagnosis of diseases, disease conditions, abnormalities of the body by evaluation of fluids, cell samples, tissue samples, and in some cases, autopsy samples as well.
When you reference autopsies, is that a special branch of forensic pathology?
Autopsies, training in autopsy performance is part of general training for all pathology residents in anatomic pathology. And then training in forensic autopsies is a separate part of the one-year fellowship in forensic pathology.
In Utah, because you've worked in some other jurisdictions or some other areas, correct?
Yes.
In Utah, with regard to a death certificate, who is it that would determine the cause and manner of death?
So in probably 80% or so of the deaths in the state, death certificates are signed by whoever the person's attending physician is. If they have a doctor who knows their health conditions and understands why they might have died, then that person will sign the death certificate. For the 20% or so cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner in Utah, those deaths are certified by one of the forensic pathologists at the office of the medical examiner. And those deaths are things that you would expect would fall to the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, deaths that are sudden, unexpected, violent, or otherwise non-natural.
And you referenced the medical examiner system. Are you familiar with another type of system used?
Yes, nationally, there is not a lot of uniformity to death investigation systems. At the time, it's just historically, most states had coroners that were part of the constitutional structure of each state, just like the constitution of the state might say each county shall have a sheriff that's elected on this cycle. Most of them also had a provision that said each county will have a coroner that will be elected on such and such a cycle with these required qualifications. Starting in the late 1800s, there was some change of that over time. So now there is really kind of a hybrid across the country where you have some states that still exclusively have county-based coroner death investigation systems. You have some states like Utah that are entirely medical examiner systems. And then you have others that are hybrid where maybe some of the larger metropolitan areas will have medical examiners, but the smaller rural counties will still have coroners.
And to be clear, you are not a coroner. Is that correct?
I am not.
And so your actual title would be medical examiner?
Yes.
And is the difference with that in large part your education and training?
It's mostly a difference in what the background is. To be a forensic pathologist, you essentially go through the things that I outlined in my education. You're required to have a medical degree. You're required to have training in forensic pathology. All 10 of the doctors in my office, where I recently retired from, are board certified forensic pathologists. Whereas in most states, the requirements to be a coroner are that you be elected, that you be an adult. Some places require you to be a registered voter, and you can't have any felony convictions or some variation of that.
And generally speaking, coroners do not perform autopsies, correct?
As a rule, they do not.
So that would be left to a medical examiner,
To a forensic pathologist.
forensic pathologist. So when you worked in systems that had a coroner, would you still then be the person that would conduct an autopsy if one was ordered?
Yes.
And under the medical examiner system, so let me back up. In those jurisdictions, is it the coroner that would make the decision to perform an autopsy initially or to request one?
That varies a little bit from place to place as well. In most cases, it is a decision of the coroner to decide whether an autopsy needs to be done in a given case where coroners exist.
And under the medical examiner system, who makes that determination?
It's done by the medical examiner.
So a forensic pathologist, someone with that additional training and experience.
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted at this point in your career?
I haven't done a final tally since I retired. I will likely keep doing some more, but somewhere around 7,300 at this point.
Did you end up conducting an autopsy on an individual named Tamara or Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in the process of starting that autopsy?
We were first, our office in Salt Lake City was first contacted by someone in Fremont County in November, I believe, of 2019.
Do you know if ultimately an order was received from the Utah courts for the exhumation of Tammy's body?
Yes, and under Utah law, for an exhumation to take place, it either requires consent of the family or a court order directing that it be done. And in this case, I attended a hearing in district court in Provo, Utah, where the request was made. I was not part of that request, but was in attendance, and the order was issued.
Were you present when Tammy's body was exhumed?
I was.
And were you present when her body was loaded for transportation to the office of the Utah Medical Examiner?
Yes,
Did you see her casket loaded into the transportation vehicle?
I did. Yes.
When a body is exhumed, is it common for you or someone from your office to attend the exhumation?
Yes.
And are there specific reasons that your office or someone from your office would attend the exhumation process?
There are a number of reasons that exhumations are done. And depending on what the reason is that it's done, there may be things that we would make a determination about at the time of the exhumation. For example, we had a case a few years ago where someone was being exhumed for the purpose of recovering DNA evidence that had not been collected and was not really usable at the time of that person's death in the 70s. And as the grave was opened and the vault was opened, it was clear that the whole thing was, very much waterlogged and saturated. And it became clear at that point it would not have been a useful exercise to continue. And so we did not. But as a rule, there are other things. It gives us good information about the condition of the grave itself. Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it, uh, uh, hot? Whatever, different things that we might look at in the context of it, and to make sure that if there would be, for example, any artifacts introduced. I've been involved in some where people had been buried in old wooden coffins that were very substantially degraded. And with the use of shovels, even with hand tools, sometimes you can have potential artifact introduced. And so if you're there to observe what's happening, you can at least make a determination as to whether there would be whether the artifact occurred at the time of the exhumation or it was something that existed before.
Anything about the exhumation of Tammy that caused you concerns about being able to perform an autopsy?
No.
And as part of your role or your office's role in an autopsy, do you do anything in addition to just performing the autopsy?
Yes. So a forensic autopsy differs from for example, a hospital-based autopsy where the primary, evaluation is aimed at determining what natural disease processes may be present and why the person died from a, mostly medical or physiological standpoint. In a forensic autopsy, we are very interested in evidence as well. And a lot of what we are interested in during an autopsy is what's present on the outside of the body. And so we will spend a lot of time, evaluating the external surfaces of the body before we delve much into the internal parts. But aside from the exam parts of it, the other big difference is that we spend a lot of time reviewing records, statements, police reports, other things that will provide us information of the context of that person's death. So just as when you go to your doctor, you don't just walk in and sit down and he examines you and then tells you what you need. You know, there's a discussion that happens in that context where you are, you relay to your doctor what you've been feeling, what's made it better, what's made it worse, what you've tried that's helped or not helped, and those kinds of things, how long the symptoms have been going on. Obviously, we cannot speak to our patients, but we gather that same type of information about the events leading to that person's death by looking at their medical history, looking at statements from people who knew them, and things of that nature.
With regard to Tammy Daybell, did you in fact obtain some records to review?
Yes, we did.
Did you speak with individuals already involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And did you do some of that work prior to performing the actual autopsy?
Yes, and that's a fairly typical thing to happen in the setting of an exhumation. Because an exhumation is a scheduled event, we have the ability to spend a little time to gather what information is available and readily obtainable before we do the exam, so that if there are things we should focus on, we can do that. So we had initially, I think in this case, some information from the coroner's office. We had some information from the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and a few other items. We didn't have much of her medical history or anything at that point. And I think those were the primary things that we had prior to the exhumation.
In your experience, are exhumations very common?
No.
Have you been involved in autopsies on someone that's been exhumed before Tammy's?
Yes, many times. The first exhumation case I was involved in was 1998.
And when you're conducting an autopsy on someone that's exhumed, does it differ greatly from how you conduct an autopsy on someone that was not exhumed?
It really depends on their level of preservation. How well the person was embalmed, how long they had been interred, how the condition of the grave, as I'd mentioned, the waterlogged grave would substantially degrade the condition of the body. All of those things play into what kind of condition the body is in. In forensic pathology, we get fairly accustomed to examining embalmed bodies because frequently people are sent to the funeral home before somebody realized they needed to report the death to us. And so they get embalmed right away, and then they find out, oh, we needed to see them. So they come over and we perform an autopsy on that embalmed person. But for someone that's been interred, I've seen people that were both embalmed and not embalmed. I've seen people that had been, deceased for less than 2 months. I've seen people that have been in the ground for over 25 years. And the conditions really vary widely depending on that variety of factors that I talked about: the condition of the grave, the quality of the embalming, and I guess those are probably the two main things that make a difference there.
And when you performed or when you were part of the autopsy, was someone else involved in performing the autopsy with you?
Yes. At the time, we had trained people to be forensic pathologists in our office, and at that time, our trainee was Dr. Lily Marsden. She was nearing the end of her training year, and she also had already received training and certification in anatomic and pediatric pathology, and was working with us to be a trained forensic pathologist as well.
Is it fair to say that you and Dr. Marsden conducted the autopsy in conjunction with each other?
Yes, I mean, the way that generally works is the trainee is primarily doing the exam itself, with essentially me standing there watching the whole time, and guiding and directing. Okay, you should probably do this. You should probably do this. Over the course of a year, our fellows become very adept at knowing what to do. This obviously was the first exhumation she'd been involved with, so I was a lot more hands-on, even though it was the end of her training year.
As you were conducting the autopsy, did you and Dr. Marsden discuss some of your findings?
Yes, we discussed them both as we went and extensively discussed them subsequent to that. And the findings in the case are things that develop over time. We do the exam on the day we do the exam, but then we then get additional results as time goes by. We get additional records to review. We get toxicology results. We get other things that then require subsequent discussion and evaluation.
And can you walk us through how an autopsy is conducted?
Sure. In general, an autopsy begins with a detailed external examination. Initially, we photograph and document the condition of the body as it is when they arrive in the office. So that whether they're clothed, unclothed, whatever condition they're in, we take photos initially as soon as they arrive, and then again at the beginning of the examination. We then look over the external surfaces of the body to document any damage to clothing, injuries to clothing, any visible injuries on the outside of the body. And then at that point, we will generally remove the clothing and photograph the clothing separately. And then photograph the body unclothed before we clean it. Then we clean it and take photographs again. If we find injuries, we take detailed photographs of those injuries. And all of that on the external surfaces of the body. If we find other things like fibers, hairs, other things, we will generally collect those as well. Once the external examination is complete, then we open the body and look at all of the organs from the brain and then the tongue all the way down to the rectum and all the organs in between to assess their condition, look for the presence or absence of natural disease, take samples for toxicology testing, and whatever other information we might need. There are some times that we do specialized dissections. Most of those are in the setting of trauma cases where we will do detailed examinations of the neck or the spine or other things. But those examinations are sort of dictated by what we encounter as we go along. And we also do x-rays, at many cases do x-rays just to evaluate the presence or absence of skeletal trauma, because that's much easier to see with x-rays than it is during an exam.
I apologize. When you're looking at the injuries on the body, is there a way to determine a time frame of when those injuries might have occurred in relation to death?
Yes, is the short answer. There are a number of things that we look at that can provide indicators to us as to the age of the injuries, but many injuries you can't really tell the age by looking, specifically related to a lot of blunt injuries, particularly bruises. It's very different from the appearance of the bruise, whether it's new or old. I think all of us have had the experience of having a bruise that turns, initially maybe blue or
Judge,
purple.
I'm going to object at this point. It's become a bit of a narrative, and I've been patient, but
Sustained.
Dr. Christensen, when you talk about bruising, can you explain a little bit about what we see with bruises? I think you were talking about different colorations that we might see with those.
Yes. The colors basically don't necessarily tell you anything about the age of the bruise until you start seeing colors like yellow and green and brown that are the result of hemoglobin pigment degradation. But to see a bruise, whether it's red or blue or purple, you can't really tell when any of those are of a specific age or not. They might be recent, they might be older.
In conducting the autopsy on Tammy Daybell, did you and Dr. Marsden, in fact, reach a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death to be?
Judge found objection foundation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
He performed the autopsy. So I think he's already testified that he performed the autopsy. So I'm asking what his results of that autopsy were.
And Judge, if I could respond.
Well, yeah, on second thought, I will overrule the objection. I'll allow him to make the response, and clearly it's grounds that may be gone into on cross, Mr. Pryor, but you can go ahead, Ms. Blake.
What did you determine the cause of death to be?
We ruled her cause of death to be asphyxia.
What did you determine her manner of death to be?
We determined her manner of death to be homicide.
And when you use the term homicide, can you talk about what that means in relation to your office?
Sure. It is different from, for example, how lawyers or police might use that term. For us, homicide is a vital records determination that we make. In this case, we didn't sign the death certificate, but that's the way we use the term. It's a determination of the circumstances surrounding the death, and it means to us that another person was involved in that person's death. It does not imply intent, although it is not excluded either.
And when we talk about asphyxia, can you tell the jury what you mean by the term asphyxia?
Asphyxia means that the person was unable to get enough oxygen.
Can there be a number of causes or different means by which asphyxia can occur?
Yes,
Can you talk about some of those?
sure. You can have asphyxia can result from anything that occludes the airway, either externally or internally. So smothering of any type, anything that blocks the mouth and nose could lead to asphyxia. Choking, anything that blocks the airway internally, whether it's food or something stuffed in someone's mouth or whatever, maybe all of those things can lead to asphyxia. Asphyxia can also result from drowning. Drowning is technically a form of asphyxia. You can also have asphyxial deaths that result from chemical asphyxiants. Carbon monoxide is one of those. Cyanide is another that impair your body's ability to release oxygen to tissues, and so they don't get enough oxygen.
And you talked a little bit about the process of an autopsy already. Any other obvious injuries that would have been the cause of her death?
The only that would be the cause of her death, no.
Can you walk us through how you ended up reaching your conclusion that this was the cause of death was asphyxiation?
Sure. As I was just asked, we didn't find any traumatic injury that would explain her death. We also didn't find any natural disease that would explain her death. Her heart was completely normal. Her lungs were normal, except for some fluid buildup in them. Her liver, kidneys, all of her organs were normal. And so we did not identify an anatomic or pathologic explanation for her death. She did have the only real finding she had, apart from no lethal trauma and no significant natural disease, was some bruising on her arms and one bruise on her chest. And then when we get to that point, essentially no findings that will explain the death directly, then there are a limited number of things that can explain a death in that context. One is asphyxia. Obviously, that's what we ruled it to be. And that can be, any number of things that, as I discussed, that can lead to asphyxia. But in this case, we believe primarily was related to some form of suffocation. But other things that can lead to death in that context that leave no findings for us to see would be things like seizures. There are inherited and even acquired forms of heart rhythm disturbances that can lead to a sudden death with nothing for us to see at autopsy. And then obviously drug intoxications don't leave anything for us to see. She did have, as I said, some fluid in her lungs. That's a very common finding in the setting of drug deaths. And uh, one of the reasons that we spent a lot of time trying to evaluate for intoxicants that might possibly have led to her death.
And if we break that down a little bit, and I don't know if you use this term, but negative autopsy, can you explain what a negative autopsy is?
Yeah, essentially what I was just getting at, where we don't have findings, we don't have pathology, we don't have trauma that explains death. We have a essentially normal, a person with normal anatomy um, who has died.
And so in this case, when we talk about it being a negative autopsy, is that because there was not a clear way to determine the cause of death right away?
Yes,
And you talked about one of the other potentials when you're dealing with a negative autopsy as being seizures. Is that correct?
yes.
Can you explain a little bit about what a seizure is?
Sure. A seizure is a manifestation externally in some fashion of abnormal electrical discharges in the brain. That can be what you typically think of as a seizure, where someone goes stiff and collapses and then convulses. It can also, people can also have what are called partial seizures, where they may have, uh, movement of one part of their body, or they may have um, uh, staring spells or other things of that nature as a result of seizure activity. Um, but it's abnormal electrical changes in the brain that result in abnormal behavior, usually associated with loss of consciousness, and also not under the person's control. They just happen.
Have you conducted autopsies before where there were signs that a seizure had occurred or there had been seizure activity?
Yes.
And where would those signs usually show up?
So there's a number of ways. Sometimes those signs show up in the body. Sometimes they show up in the medical records. There's a variety of ways that we have to, evaluate the role of seizures in a death. In from a historical standpoint, if somebody has a history of epilepsy, then obviously that can contribute. But looking at a the person's body, the main things that we might see would be things that you would expect: trauma to the person's tongue, for example, and that can be recent or old. Um, and then evidence of incontinence of either bowel or bladder. Those would be the primary two main physical findings that we might see, but certainly people with seizures are known to die suddenly and unexpectedly in the absence of having had a recent seizure. Having seizures, having a diagnosis of epilepsy puts you at risk for sudden death. And so it's not, certainly we don't have to have those things if someone has a well-established history to attribute their death to a seizure disorder or epilepsy. But in the absence of significant history and the absence of anatomic findings, we don't generally are not going to call a death as seizure related. And it's also not uncommon for people to have seizures as a terminal event. If, for example, you have a heart attack and your heart's not beating normally and your brain's not getting enough oxygen, you may seize. Or if you're diabetic and hypoglycemic, you may seize, but that's not because you have seizures. It's because of some other condition contributing to that.
During Tammy's autopsy, did you find any physical signs of seizure activity?
We did not.
And you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that correct?
Yes,
Any signs of seizure activity in her medical records?
there's no mention.
In your experience, would it be uncommon for someone Tammy's age to have all of a sudden developed seizures?
It would be very unlikely.
And do you know how old she was?
49 at the time of her death.
Do you recall reviewing some information provided by Chad Daybell to the coroner or a deputy about Tammy having seizures?
I reviewed some records from the coroner, yes, that mentioned that he had said she had had some shaking spells or fits or something. I don't recall the exact verbiage, but something that suggested that, yes.
Did you find anything to support that Tammy had had seizures in your review of her medical records and or the autopsy?
No.
And I think you mentioned, I may say this wrong, but arrhythmia.
Yes. Mhm.
Can you explain a little bit about what arrhythmia would be or arrhythmia irregularities?
Sure. Your heart, in addition to being a pump, is also a very electrically dependent organ. Your heart's normal pumping function is dependent on electrical impulses traveling in a normal way through the heart. And those electrical impulses happen the way they do because there are what are called ion channels that open and close and allow electrolytes to move through the heart and propagate those impulses. There are both inherited disorders of those channels as well as acquired things. Those channels can be impacted by certain medications and other things that put people at risk of sudden death by prolonging their what's called their QT interval. Um, and so they having either of those, either something acquired because of medication or something that has been inherited, would put a person at risk of sudden death.
And when you looked at Tammy's heart, did you see anything that showed irregularities?
No, in those settings, most of the time the heart is going to look normal, and so we don't. We would, in any of those settings, we would not expect to see anything abnormal with the heart grossly. Just to look at it, it would look normal, but we also would not expect to see, again, that type of condition manifest itself at that at her age without some other. If she had, certainly she could have it as an acquired condition at her age. If she had, for example, methadone is very commonly known to do that, but she didn't have any methadone in her system. There are a long list of other medications that can do that. Fluoxetine, which she was on, is also rarely been described as doing that, but she had been on a very stable dose for a very long time and with no indication that that had been a problem for her.
So similar to this sudden onset of seizures, you wouldn't expect to see the cardia arrhythmia come into play with someone at 49 years old?
Judge, I'm going to object to this point. That's a bit leading.
Sustained.
Would you expect to see the cardia arrhythmia come into play suddenly in someone 49 years old?
Judge, objection. Leading.
Overruled.
No.
And I believe one of the other things you talked about that could result in a negative autopsy would be some kind of an intoxicant.
Yes.
Are there sometimes signs during the autopsy that you're able to find showing that a death was caused by intoxicants?
There are things that suggest that. There are very few things that will allow that to be diagnosed at the time of autopsy. Most intoxication-related deaths at the time of the autopsy are initially certified as pending further investigation or pending toxicology results. Because there's just not anything that we see. One of the findings that is, though, very suggestive that we see not infrequently is what's called pulmonary edema, which is fluid buildup in the lungs. And it's a non-specific thing that can result from lots of causes. We see it in drowning cases, we see it in people with heart failure, but we certainly very commonly in our patient population see it in people that overdose, especially on opiates.
When we talk about intoxicants, does that also include poisons?
Yes.
You talked about a lot of times it will be pending some additional testing if an intoxicant is suspected. Did you do some additional testing in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you talk a little bit about let me back up. Where exactly do you obtain samples on someone that's been embalmed to have that testing done?
Yeah. So as a rule, because someone is embalmed, part of that embalming process involves removing or at least diluting their blood with embalming fluid. So we generally don't have great blood samples to use. We will collect fluid from the vessels that is generally would be a mixture of blood and embalming fluid to test if we wish. But we do our primary testing usually on a tissue sample in an embalmed person, usually liver, because liver provides the best postmortem reference samples for the most number of substances.
And were those samples obtained in Tammy's case?
Yes.
What is then done with those samples?
So we then send them to the lab for analysis. We request testing for a wide variety of analytes. In this case, we tested for hundreds of different prescription, illicit, and over-the-counter medications, as well as a large number of what are called novel psychoactive substances, which are some are illicit, some are not, but they're newer drugs that are being used illicitly. We also did testing for heavy metals, did some testing for pesticides, did testing for some additional biologic toxins, plant-based toxins, and I think those are the primary things. But looked for all of those things in her samples.
Was there anything in the results that would explain her death?
No.
Was more than one agency involved in the testing?
Yes. So we had the majority of the testing was performed by National Medical Services Laboratory in Pennsylvania, which is a sort of the premier forensic toxicology lab in the country. We use them as a reference lab. They test about a third of our cases at the Utah Medical Examiner's Office. And then we also had some testing. They don't, for example, do testing for any of the plant-based toxins. They don't test for nerve agents and those kind of things. And we had those looked for specifically by the state's chemical and biological threat lab.
Would it be fair to say that this was pretty extensive toxicology testing?
Yes.
Was the reason for all the testing because it was a negative autopsy?
Yes. And driven certainly by that, as well as the circumstances surrounding her death.
And in your opinion, did the fact that Tammy was already embalmed inhibit the ability to test for those substances?
For the most part, it did not inhibit the ability to test. Some of the results we had to look at a different analyte because of potentially interfering substances from the embalming fluid. But for the most part, it did not interfere with that at all. And generally, it doesn't.
Was there anything at all from the toxicology testing that stood out to you?
The only significant positive result was the presence of her fluoxetine, which she had been prescribed for a number of years, and it was present at a non-toxic level. Beyond that, there were some, a minimal elevation of selenium, which is a heavy metal, also at a non-toxic level, but really nothing else that was significant.
And you had talked about sending out for that toxicology testing in part because of the circumstances surrounding her death, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall some of the circumstances that stood out to you?
Specifically, we would probably do more extensive testing in any case where an exhumation is ordered because of potential criminal activity. So that would be the primary circumstance, if you will, that would drive that for us. Not really any necessarily specifics in this case, but because with an exhumation, you, again, like most autopsies, you really only have one chance at getting what you want and being able to test what you need to. The having that be the reason that this person is coming to you is primarily the reason we would drive that. And in conjunction with, then we get to the end of the autopsy and don't have any specific cause of death identified.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can have States Exhibit 295. I think there were several subparts with it.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish 295E.
All right. Can I have a brief sidebar with counsel?
Yes.
I was saying in the comments earlier about John asking, and tell me, Mr. Christensen, or Dr. Christensen, could you tell me where was Melanie Gibb at that time? Do you know Melanie Gibb? And he's going to bring up, and was there any essential oils that you found in the liver? And did she have the disease of low iron? AKA enema. It's like anemia, John. And you just have to eat some steak and boost it. Like, are you aware that it's a disease that's not curable? Like, what are you talking about? So we'll see what happens. But as soon, what is it that he brought up right away when he talked about seizures? John was right in there. Was like, no, bruising. He was objecting right away. It's interesting. Oh yes, Tammy, it is. The manner is homicide, and the cause is asphyxia. Oh yes, I need to take my vitamin for enema as well. Oh, the lipidity. Wait till he gets to that. Is he gonna ask him about the lipidity? God, he's painful, but yet he is a little bit entertaining as well. Oh no, I'm taking my multivitamin with iron. The non-curable disease. They're just doing a sidebar right now with the judge. The judge called it. So we'll see what's coming up as on the screen here. This is the thing. It's going to be interesting with John. We'll see.
So people want to go on, right?
All right, so there's some photographs that are going to be offered, and I'm not going to permit them to be published to the public in general. They'll be published to the jurors as well as the parties because they're graphic in nature. However, it appears we've got this issue again with the jurors' monitors, and if those are not currently working, that's where you're headed next to publish. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we're going to do our best to sort out this monitor issue so the jurors can see these photographs upon their admission, but I think we may have to have tech run up here to sort that issue out again. So we are going to take a morning break at this point and get that resolved as quickly as we can. We'll come back on with additional evidence once those monitors are working. So appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
All right, please.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. Okay, hang on, guys. Got to get you back here. Okay, so they're having some issues again for the jurors to see their monitors, their screens. Judge Boyce is not going to allow the pictures to the public, which is good. We do not want to see that. Chad's going to, unfortunately, enjoy it. You watch. And we've heard all morning, if you're just joining us, we heard from Eric Christensen, who is the chief medical examiner. Now somebody's car is going off right now. What was interesting was the perfect explanation of why or how the exhumation initiated. John last week made a point of talking about Emma and Emma not being aware of the exhumation, and no one talked to Emma. But this morning, and you watch because John will bring it up, possibly, actually, maybe he won't because he'll shut him down. But he won't bring it up. He talked about you can either get consent from the family or if there's a court order for exhumation to be done. And that's what happened. There was a court order to get Tammy exhumed, and the medical examiner was there and attended in court. So that was important. The cause and manner of death was asphyxia and homicide. He went through talking about unable to get enough oxygen to the body, which he said could be smothering, could be choking. He said drowning is a form of that. He said even chemically, like carbon dioxide or cyanide. And he said Tammy had no natural disease in the body. Her heart was normal. Her organs were normal. He started talking about bruising, and right away John wasn't having it because he was trying to say, okay, so those bruises on her body were old, right? And then the seizure, she didn't have any indicators of that. He went through a little bit of that. And they tested her liver for heavy metals, pesticides, toxins, and he said the only thing in her body was fluoxetine, which was her prescription drug, and it was a non-toxic level, and elevated selenium. And actually, somebody was putting that in here about a deficiency in selenium. But she had a little bit elevated. Maybe she went to bed and had some Brazil nuts. I don't know. Anyway, So that's pretty much where we've got to so far. It's only been an hour in court, and they're doing obviously a break right now because they're having tech issues, but they've been having tech issues this entire time. Thank you. If you love the testimony so far by Eric Christensen, please give this video a like and share. Let's see if we can hang out with some others as well. They can come and hang out in here. I very, very, very much enjoy this. I missed it. And I think this is great that we have a chance to hang out and talk about these things and not do it by ourselves. Hey, Linda, been with you since you had only a few subscribers. I'm so glad you stayed with us all these years. Thank you for all your hard work and real concern for the victims. Thank you. I recognize you. Thank you. Okay. I like how you spelled that. Okay, okay. Yeah, so I think Lindsay's, obviously we talked about this earlier. She's doing a great job. Kind of sucks that she has a cold. You can hear her being congested. It's not fun. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. So this is the long-awaited day. I think this is going to be a very important one. We'll see how long it takes for him to go through. It sounds like he's getting to the point where I don't know how much more he's going to be talking before we get John up to the podium for his soliloquy. But I'm sure this will be interesting. Actually, this is very, for me, it's like I want to hear what John really asks in this, because this is a make or break. I think it's a pivotal moment. Kimberly says, weren't the pills Garth's? Well, it was said the other day in court, or last week, one of the two, that Garth admitted to sharing the prescription with Tammy. I love being here. I love it. So if we have to do 50 days of John Pryor in this trial, we're going to do 50 days. And then we got to go head over to Lori Daybell for August 1st, because she's going to be, hopefully it's going to start then. It might be pushed out. But August 1st for Lori's regarding Brandon Boudreau and Charles Vallow. And we are going to be fighting for them. So you're welcome, Pearl. Thank you. Yes, I rolled up the sleeves and did a lot of work on that video to get it to you guys for last night. And last night was Suzanne's birthday. So you guys are hoping Heather Daybell's next. So yeah, we have a long way to go, but I rather do it with you guys and hang out than do it alone. And I'm sure you guys agree. It makes it a little easier, especially in the hard times when you hear, like Tammy's cousin break down and cry. It's just awful. Even this morning, having to hear the process from the medical examiner about exhuming Tammy and having to cut the clothes and do all these things and having to go back. She can't, rest in peace, right? And it's already a horrific circumstance what happened to her. I can't even call it circumstance. It's a horrific murder what happened to her. And then she has to be dug up and checked again. So, she didn't do anything wrong. She was innocent human being who's a lovely human being. She was happy. She was healthy. She had many friends. and she worked her butt off at that school. Meanwhile, her lazy POS husband was running around with the blonde bimbo, and she's busting it at work while he's going to BYU to write. So the gravity of it all, even to know that, I mean, no one wants their family member having to be exhumed, and it's just awful. So we got to remember that. That's why, you know, in some of my other videos, like Suzanne's, like I did yesterday, I bring up some important points. But even in the Daybell case, I do go down the paths that are not talked about in court. Because if you think about it in court, you have to just lay what you know, you lay down the facts, and you have to keep it simple in this trial. You can't go off on all kinds of tangents or anything. You got to keep it simple, lay it out in the best way you can, and the top information. For me, obviously, I'm not in trial, so I get to do all kinds of fun stuff, so to speak, and give the information of what these evil human beings have done, and even the smallest detail, because as I always say, and some of you might not know, I always say the truth is in the details. So there's many details of Lori, of Chad, of Melanie Boudreau slash Pulowski, especially as well, that the truth is in those little details. So I try and lay it out as much as possible in the details, in the patterns, to show just how evil they are. And if you haven't seen it, a lot of you have, but if you haven't seen it, I'm going to give you the link to the creepy video that I did, because it really shows Chad as a child as well. And this, we got to remember, is only what we know, which is barely anything. Obviously, he has an entire life. And imagine what we don't know. And what we do know is creepy. Totally. How Chad called Tammy lazy at her funeral. Pen W says, I hope more testify. He said what he did at the funeral. Yeah, they were even commenting. Witnesses said it was very businesslike. Tammy she died on the 19th of October on Saturday. By Monday, he had a viewing, and by Tuesday was the funeral. And it was very rushed, but you know, he just didn't want to deal with it all, right? He wanted it to be as fast as possible. That's a good point. I'll write that down. We'll figure out what that should look like. These loin vibes are fire. Yeah, lazy. He said, so Chad at the funeral said she was hard to live with and lazy. The Italian in me wants to just cuff him upside the head. Like, can you imagine you're going to this funeral and you love Tammy, you know, she's such a good human being, and you hear this piece of work come up there. There's more to that too. I've said it in another video. I read it out. And he basically was saying that Tammy was the brains behind the operation, but then he said, but luckily that Garth can take over. It was kind of like, oh shoot, she's gone, but Garth can handle things now. It was terrible. It's okay. They'll call him a murderer at his funeral. And if Chad gets the death penalty, he'll be facing death by firing squad potentially if they can't find the drugs for the other way. It's pretty bad. And I think since even the jury, I mean, they're day 14, they're hearing this for the first time, for the most part. Some of them had a little tiny bit of exposure, but for the most part, they're hearing it for the first time. So their day 1 came out with the autopsy photos, I believe. Well, the description, and then it was the autopsy photos, something like that. But they did it within the first couple days, and they had to see the destruction of Tylee and JJ. And then also not I think it was a week later that they saw Tammy as well. And now hearing about her exhumation and that it was homicide, the kids are homicide, and there's a common denominator. You can't get away from the fact that the children were buried in his yard. And he wrote to Tammy about the raccoon. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to put these things together. So I think so far, I mean, I was a little bit, I don't think the word is disappointed, but I thought Melanie Gibb and the prosecution would have more with her on, I feel like. So there was 2 days that I was like, nah, but mostly out of the 14 days, I want to say 12 of them had some good information and had some information that didn't look good on Chad Daybell. So if it doesn't look good to us and we know the case, imagine what it would be like for the jurors. And just a little reminder, some of the jurors have been married for 35 years, I think it was, even 40 perhaps. I'd have to look back in my jury selection notes. But you have some who've been married for all their adult lives. And then you have this guy sitting in his little chair, looking at all the things he allegedly done. And you can't help but wonder what the jury's thinking, especially the ones who've been married a long time. Because not all people, even though they're married a long time, some of them love their partner. So yes, Robin, I had that in this video, along with some other interesting details. You guys probably want to go take a look. My stomach is grumbling. That's very true. Dean says, if Tammy was lazy, what did that make Lori? Marilyn says the Italian in me wants to as well. Kimberly says, you are amazing. Thank you for amazing coverage. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of years of putting all the information in this head. And there's a lot to go, really. I still could learn a lot more in this case, right? There's 4.5 years of this, thousands of hours, and yet there's still more to know. Yes, I love this. They were projections. Oh, Tammy's lazy, no correction. Chad is lazy. Hard to live with, no correction. Chad is hard to live with. Dale says, sorry, but he will not get death penalty. He has to be proven hands-on, and I don't see it. We're not done yet. We're only on day 14. We'll see what happens. We'll see. They're trying to fix right now some issues, again, with these tech issues. I wish they would maybe test this on the weekend, perhaps, or maybe Friday afternoon, just to make sure that it's going to be working okay. Oh, Linda did a video of the day kids were found. I tried to find it. I did a live stream. So look at my live stream playlist. I probably did a follow-up video too, but I definitely did a live stream. Let me see if I can get it for you guys. Yeah, it's called, is this it? Yeah, June 9th, 2020, the day the kids are found. Right here. Love that. There's a lot of, I still have a couple videos in the works, believe it or not, about some new details and things I gotta finish up. Karen says, Linda, what day did Chad land in Hawaii for his wedding day? Ooh, you ask a good question. So the 5th they got married. I think it was the 1st. Why? I feel like it was the 1st that they went. Good question. Thank you, Karen. Because so the end of November, Chad went to Knott's Berry Farm with his children and his adult children. And that's when Alex, Zulema, Ian, and Melanie got married. And then right after that, they left and then they went and hopped the plane. Sorry, just reading. Matt Daybell was just served. Nate Eaton tweeted just right now. Let's see. Let's see, Mr. Nate. Okay, so Nate says Matt Daybell, Chad's brother, is here chatting with Larry and Kay Woodcock. He is not here to support his brother and will be sitting with the Woodcocks. Chad repeatedly looked over at his brother Matt during the past few minutes. Voices
All right,
back and
thank you.
forth.
Please be seated.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have the jurors return, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. I've got some, but thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Thanks so much.
All right, please.
Do you think John Pryor's blood pressure is rising right about now? Because I do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back from the mid-morning recess. I believe we've got the issue sorted with the jurors' monitors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, in attendance here for moving over to the other side of the courtroom so that those monitors aren't visible. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I had asked to publish, I believe states 295D. I'm going to change that to publish 295J. It's a previously admitted exhibit.
Okay, 295J, previously admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, as part of your review of documents provided in this case, do you recall reviewing photos that were taken at the scene of Tammy's death?
I do.
And Judge, I am flying blind here if this is being shown or not.
It is.
Thank you. Dr. Christensen, on that photo, can you see something coming out of Tammy's mouth?
Yes.
Can you describe what we're seeing there?
Yes, this is foam, essentially. It's what a manifestation of pulmonary edema. You can see running down the left side of her face what looks like blood. Pulmonary edema fluid, as it comes up, is edema fluid is just fluid that leaks into the air spaces when it normally should be contained in blood vessels. And as it leaks into the air spaces, normally there is protein and other things within those air spaces to help keep them open. And as the fluid gets in there, it mixes with that protein and creates this bubbly, frothy fluid, which can then bubble up through the airway and out the nose or the mouth. or both.
Can there be several causes of pulmonary edema, or what ultimately causes that, or is it a result from?
Yes, pulmonary edema, again, I think I said previously, is a nonspecific finding that can result from any kind of insult to the lungs. We certainly see it in asphyxial cases. We see it in drowning cases. We see it in the setting of heart failure. We see it in the setting of drug intoxications. Those are probably the primary places where we see it, although really anything that causes respiratory failure can ultimately cause pulmonary edema to manifest in this way, pneumonias and other things.
Did the presence of the pulmonary edema also play into your findings in this matter?
Yes,
And we've talked about Utah being a medical examiner system. So you yourself or another medical or forensic pathologist will respond out to a death scene in Utah, generally speaking.
in cases where the pathologist will respond to scenes where there is a homicide or suspected homicide, or in any case where we're requested to by law enforcement at the scene or our other investigators at the scene.
Do you know in Utah if someone responds out on unattended deaths?
Yes,
And is that generally someone from your office, whether an investigator or otherwise?
yes, it's one of our investigators in most cases.
If you had seen the pulmonary edema, is this a case in which you would have had an autopsy performed?
Given the amount of information that was provided at the scene, what was relayed to me as what was shared at the scene, there's not an adequate explanation or sufficient medical history to explain her death at her age in a sudden and unexpected way without doing an autopsy examination.
I think we've gone over this a little bit, but when you did the internal part of the autopsy, did you notice, was there anything out of the ordinary in relation to Tammy's organs?
No,
Was there anything,
except for her lungs. Sorry.
and can you explain what was out of the ordinary with her lungs?
Her lungs were a little bit on the heavy side, heavier than would normally be expected, and had fluid in them. There were also changes related to her prior embalming.
Had you conducted other autopsies where pulmonary edema was present?
Yes,
Is pulmonary edema by itself actually a cause of death?
it's not.
Would it be the result of the cause of death?
Yes, it certainly could be. So if someone has pulmonary edema because they drown, drowning would be that. If they have pulmonary edema because they have heart failure, because they've had multiple heart attacks, then the underlying cause of their heart attacks would be their cause of death. But all of those kinds of things, anything, lots of different things can result in pulmonary edema.
And is pulmonary edema generally a manifestation or finding associated with asphyxiation being the cause of death?
It certainly can be, yes.
And we've talked a little bit as well about your review of the external part of Tammy's body. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you'd referenced the only external injuries you had seen were some bruises.
that's correct.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 179. If I can have counsel handed a copy, and I have a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and then I would ask that the witness be handed a copy.
Very well.
And Your Honor, this exhibit is some blank diagrams. My intent is to have it handed to the witness and have him add some markings to it.
Very well.
May I have the witness handed a pen?
Thank you.
The exhibit's not yet admitted, Miss Blake. And I understand, because if it's gonna be altered, just think of when that would take place if you're offering it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, would you mark on that diagram where the bruising was located on Tammy Daybell's body?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. And have you marked those based on your recollection of where you observed those injuries during the autopsy?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 179.
All right, the exhibit now with the markings, I think it would be appropriate for defense counsel to see what the exhibit now looks like before I ask if there's any objection. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit that exhibit for reference to Mr. Pryor.
Your Honor, now that counsel's been shown a copy, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 179.
Okay, and I apologize, I lost track. Where is the exhibit at this point? Did you retrieve it?
I have it. Would Your Honor like to see it first?
No, that's fine. I'll ask at this point. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Is there any objection to exhibit 179 being?
If it's
admitted?
being offered for demonstrative purposes, Judge, I don't have an objection.
Okay, exhibit 179 will be admitted as a demonstrative exhibit. Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Dr. Christensen, you can see on this exhibit, there's an R and an L that's been written in. Would you indicate what those represent?
Yes, those simply represent the right and left sides of the body. And at the bottom, I also indicated which was the front and which was the back, although that's fairly obvious.
And then it appears that there have been several dots or markings added. Could you explain what those represent?
Yes, they are not to scale, but they are representations of the locations where we identified bruises.
And on the front, there appear to be 6 dots. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the back of the body, 4 dots.
that's correct.
And you've already indicated they're not to scale, but can you talk about and put into the record where on the body these bruises were located?
Yes. There's one on the left upper chest, 3 over the anterior and lateral right biceps, one on the anterior right forearm, one over the anterior portion of the left biceps, two over the right triceps area on the back of the upper arm, and two on the back of the right forearm.
Did you discover any bruising on the lower extremities?
We did not.
Did you discover any bruising around the head or face area?
We did not.
And did you in fact take photos of the bruises that were observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
You talked before about the difficulty in determining the age of a bruise by simply looking at it. Is there something else that you did in this case to try to determine how recent the bruises occurred?
Yes. As I mentioned, just the visual appearance doesn't necessarily indicate to us how old a bruise is, but we can at least attempt to narrow that down somewhat by looking at the tissue in the bruise under the microscope. Blunt injuries, the body undergo a relatively orderly progression, although certainly not very time specific in a to the minute or even to the hour sort of way. But initially, when there is an injury, you see just hemorrhage in the tissue. Then that will be followed some hours later, can be as early as 2, might be as many as 12 or even 24 hours. You will then see inflammation start to enter the area to clean up the hemorrhage. And depending on the severity of it, you may then also see what are called macrophages that come in and start to clean up some of the broken down blood cells. You may see the formation of scar tissue if it's significant, and that goes through a progression from early what are called fibroblastic cells in the area, which are just the cells that make scar tissue, which then eventually become replaced by the scar tissue itself. And that allows us, seeing what kind of changes are present in an injury can give us an indication whether this is recent, meaning minutes to hours old, whether it's hours to days old, or whether it's days to weeks or even longer old. But more specific than those sort of broad swaths of time, we can't narrow it down.
We talked about during the autopsy, photos were taken to document the injuries.
Yes.
Were photos also taken of examination done of the injuries?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 178, A to Q. Council was provided a copy today.
The series of photographs, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a series of photographs taken during the autopsy. And I believe the witness has been handled that jump drive. I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 178, A to Q.
And there would be no objection by the defense to that exhibit, Judge.
Okay, so exhibit 178 A through Q, it's 178 is the exhibit, A through Q are individual photographs within the exhibit, and they're all admitted, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask to be handed that jump drive back. Your Honor, I will indicate these are graphic photos. I am going to be asking to publish them to the jury.
Very well. We'll have those published, and as I mentioned, we've had the monitors arranged so the public's not viewing those and they're not being streamed on the live stream.
Dr. Christensen, do you see that image on your monitor?
I do.
Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is the bruise that's on her left chest.
And in this image?
This is a closer up image of the same injury.
And can you talk about, there's a little scale there. What is the purpose of putting that on the photo?
just so we have a reference to the size of it when you get zoomed in, especially in a picture like this. It's sometimes you can't always tell exactly where you are or have a reference point to know what size something is. So we include a scale so we have a reference.
And in this photo, can you talk about what we're seeing?
This is an incision through that area of bruising.
And can you talk about why you did that in this particular case?
And with all of these, looking at the tissue, like I said, microscopically will give us some idea what they look like. So this is a prelude to having a sample to look at under the microscope. But it also confirms there are things, for example, certain dermatologic conditions and other things that can look like a bruise on the surface, but when you incise them, there's no evidence of hemorrhage in the tissue. So in this case, we can see that there is hemorrhage in the tissue.
And in this particular photo?
This is again a photo of the same area with the a tissue section removed that demonstrates the hemorrhage placed into what we call a cassette. That little white plastic thing is that that tissue that is placed in there is then taken and processed and turned into a microscopic slide that I can review under the microscope.
Ms. Blake, on these, would you care to identify each by the sub-exhibit letter, if you don't mind?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And the first one that was referenced of the chest is going to be 178A. The close-up of the chest is 178B. The first incision is 178C. And the most recent one that was referenced would be 178D with the slide showing an excision of the chest.
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
When you looked at this, what, if anything, did I think you used the term hemorrhage. What, if anything, did that tell you in relation to this bruise?
That it is a bruise. Just looking at it grossly doesn't necessarily tell us much, except that there is hemorrhage there. And then seeing it under the microscope gives us further information about that.
And then moving to 178E, can
So-
you? 178E, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, this is an excision of tissue of the bruise of the left biceps.
And again, in those excisions, were you able to determine anything in relation to whether that was a bruise?
It was. Yes, there's hemorrhage within the subcutaneous fat. Normally, an excision of skin will just show a layer of normal pinkish tan skin on top, and all of the fat beneath it will be a bright yellow color, like is evident in most of those sections, but there are also darker areas indicative of hemorrhage.
And then on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This is a closer up image of the same injury and same excision.
And Your Honor, we moved on to 178F.
All right.
This is 178G. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
This is a photograph of the two bruises on the back of the right upper arm.
And moving to 178H, can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
Yes, this image depicts the three bruises on the right biceps as well as two on the right forearm.
And there are some other markings there, it looks like, on the forearm in addition to those blue marks. Do you know what those marks were?
Yes, those are areas where mold had grown and we'd subsequently cleaned that off.
So those are not bruises.
They are not.
And then moving to 178J, can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
This is a closer up image of the right biceps demonstrating the bruising there.
And 178K, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Again, this is an excision of the tissue of the lower of the three injuries to the right biceps with the excised tissue in the cassette.
And what did that tell you when you did, when you took that excision?
Just shows us more hemorrhage in the tissues.
And did that indicate to you that those were in fact bruises?
Yes.
And 178L, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
I believe, uh, actually, I'm not positive looking at it, whether that's the same as the last image.
And if I back up to the last image,
Mhm.
if that has the letter B at the end on that white slide, does that help in reference?
Yes, this
And-
is just a close-up image of 178J, I believe, the immediately prior image.
And when we look at this one, it appears that there's more of that dark coloration. Can you explain what that would indicate?
It's just that there's hemorrhage in a larger area of tissue.
Would that be indicative of a larger bruise or a deeper bruise, or could you tell?
I mean, it's clearly both deeper and larger in terms of the area that's damaged.
And moving on to 178M. Oops. Get back to the right image here. Looking at 178M, what are we seeing here?
It's labeled L on my screen. I believe. It's the right forearm with 2 bruises.
And going to the next one here, what are we seeing in this image?
This one is labeled M and is a closer up image of those 2 areas of bruising.
And those are again on the right forearm.
Yes.
And then moving to 178N, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is an excision through one of those 2 bruises on the right forearm.
And what, if anything, did this excision tell you?
Again, confirms that it's a bruise, that there is hemorrhage in the skin and soft tissue.
And then moving to 178P.
This is an image of a bruise on the anterior forearm, right forearm.
And then moving to 178Q.
Again, a closer up image of that same bruise on the anterior right forearm.
And 178. Oh, this is marked as 178. Oh, can you tell what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the right forearm with an excision through that area of bruising.
And that was on the front of the forearm.
Yes.
And Dr. Christensen, were you able to make any kind of a determination as to when in time those bruises may have occurred?
They all showed evidence of hemorrhage in the tissue with no evidence of any sort of inflammatory response or cleanup response. So they would have occurred sometime from minutes to hours prior to her death.
And I think you indicated, but these would have occurred prior to her death. Is that correct?
Most likely. You certainly can bruise a deceased body, but generally speaking, that's not going to occur for a very protracted period of time once circulation stops. Mostly the types of blunt injuries that we see in people that have already passed are more things like lacerations, where a body might be dropped or something of that nature, but it certainly could have happened right around the time of death.
And when you look at the location of those bruises in your training and experience, could they be consistent with someone being restrained?
They could be.
When you looked at Tammy's body, did you notice any signs of lividity?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury a little bit about what lividity is?
Sure. There are a number of postmortem changes that a body undergoes after death. And lividity is one of them. It's also called livor mortis. It is pooling of the blood, which normally has been circulating through the body under pressure. Once that stops, gravity then takes over and kind of pools the blood in whatever is the most dependent portion of the body, the part closest to the ground. If a person is laying on their back, the areas where it is supported by, whatever, a bed, the floor, a chair, whatever it might be, will not demonstrate lividity, but areas around that will fill with blood, and it makes initially a sort of a reddish purple color that is where the blood is just pooling. It can change over time for a few hours. It's one of the ways we have to look at whether a body has been moved after death, for example. Um, but if once it's there and well established, usually by 12 hours or so, it won't change anymore, and it will stay in the position it was in, or that person was in, if they stayed in it for 12 hours. If they're moved prior to that time, then it can also move to where a new position. If someone dies, for example, on their back, stays there for a couple of hours, and then is rolled to their front, that blood that had started to pool on their back will then start to pool to their front. And over a period of, the next 10, 12 hours or so, um, depending on how long a person stays in their initial position, if you move them after 2 hours, more of that blood will redistribute than if you move them after 6 hours, than if you move them after 10 hours. And at some point, and at 12 hours is not a hard and fast thing, but at some point that lividity becomes fixed and will not change no matter what position they get moved to.
Where did you observe the lividity on Tammy's body?
It was all on her back, and because she'd been embalmed, it had changed somewhat in color. It was a little bit more gray in color, but the distribution was still very typical.
Just to clarify, does lividity allow you to determine a time of death?
It does not. No.
Can you talk a little bit about what rigor mortis is?
Sure. Rigor mortis is one of the other sort of three postmortem changes in the body. Lividity is one, rigor mortis is one, and then cooling of the body is the third. But rigor mortis is a stiffening of the body that happens after death. Initially, when a person dies, they will be flaccid or just completely floppy and not show any muscular resistance. But within an hour or two, they start to become stiff. Initially, we see that in the smaller muscle groups, in the hands and the face and other places, but it will progress to involve all the muscles of the body, and will become, essentially very solid and very difficult to move after a period of hours. And then once it's fully developed, which is somewhere, around 12 hours also, it will stay that way until the body starts to decompose. And then that, can vary dramatically depending on where the person is. If they're in a cool environment, if they're in a hot environment, if they're next to a heater, all of those kind of things can change how fast decomposition ensues. But once a person becomes fully stiff from rigor mortis, they'll stay that way until they start to decompose.
Can you determine a time of death based on rigor mortis?
So we are asked pretty much usually only in the context of court testimony to discuss times of death or how long a person might have been dead.
I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming narrative, and I've tried to be patient, but the question called for a yes or no, and we got this narrative. So I am going to object.
Dr. Christensen, can you explain how rigor mortis would play in or not play into determining a time of death?
It can help us, depending on the degree that it is present or not present, to look at, how long a person has been dead, but it's highly variable and imprecise.
And as a forensic pathologist, do you generally determine a specific time of death?
No.
Does the presence of rigor mortis allow you to narrow a time window of when someone may have passed away?
To some extent, yes.
In this case, did you learn what time Tammy's death was reported?
Excuse me, yes. My recollection that it was sometime just prior to 6 a.m.
Had you learned or heard the description with regard to the condition of Tammy's body?
My recollection is that she was described as being cold and stiff or cool and stiff. I don't remember which, but at the time she was found.
Based on that description, would it indicate to you that rigor mortis had set in?
Yes,
You were not present on the day of Tammy's death, is that correct?
I was not.
You did not, is it fair to say you did not get the benefit of viewing her body just after the death was reported?
That's fair. Yes.
So as a medical examiner and or a forensic pathologist, do you rely on external information that's provided?
Yes.
Does that external information assist in your forming an expert opinion regarding a reference to when the person may have died?
Yes.
And in this case, did you in fact gain that external information?
Um, yes. Mhm.
And were you able to come up with any kind of an estimate regarding a time of death in relation to Tammy?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It calls for speculation. His previous testimony confirms that. It would just be purely speculative for him to.
And Your Honor, if I
Yes.
may respond.
Respond, please.
He's an expert providing an expert opinion. He's already said he reviewed documents, he gathered information, he made a determination that rigor mortis would have set in given the description and information provided to him. So he's basing it off the information and forming an expert opinion.
And in response, Judge, he wasn't present at the time. He didn't observe those factors himself. He's relying on what the police have told him. And at this point, he can't make that estimation.
All right, I've considered the objection. I am going to overrule the objection, finding it's proper in the form of an expert testimony. It will be subject to cross, so you can proceed with the question again, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Based on the information provided to you and your experience, did you form any opinion in relation to a time of death or a time window in relation to Tammy's death?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
That she had likely been dead for at least an hour or two for her body to be described as stiff, but certainly could be much more than that, many hours. But it's unlikely to have been more recent than an hour.
And you did review medical records in relation to this case, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would someone having anemia or a past history explain a sudden death?
It would depend on the degree and the severity of anemia, but if it's not a current problem, no.
Would someone using essential oils or treating themselves with items bought at a health food store generally explain a sudden death?
No.
And we talked about those bruises and saw images of them. Did those bruises and their location play into your findings in this case?
Yes.
And again, in a negative autopsy, you looked at the other potential reasons or causes of death that could result in a negative autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on your experience and training, did you find it to be likely that Tammy Daybell died of a seizure?
No.
Based on your training and experience, did you find it likely that Tammy Daybell died of a cardiorhythmia?
No.
Based on your training and experience and lab results, did you find it likely that Tammy died of an intoxicant?
No.
And when we're talking about the negative autopsy, what did that leave as the cause of death?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Get prepared. We got John Mado up to the stand coming up. Let's give some Mados. Wait, I hope just for entertainment value he brings up essential oils. But I think this is going to be interesting on what he has to say to this medical examiner, and because this medical examiner sounds like no BS, John has to amp up his attitude and behavior even more around this guy.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can cross. You turn on the microphone, please.
Let's do that again. Judge, by stipulation of the parties, I'll move for admission of Exhibit 102 and 103. That's Defense Exhibit 102 and 103 that represents the autopsy. And then the first one's the 26-page autopsy. 103 would contemplate the additional pictures and some analysis as well by this witness.
All right, the defense has moved for admission of Exhibit 102. Does the state have any objection to that being admitted?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that that is the autopsy report created by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner. And if that's what it is, in addition to some lab results and other findings, the state has no objection.
Okay, so as I understand, there'd be no objection on 102 and 103. If and when those become published, if they are, Ms. Blake, if they're not what you anticipated, let me know and we'll quickly review that to make sure they are the exhibits you believe have been admitted. So those are admitted, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. And Doctor, you mentioned that you're retired as the chief, was it the chief medical examiner out of Utah?
Yes.
And that's out of Salt Lake City, is that right?
Taylorsville, but Salt Lake County, yes.
And I'm not familiar with Utah, so is that close to Salt Lake City?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The government hub of the state of Utah, is that right? Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the initial cause of death reported for Tammy Daybell, and it did say pulmonary edema. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to confirm that through this autopsy as well, correct?
I was able to confirm through the autopsy that pulmonary edema was present, but
Right.
not that it was the cause of death.
Okay. Now, when we talk about pulmonary edema in this particular case, can you tell me how long would it have taken to produce the kind of pulmonary edema that you found during the autopsy?
I don't know.
There's no way to determine that.
No.
And there's also no way to determine whether it had advanced or whether it had declined. You exhumed Tammy Daybell's body, and you have to report the facts as you see the facts at the time upon the exhumation, right?
That's correct.
And at this point, you had initially indicated that you went in front of you didn't, but you were present when a hearing was held in front of a judge to make a determination as to whether or not they would have exhumed Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you recall from your knowledge what was the reason for the exhuming the body at that time?
My recollection is it was to determine the cause of death.
Well, there had to have been some facts. You don't get to just dig somebody up.
Your Honor, counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Sustain.
There has to be a reason at the hearing to determine why you're exhuming.
Your Honor, counsel's still testifying.
Sustain.
Isn't it true, doctor, that there has to be a reason for the exhumation and not just be to re-examine findings? Is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you were present. What was the reason given for digging Tammy Daybell's body back up?
I don't recall specifically what was presented.
Okay, so what was the purpose of you going there if you don't remember why they dug her up?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not there were discussions about surrounding circumstances that could have influenced a decision to exhume?
I believe there were, yes.
Okay, and those circumstances that they justified for exhuming were the death of Charles Vallow, right?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. The witness has said he doesn't recall.
The fact is those additional circumstances that you based the reason to dig Tammy Daybell up out of the ground was because of the death of Charles Vallow.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's misstating this witness was not the one that requested the exhumation.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not there was a discussion about the death of Charles Vallow at the exhumation hearing?
I do not.
Do you recall whether there was discussion of Brandon Boudreaux as a basis for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell's body?
I also do not know.
Okay, so you don't remember any reason, is that right, for why they decided to dig a body up out of the ground? Is that-
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and it's asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't have any explanation that you recall as to why they dug Tammy Daybell's body up out of the ground, do you?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and asked and answered.
Overruled on that.
You don't have any,
He gets to answer though.
I think I said previously, my understanding was to determine the cause of death.
but you don't specifically remember the factors as to why they dug her up, right? That were offered to a judge?
I don't remember the specifics of the discussion.
Okay. And you don't, now, you talked a little bit about Utah, and from what I understand, you can do it by request of the family, is that right? Or you can do it by request of going in front of a judge and giving justifiable reasons as to why you would dig a body up out of the ground, right?
I believe that is the way the statute reads.
Right. And in this particular case, the family was never notified, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and irrelevant.
Overruled. If the witness has information, he can answer. And I want to hear the answer.
To my knowledge, the family was not notified.
So in other words, then the other side of the statute is that you went in front of a judge, not you, but someone went in front of a judge and got an order to exhume her body. Is that right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, even though you were present, you don't remember the facts that were presented as.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
She's so annoyed. It's great. She's on.
Now, you made a comment, in your autopsy that you performed. And you noted that the bruises were what are called very non-specific bruises. You remember that?
I don't recall the specifics of how I described them in the report. I'd be happy to look at it and refresh my memory, but I don't. So bruises by nature are non-specific.
Okay. And you recall testifying last April and May in another proceeding in which you, in response to a question, described the bruises as non-specific, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about non-specific bruises, what that means isn't it true? What that means is that you can't identify the cause of those bruises. Is that correct?
A specific cause, no.
Right. In fact, you can't tell how those bruises ended up on someone's body, correct?
That's correct.
All you can tell is that the nature of those bruises and whether they're bruises, right?
And I can offer opinions about how they might have been inflicted, but
Oh.
there's a wide variety of those.
But in this particular case, you said they're non-specific, correct?
Even non-specific bruising can have multiple potential modes of infliction, yes.
Okay. And in this case, you identified the bruises as non-specific. We've established that,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And you can't tell me how those bruises were placed on the body of Tammy Daybell, correct?
I cannot.
Or how she got those bruises.
I cannot.
And the reality is we can go back as far as 24 hours and those bruises could have been 24 hours old. Isn't that true?
Potentially, yes.
Or 12 hours true, right?
Yes.
And we can't even put a legitimate time as to when those bruises actually got, or she incurred those bruises on her body, correct?
Beyond the timeframes we've spoken of, no.
Right. And in addition, you didn't speak to any of the family members, the immediately family members, about these bruises on Tammy Daybell, did you?
I did not.
You didn't talk to the family about any medical history that Tammy may have had about treating herself for bruises, did you?
I did not.
You didn't look at any of the reports or any of the medicine from the time of her arrest in which there was a notation about bruising cream that Tammy Daybell was using, did you?
Could you repeat that? I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you see any medicine that indicated Tammy Daybell may have been treating her bruises with bruising cream?
She had a number of ointments, creams, oils, and other things at the residence, which those that were documented in photographs by the coroner, we did look up and go through.
Okay. And so based on history, in speaking with the family, you weren't able to get any information about whether or not Tammy Daybell was prone to bruising, correct?
I did not speak to the family.
Okay. Did you look at any other statements by Mr. Daybell while he talked about vomiting and fainting and falling over? Do you recall looking at those factors?
I did not see statements directly from him, but he was quoted as talking to various officers and others at the scene about those things. Yes.
And that leads into my next question, is that the information you got about what Tammy Daybell reported was given to you by police officers, not necessarily statements Mr. Daybell made. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we recap a little bit, we don't know why we dug Tammy Daybell up out of the ground, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the evidence
Sustained.
and move to strike.
We got an exhumation order to take Tammy Daybell out of the ground because you were there for that, right?
We did.
Okay. You don't recall the reasons why you got the exhumation order?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. So you talked a little bit about Utah, and then you talked a little bit about Idaho and how in Idaho, it's up to a coroner to determine whether or not there's an autopsy that needs to be performed. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And in Utah, it may be a little different, right?
it is.
You talked a little bit about how it's not ideal to conduct an autopsy after embalming and burial. Would you agree with that?
It's certainly not ideal. Yes.
Right.
I would agree with that.
And Judge, could I, actually, I need the exhibit. Get the number, Judge. I'm sorry. I think it's 179. 179. Judge, I'd like to republish exhibit 1. Judge, I'd like to republish exhibit 179.
You may.
Best laid plans, right? So we're looking at exhibit 179. You recognize that those are your dots, aren't they?
They are.
So when I look at that, how many bruises are on the right arm of Tammy Daybell?
8.
And there are 3 on the front or 1 down at the bottom, right?
4 on the front and 4 on the back.
Okay. And then how many total bruises would be on the left arm?
1.
And then how many bruises up on the chest area?
1.
So you talked about asphyxiation and you made a determination that there's asphyxiation here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're suggesting is that Tammy Daybell was, someone stopped her from breathing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess what I'm confused about is how is someone asphyxiating Tammy Daybell if there's one person holding her arms?
Objection. Actually withdrawn.
You can answer.
Um, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you the specifics.
Right. And the other question is that if someone was holding her arms down, how did bruises get on the front of the arm and on the back of the right arm?
You can have bruising on front and back from a grab.
Okay. And then that person would also at the same time be grabbing the lower part of the right arm too at the same time?
Not necessarily at the same time, no.
Okay. And then while they're asphyxiating her, they grab the left arm and there's only one little bruise on the left arm, right?
There is one bruise on the left biceps, yes.
And then at the same time, somebody puts something over her mouth while they're holding her arms to suffocate her, right?
Could have happened that way.
It could have, right? It's possible. It could also have happened that this wasn't asphyxiation, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. You're firm on this idea that you think it's asphyxiation, right?
I do.
And that determination you made is as a result of just talking to the police and after you did this investigation, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Now, as terms of, we talked about this previously as well, but the bruising alone does not lead you to asphyxiation, is that right?
It does not.
Okay. And the facts about other activities that may have been occurring, particularly Brandon Boudreau and Charles Vallow, don't lead to asphyxiation either, right?
No.
Now, previously, last year, you testified and there was some discussion about the 5 different levels of determination. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically, no.
Or the 5 options? I'm sorry, the 5
Oh, for
options.
there are 5 manners of death, yes.
Right. And I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong term. I'm apologize. I wrote the word down the wrong way. The 5 determinations. And can you go over those with me again?
Sure.
Go ahead.
On a death certificate, there are essentially in every state except New York and I think New Jersey, maybe Connecticut, there are 5 options for what the certifier of the death can list as the manner of death. Those are
Right. Okay.
natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined, or could not be determined.
Okay. And I guess I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the undetermined one.
Okay.
And when you come up with an undetermined diagnosis, that means you don't have any reason that leads you to say this is absolutely the way this person passed away, correct?
Undetermined manner is used when you don't have enough circumstantial or investigative or autopsy findings, whatever. You don't have enough information to decide between 2 different manners. And that can be, for example, in an overdose, it could either be a suicide or it can be an accident. In this specific case, it could be, there's allegations of that her death is natural. If I believed it could be natural or it could be homicidal, then it could be undetermined because I can't really decide between those 2, but I did decide between those 2.
So that is a situation where if you don't have enough evidence to determine exactly why someone died, you make the determination of undetermined. Is that correct?
If you don't have enough, certainly if the cause of death is undetermined, then the manner of death will usually also be undetermined.
And that doesn't mean there was foul play. You just don't have the information to make that assessment. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So in other words, if in this situation there was insufficient evidence to determine a cause of death, it would be listed as undetermined, right?
The cause of death could be listed as undetermined, yes.
And at that point, that's a situation, like I said before, where it doesn't mean that it's homicide. It doesn't mean that there was foul play. You just don't have enough information to make that decision. Would that be fair?
It would be, Yes, to an extent. It's possible that it doesn't mean that there's not foul play necessarily. Like if, for example, you call it undetermined because you think it might be a homicide or a suicide and you can't decide between the two. If you call it undetermined because you can't necessarily decide between those two, means you think it's just as likely that it was as it wasn't. I can't tell.
It could
So it
also
still
be,
could be, but it might not be.
it could also be a situation where there's no medical information that leads you to any conclusion as to why someone passed away, right?
It could be.
Right. And there are situations where people pass away and there's no discernible reason why that happened. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you made mention of the all the medical reports that you reviewed. Which medical reports did you review?
Reviewed records from Seasons Medical Clinic, from another clinic, whatever Seasons was before it was Seasons. I forget, it had a different name. She'd also been seen at a clinic in Utah before moving back to Idaho, and we'd looked at those as well.
And those were just, and they were just quite frankly, those were just a matter of a couple of pages, right?
Not a lot of records, no.
Right. Well, a couple of pages, right?
And more than-
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, asked and answered. Counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Well, it was late. It's already answered, so overruled.
Okay. And you looked at the Seasons Medical and you looked at the other medical records and you were aware that 5 years prior to Tammy Daybell's death, she was diagnosed with anemia, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you didn't talk to the family about how that anemia had been progressing on Tammy Daybell, is that right?
I did not.
Okay. And you were also aware that Tammy Daybell was taking a form of, and I don't want to, fluoxetine.
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 Mhm.
There's a reason I'm not a doctor. Fluoxetine, and that's a form of Prozac, right?
Yes, it's
And
a
if-
generic.
And if fluoxetine is mixed with the wrong kind of other medicine, whether it's herbs or supplements or anything else, those can have significant consequences, correct?
There can be certainly drug interactions with herbal stuff. I'm not aware of any specific ones of fluoxetine with
And as
herbal
part-
remedies.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ramsey. And as part of your analysis and the testing for poisons and all of the other testing that you did, you're not really able to test for the herbals and the supplements and everything else and its interaction with fluoxetine to see if that had any impact, could you?
I think that's a two-part question. There's not really any way to test for drug interactions. You can test whether a drug is present or not, but certainly we don't have the ability to test for most herbal supplements.
Okay. And the fact that those herbal supplements, whether or not they could have an adverse impact with the fluoxetine that Tammy Daybell was taking, correct?
Don't have a way to determine that,
Right.
whether they were even present.
The heavy lungs.
I'm sorry, the heavy what?
Heavy lungs.
Oh,
The heavy
yes.
lungs. That's an unusual medical malady. Would you agree?
It's a non-specific finding.
But it could have an impact on the cause of death here, correct?
It could, yes.
Right. And you didn't take that into consideration before you made your asphyxia determination, right?
No, absolutely, we did.
No, you did?
Mhm.
Okay. You testified that asphyxia is really a diagnosis of exclusion, correct?
It is.
So in other words, you look at all other possibilities, and if you can't find anything else, you go to asphyxia. Would that be fair?
If you can't find anything else more likely, yes.
Okay. Or what is if you can't find anything else? Why wouldn't you just go undetermined?
You might in some circumstances.
Okay. One of the things I want to ask you about are seizures.
Okay.
And when a person has a seizure, it's not always a result of there being some sort of physical evidence to support that, is there?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, there's a seizure can occur at any time. Any one of us could have a seizure at any time. Would you agree with that?
Mm, Could and is likely are very different things.
Okay, okay. So are you at this point saying and excluding the fact that Tammy Daybell could have had a seizure as a possible cause of this death?
No, I can't 100% exclude it. I just think it's
Okay.
very unlikely.
You think it's unlikely? Okay.
Yes, very unlikely.
In spite of the fact that, Chad Daybell talked about fainting and those types of issues, you're saying that because of that, it's very unlikely there could be a seizure, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay. And you're also saying, well, let me ask you this. A seizure can happen at any time unannounced, correct?
It can.
Okay. Or there could be some instances where there's some medical proof to support a seizure, correct?
You can have a seizure, yes, because you have a tumor or an infection or other things, or you have a condition that leads to a seizure, yes.
Okay. And then we talk a little bit about arrhythmia.
Mhm.
And with arrhythmia, there isn't always an indication with arrhythmia that there's there isn't always a damaged heart or a faulty valve as a result of arrhythmia. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
In fact, arrhythmia could happen at any time. Any one of us with healthy hearts could suddenly have an arrhythmia and die, correct?
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely?
Yes, very
Okay.
unlikely.
Well, does that very unlikely change when you look at the fact that Tammy Daybell's family history had a history of heart issues? Does that change the very unlikely to likely?
Not in the context of what her heart looked like at autopsy.
Okay. And again, because her heart didn't look healthy or unhealthy, that isn't always the point, is it? Arrhythmia can occur even in the healthiest of hearts, correct?
Yes and no. Not in there is a reason that people have arrhythmias. And
Okay.
it's not always apparent by looking at the heart. The heart certainly, as I discussed previously, can look normal, and you can have arrhythmias. But there will be something wrong with it, either microscopically evident or molecularly evident.
Okay. And molecularly evident means that there's some sort of syntax that hit the heart and it suddenly just stopped working properly, right?
It would just, yeah, an arrhythmia just means no rhythm. And if your heart stops beating, you have no rhythm.
Right. And if the heart for some reason stops beating and there's some sort of arrhythmia, suddenly we get the pink foam that starts developing in these heavy lungs, right?
You certainly can, yes.
Right. And if we get a seizure, and as a result of the seizure, the heart stops beating, and then these heavy lungs start accumulating the significant amount of pink foam we found in Tammy Daybell's body, correct?
It can happen that way, yes.
And if the anemia goes undiagnosed for 5 years and she's not getting treatment, and for some reason there's insufficient oxygen to reach these heavy lungs, we could get the same result, correct?
And I don't believe so. I mean,
Okay.
not given the activities that she was described as doing. She may have been anemic, but she was not anemic to the point it would cause those kinds of problems.
All right. In regards to a time of death, what I understood you were testifying to is there's really no definitive way to determine an accurate time of death. Would that be fair?
No way to determine a very specific time of death. A range, yes. A specific time, no.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, you were asked a lot about the exhumation order. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were not the one requesting that, is that correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked about whether or not you spoke to Chad's kids, and you indicated no.
That's correct.
Did any of Chad's kids ever reach out to the office of the medical examiner?
They did not. To my knowledge, it's possible they might have, and I was not aware of it, but they didn't reach out and ask for me.
Did anyone ever pass on information that they'd reported to the office of the Utah medical examiner?
No,
So you reviewed documents you were provided from law enforcement, is that correct?
yes,
And those documents contain statements provided by Chad Daybell?
they did.
There were no documents provided that had significant information from his kids, is that correct?
There were some about his kids, various interviews that have been conducted with their friends and things of that nature, but no, not from them directly, I don't believe.
So you don't know, you wouldn't know if the kids ever agreed to speak with law enforcement, is that correct?
I do not know.
And if Chad's kids had made statements about Tammy's health, would those have been documents that you would have requested or wanted to review?
Absolutely.
So if they weren't provided to you, would you have any reason to think that those exist?
No,
And you were asked about Utah being a little different than Idaho's system. Do you recall that question?
yes.
Would you describe them as a little different?
There, I guess, Utah's and Idaho's death investigation systems are kind of on the opposite poles of the spectrum in the US.
And I think we talked about this, but Idaho, a coroner does not have to have any medical training, correct?
That's correct.
Whereas a forensic pathologist or medical examiner goes through years of schooling, they're a doctor.
Bleeding, sustained.
Your Honor, it's sustained on leading, is that correct?
It's
Because
sustained.
I think it's within the scope.
It's not outside the scope, correct?
I just, for my next question, I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I only sustained as it being leading.
I think we talked before, but you have worked in systems where a coroner is used, correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, do coroners have to have any medical training?
No.
And to be a forensic pathologist, again, what training do you go through?
Have to have a college degree, a medical degree, and residency training in pathology, and then forensic fellowship training.
And in Utah, again, who is it that would determine if an autopsy is to be completed?
It would be done by the Office of the Medical Examiner.
So one of the individuals that has all that medical training?
Either by them or one of our investigators, and if there are questions, then they ask us.
You were asked about the 5 different, I believe, manners that can be indicated.
That's correct.
Is it common practice for the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner to look at the surrounding facts in addition to what's concluded from the autopsy?
Yes.
And I think you talked about an example of a drug overdose, that there could be several manners, even if that's the cause.
Yes.
And you were asked about a history of anemia. Can you explain what anemia is?
Anemia is when your blood count, the percentage of your blood that's made up of red blood cells drops below normal levels. Men have a slightly higher normal range than women, but they're both in the 35 to 50% range, more or less. That percentage of your blood is made up of red blood cells that carry oxygen around your body. You can develop anemia, which is a number lower than that, for a variety of reasons. It can happen from vitamin deficiencies, can happen from iron deficiency, can happen from cancers, anything that infiltrates your bone marrow. Can happen because you bleed. It's not uncommon in young women with heavy periods and things, for example, to end up being anemic because of blood loss. But it can be from traumatic blood loss as well. You can be acutely anemic because you got your arm broken and torn open in a car crash or something. All of those things can lead to anemia, but generally speaking, a progressive slow type of anemia, whether it's vitamin deficiency or something like that, is something that your body is able to compensate for. to some extent, that you remain functional, though you might be fatigued or other things of that nature. But it's not, you don't have normal oxygen carrying capacity. And so if you went from living at sea level to the mountains, you might notice more of a difference than if you weren't anemic, things of that nature.
Sustained.
Is anemia treatable?
Yes, most times.
And I think you indicated you'd seen a history of Tammy having anemia maybe 5 years before her death.
I believe that's when it was documented, yes.
And if there were no other indications of anemia in her medical records, could that indicate that it was treated?
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, we're not seeing any additional notations in medical records about anemia other than the past history. Could that indicate that the anemia was treated? And Your Honor, if I may respond,
Go ahead.
Dr. Christensen's testimony was he saw a notation of it from 5 years previous to that, and Mr. Pryor went into it on his cross-examination.
No, I'm going to rule on that. It's overruled, Mr. Pryor. You can continue.
Could that indicate that the anemia was treated?
It could. It just means that it certainly was not mentioned again as a problem.
In looking at those medical records, do you recall seeing any indication that Tammy had low blood pressure?
Her blood pressure was on the lowish side of normal, but no indication that she had a diagnosis of hypotension or low blood pressure.
Could you use the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor?
Foundation judge, I'd like to know what report he's referencing where he saw that information.
And Your Honor, my question was just about the medical records that he reviewed in general.
All right, then he should be able to specify which medical record she's
All right,
talking
Mr.
about, Judge.
Pryor, this is not an objection. It's just an argument now. Is there an objection?
There is foundation.
All right. The objection is overruled.
In the medical reports you reviewed, you didn't see any sign of low blood pressure.
I did not.
In the medical records you reviewed, did you see any signs of seizures?
No.
In the medical reports you reviewed, did you see any indication that Tammy had had a prior history of any negative drug interactions between her prescription medication and herbal remedies?
No.
And counsel asked you about the bruises on Tammy and then being labeled as not specific. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
You indicated that sometimes you are able to form an opinion as to how those may have been inflicted. Is that correct?
I can answer hypotheticals about how they may have been inflicted. Yes.
And based on your training and experience, where those bruises were located, could they be consistent with someone being restrained?
They could be. Yes.
And you were asked a lot about those pictures and if someone was holding Tammy down and then suffocating her. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes. Yes.
Where the bruises were located, would it be possible for someone to have been restraining her while someone else suffocated her?
It's possible.
Based on your experience and and the autopsy and your review of documents, in your opinion, is it likely that Tammy died of a seizure?
No.
Based on your training, experience, review of the records and autopsy, is it likely that Tammy Daybell died of a cardiac arrhythmia?
No.
Based on your experience, review of the documents and autopsy, is it likely Tammy Daybell died of a drug overdose or drug interaction?
No.
Based on your experience, training, review of reports on the autopsy, is it your opinion Tammy most likely or likely died of asphyxiation?
Yes.
And again, what did you determine the cause of death to be?
Asphyxia.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
Homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you. That did not go beyond the scope of cross. so
Judge,
I'm-
can we have a sidebar?
Yes.
I think tensions are running high today. Lindsay's fed up. John's fed up. And the judge sounds fed up. So we're only in 14 days in. We have 3 times the amount to go. Almost 4. So, oh dear. Lindsay is doing so good today. She is like, no, I've not one more day am I putting up with this. And she's stuffed up a little bit. She sounds like she's either recovering from a cold or she's getting one. So she's just like, no, hell no, not today. Lindsay's just like, for the love of all that's holy, please. I love it. She's had enough with him. And so John's feeding it back.
All right, counsel, after sidebar, the court's determined I'll allow a recross on that one narrow scope of the issue you want to discuss, Mr. Fryer, with the
Never
witness.
a narrow scope.
So, doctor, we talked about two types of medical records. One was from Seasons. I believe that was 2017. You recall that?
There was a record from 2017, yes,
And then there was a medical record from 2019. Is that right?
there was. Mhm.
Okay, and those were the two records that you had in terms of Tammy Daybell's medical records, correct?
No, there were also records from PA Senna that she saw at Seasons. There was a record from 2016 as well as one from 2015.
Okay. And the anemia diagnosis was from what year?
I believe 2014, which was, I don't recall specifically which records that was in. We also had records from a clinic in Springville.
Okay, is it possible that the anemia was from the Seasons records of 2017?
Possible. I don't recall for sure.
Okay, so from 2017, we have one other medical record where she went in for a wrist issue, correct?
Correct.
So how do you determine whether or not she's treated for anemia if there are no other medical records other than the initial diagnosis from 2017?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
There's no mention of treatment either way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony. Dr. Christensen, is the state intending to recall him at some point or any point, Ms. Blake?
We may be, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Christensen, then, because you may return to testify at a later time, the court's exclusionary rule prohibits you from viewing trial testimony. I'll be asking you if you have viewed any of the testimony after
Counsel,
you
we-
step down today. So with that, that will conclude the testimony of Dr. Christensen. You may go ahead.
Judge, before he's excused, could we have another sidebar?
All right.
Judge, I just remembered I forgot to ask about Melanie Gibb and if he knew about Melanie Gibb. I also forgot to mention the essential oils again. And if he recalls how many drops Tammy took of eucalyptus to help her breathe. Because I just want to know. Lindsay's on fire. She's amazing. I love it. I hope she keeps this spice throughout the whole thing. Like, keep up with that.
All right, after the sidebar, counsel for the defense has correctly pointed out, and I agree that expert witnesses are not subject to the same exclusionary rules that normal lay witnesses are. So the state will discuss that further with you, Dr. Christensen, and you may in fact be entitled to view certain parts of this trial as they would be outside of the exclusionary rules. So you'll be further advised of that by the prosecutors if they wish to clarify that with you. Thank you again for appearing to testify, and we'll go ahead and let you step down at this time.
Another question would be like, Out of the 7,300,
All right, is the state prepared to
Autopsy.
call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Alice Gilbert.
All right.
I mentioned her on my creepy video. She's the one who knows Chad and did a dinner for Chad and Lori, and she was disgusted by his behavior. She said her and her husband were embarrassed by their behavior. This will be interesting.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Got her.
See, try to speak directly into them.
All right, I'll note that Ms. Gilbert's now been placed under oath. Before we begin with testimony, I just want to inquire, have you watched any of this trial on either the live stream or here in person at all?
No,
Okay, have you talked to anybody else about any testimony they've given in trial?
no.
Okay, thank you for letting the court know that. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Alice Gilbert, AliceGilbert.
And Miss Gilbert, do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
I do.
How do you know him?
He was my neighbor, and when we moved into the neighborhood, we got to know him through our community and our ward.
Did you also know Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
I do.
And did you know her the same way?
Yes,
And what did you refer to her as, Tammy or Tamara?
I called her Tammy.
And when you moved into the neighborhood, do you recall approximately when that would have been?
It was March of 2017.
And were the Daybells already living there?
Yes,
Did you get to know Tammy or Chad? Did you get to know one of them better than the other one?
Tammy. I got to know Tammy better.
And how did you end up getting to know Tammy?
We worked in the same church calling together. And so I got to know her through that church calling,
And when you say church calling, what church is that associated with?
the LDS church.
And what callings did the two of you hold where you worked closely?
I was the Relief Society president and she was my first counselor.
How often do you think you saw Tammy?
We met once a week and on Sundays.
And did that seeing each other twice a week continue for an extended period of time?
Until her death.
And do you recall when the two of you were given the callings?
October of 2018.
So for about a year, you
Mhm.
would see Tammy about twice a week.
Yes.
Did you get to know Tammy pretty well?
I thought so. I thought we did.
And can you describe Tammy a little bit, your relationship with her? Let me back up. Can you describe a little bit about what Tammy was like?
Yes. She was great to work with. She was organized when we had our meetings. She could do worked on the computer. So when we had to change anything, she could do it in a flash. She did all the computer work. When we organized activities, we valued her opinion and was grateful to have her input on things. And she would say, keep it simple, keep our activities simple. And we did, and that helped a lot. She had a lot of empathy for some of the women who were struggling. in the ward, and she would relate those things to us in our meetings. She also had a very good wit with her.
Did you have occasions to observe Chad and Tammy together?
I did mostly at church, and um, they seemed great at church. You know, y- it was just normal. It was, you know, and we had activities. He did come and help set up some chairs for activities, and so that seemed normal, and I really didn't think much of it.
At some point in time, did you feel like their interactions changed?
A little bit, yes. In 2019, it just seemed distant. It just seemed a bit distant between the two. But I just noticed them at church.
Did Tammy ever talk to you about her marriage?
She didn't. I think the only thing she did mention was that sometimes the finances were a little strained, but she didn't mention anything else.
When you observed Tammy, did you ever notice her appear to slow down?
No,
Did you ever notice any change in her activity level prior to her death?
no,
Did she ever complain to you about any health issues?
no,
Did you ever observe Tammy have any shaking fits?
no,
Did you ever observe Tammy faint?
no.
How did you learn about Tammy's death?
On the morning of the 19th, I received a phone call from Emma, and she was
Objection, Judge. This is going to call for some hearsay.
It's eliciting hearsay on that part, so that's sustained.
And just to clarify, when you say on the 19th, is that October 19th of 2019?
Yes,
And you indicated that Emma had phoned you. How did Emma seem when you talked to her?
she was sobbing.
And after that, based on that phone call, without saying what Emma said, did you learn anything in relation to Tammy?
That she had passed away.
Objection, Judge. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
At some point, did someone else take the phone?
Chad, he took the phone.
And what did Chad tell you?
He asked me not to tell anybody for about an hour that she had passed away. And I said, well, I need to tell the bishop. And he said, no, don't tell the bishop. And I knew that the bishop was he was going to work. And so I called him anyway and informed him.
And what you called to inform him was of Tammy's death?
Yes,
Were you surprised to hear of her passing?
yes.
And why were you surprised?
I had just talked to her on Wednesday and she was fine. She was excited. She had just gotten a new grandbaby. We had talked about Mark and his mission, and she had told us experiences of his mission, and she was excited with things.
On October 19th, after learning of her death, at some point, did you end up going to the Daybell residence?
Yes, my husband and I went over at about 8:30 in the morning, and Chad answered the door, and he gave us a hug, and we went in, and all the children, except for Mark and their spouses, were sitting there in the living room. They were stunned. The children were stunned. They could hardly speak and crying.
Did you end up making any observations of Chad when you arrived?
Yes, when I asked him what happened. And he said that Tammy vomited at midnight and they think she passed away at 2 a.m. and that her legs were hanging over the bed and that she'd fallen out of bed. He also said they think, did I say this? That they think she died of an embolism.
And Chad provided all this information the morning of her death.
Yes.
How did Chad appear to you?
He wasn't as upset as the children. He had was ready to tell us, and he wasn't as devastated as the children were.
And you indicated you'd just seen her the Wednesday before her death.
Yeah.
Did she complain to you at all that day of any health issues?
No. And I knew she was taking clogging lessons when we would have activity nights.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point, just going into a narrative.
You can answer.
I can answer. We had activity nights, which started at like, I think 6:30. She would leave early, maybe 8 o'clock, because she was going to a clogging class. And so in my mind, I'm thinking I'm going home to bed at 8 o'clock. She was going to a clogging class. So I admired her for doing that.
On Wednesday, when you saw her, did Tammy have a cough that you noticed?
No,
Did she have any kind of a coughing fit around that time?
I didn't notice any.
After arriving at the Daybell residence, did you do something else that morning?
Yes, we had asked if they had breakfast and they hadn't. So my husband and I said, well, we'll go get you breakfast. And as we stood up to go, Chad told us that her funeral was going to be on Tuesday and a memorial on Wednesday. And I was surprised. And I said, well, did you plan this? And he said, no, but I was surprised that fast that he could tell me that.
And when you ask if he planned it, why did you ask that?
Because I know what it takes to plan a funeral with a ward and to organize the church and have the ladies in the ward provide the meal. And you need to ask the sisters to volunteer to provide meals. And it takes time. All of it takes time. So I was really surprised. But then he said her funeral was in Springville. That also surprised me because we were there in Idaho.
And do you recall what day of the week October 19th was?
Saturday,
And the funeral was going to be on the
Tuesday.
And did Chad respond when you asked if he had already planned the funeral or if he and Tammy had talked about it before?
He said no, but I felt like it had been planned.
Did you end up attending the funeral?
Yes. I needed to see her. So my husband and I went to the funeral in Springfield. And I needed to see her in the casket. And she looked nice in the casket.
Did you ever talk to Chad about why he held the funeral in Springville?
I didn't. I just assumed it was because they lived there before. So I didn't ask.
When you were at the funeral, do you recall making any observations of Chad?
When we viewed her before the funeral, and it was just him standing by the casket. It didn't seem really mournful with him. I said, oh, she looks good. And he said, yes, she does. And we didn't cry. We didn't, it didn't seem mournful. And then we went into the chapel to sit for the funeral. And I sat by, and our bishop had driven down, so we sat with him.
During the funeral, do you recall if Chad spoke?
Yes, all the children spoke, and he spoke last. I was impressed with the children's talks that fast. They did a nice job to their mother. I was surprised because it takes a day to drive. So to go funeral on Tuesday, they would have driven Monday. They did the children did a nice job, and Chad spoke last. I was surprised because most spouses are too devastated to speak, and so I was surprised that he spoke at her funeral, and it was last, and it was like a church talk. The other talks were more loving tributes to their mother. His was more church talk.
And do you recall if there was a memorial service held?
It was held the next day in Idaho, but I did not attend because I had just been to her funeral.
Did you end up having a role or playing a part in taking a meal to Chad's family?
Yes, so our presidency and the bishopric provided a meal for them after the memorial, and so we took it over to them after, and we had put it down for them to eat, and the kids had started to eat. And Chad told us that he was moving out, that he couldn't be there, and that he was going to move to Rexburg to a condo. And we asked him, like, do you need help or anything? He said no, that his friend had a condo for him, that he wasn't there very often, so that he told him he could stay there.
And you said do you recall, did Chad refer to the friend as a he?
In I took it as that, and I'm thinking he said because he said he wasn't there very often, and so he could stay there.
So Tammy's pronounced dead on Saturday, correct? And by the following Wednesday, Chad's got plans to move out of the house.
Yes.
Do you recall anything else that morning standing out to you as far as what Chad told his kids?
He had told his kids to go through Tammy's things as after he told us he was moving out, and that surprised me too. That's maybe I'm more sentimental, but it just seemed fast. And they kind of took it in stride, and I think they did do that.
In the time just after Tammy's death, did you have an opportunity to observe any of the Daybell children? So Chad and Tammy's children.
I went and saw Emma on Friday, and she was sobbing. She's really struggling, and she was getting really sick. She lost a lot of weight. We had organized meals for her. I know the school district was taking meals into her and Garth. She was struggling. She told me she missed
Judge,
her mother.
objection,
Grounds,
hearsay.
sustained.
Did Emma appear to be struggling to you?
Yes,
Did Garth appear to be struggling as well?
yeah, yes,
And on Friday, to the best of your knowledge, had Chad moved out of the residence?
yes. I think he moved after the memorial.
So you visited with Garth and Emma just less than a week after their mother
On Friday. Yeah,
Was Chad there when you went to visit him?
no,
And when you say the house you went to, what house was Emma staying in at that time? Do you recall?
yeah, she lived Keeney cornered from Chad's house.
And do you know what house Garth was staying in?
And Garth was living in Chad's house.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to Chad?
Yes, so we thought we would call and see how he was doing, and I think it was Saturday, the 26th of October. We called him to see if we could come and visit with him, and he said no, that he would come to our place. So he came, that's on the 26th, he came over to our place. I think it was more toward the evening when he came.
And Judge, for foundation purposes, that would have been the month of what and year?
Like, do you want to clarify when that happened, please?
When you talk about the 26th, are we still in October of 2019?
Yes,
So just shortly after Tammy's passing.
yes,
And Chad indicated to you he didn't want you to come to his place, but he'd come to yours.
yeah. He said, "Oh, I'll come over to your place." So we said, "Okay."
Did you ever end up seeing where Chad was living in Rexburg?
No,
And did he in fact end up coming to your place?
he did.
And did you end up having a conversation with him at that time?
Yes, he sat at our kitchen table, and I had made cookies and thought that, we would make it nice. And he said that he found the woman he was going to marry. And we were absolutely stunned when he said that. And we asked him, well, where did you meet her? And he said, at the conference in St. George in 2018. And we asked who she was, and he wasn't going to tell us at first. And then he said, well, I'll tell you. Her name is Lori Vallow.
Had you heard the name Lori Vallow before then?
I hadn't. I was thinking, who is Lori Vallow? And then he mentioned that she had done a podcast with Melanie Gibb. And then I realized that's who that was.
Had you ever met Melanie Gibb in person?
Not then. I hadn't met her in person.
And you'd never met Lori Vallow at that point?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, this was around October 26th.
Yes.
So just 7 days after Tammy's passed away.
Yeah.
Were you surprised to hear that Chad had already found someone else to marry?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you end up meeting Lori Vallow?
Yes. While he was at our home, he said that she was in town. Would we like to meet her? We said yes. Tuesday nights, my husband and I had gone to the temple. So we were in the temple on Tuesday nights. We were waiting in a room for a meeting to begin that following Tuesday. And he tapped us on the shoulder and had us step out in the hallway. And then that's where we met Lori and her niece, Melanie, and a friend. I cannot remember her name.
And that was your first time meeting Lori.
Yes.
And it was at the temple.
It was at the temple.
And Judge, could we have some foundation as to the date, time?
Your Honor, that's already been discussed.
I must have missed it, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Ms. Gilbert, at some point after that, did Chad and Lori end up coming to your house?
Yes. And it was in that week, and I think it was Friday from that Tuesday that he came over with her. And it was cold when they came in. I asked her if she was getting used to the cold, and she said she'd bought some warm clothes. And they sat on the couch. And it was awkward.
And when you say it was awkward, did you make observations of Chad and Lori's interactions?
Yes, they were very affectionate with each other, more than I had ever seen Chad. It was very affectionate with her, and they were giggling and laughing, and my husband and I were embarrassed.
Had you ever seen Chad act that way with Tammy?
No.
Did you end up talking at that time to Lori about her family?
I did. I asked her if she'd been married, and she said yes, that her husband had died in December of a heart attack. I asked her if she had children, and then Chad said that she had recently had a daughter that had passed. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I said, "How many?" And she said, "Thank you." And I said, "How many children do you have?" And she kind of stammered and then said they were stepchildren, and I did not get a definite answer on that.
When Chad said that she'd recently lost a daughter, did Lori say anything to correct that or change it?
No.
And this would have occurred end of October, beginning of November of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also talked about, you asked Lori if she was getting used to the cold. Do you recall anything about that particular October?
Yes, it was a very cold October. It was an early frost and a hard frost. So the farmers were getting their potatoes early. I used to work for an ag company, and so the importance of the potatoes not freezing. And not only that, they were helping each other to get their crops out early. So it was a cold October.
When Chad and Lori were there, did they talk to you and your husband about plans for a future together?
Yes, they had talked about getting married, but they didn't know when or where yet. They planned on taking the kids to Disneyland at Thanksgiving time.
And did Chad tell you anything about his plans to write a book?
Yes, he told us he was going to Hawaii to write a book. But I didn't know they were going to live there. He just said he was planning on writing a book and going to Hawaii.
So Chad mentioned he was going to be going to Hawaii,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
And he and Lori also mentioned their plans to get married to you.
Judge, there's been some leading here.
Sustained.
And this took place in end of October, beginning of November 2019.
Yes.
When they talked about taking the kids to Disneyland, do you know which kids they were referencing?
It was Chad's children.
Did they ever mention taking any of Lori's children with them?
No, I had the impression that she was an empty nester, and I assumed the daughter was older that had passed, from a disease or cancer or something, that I assumed she didn't have any other children.
Did Chad or Lori provide you any details as to how Lori's daughter died?
No, and I did not ask.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time, and now may be a good time to take a break in testimony for the lunch hour.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ms. Blake. We will go ahead and take the noon lunch hour. We'll take the hour and be back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock.
All right, please.
All right. Well, here we are. This was good. Today, as a little recap, we heard this morning from the chief medical examiner regarding Tammy, and he walked us through that there was a court order to have Tammy exhumed, that she died by asphyxia, and the manner was homicide. And he said no sign of seizures, no sign of anything with her heart. They tested her liver. They were testing for heavy metals, pesticides, and toxins. And the toxicology report says she had fluoxetine in her system, which is another word for Prozac. And it was at a non-toxic level. And she had been taking that for quite some time. And of course, her lungs had some that were a little bit heavy, and there was fluid in there, and we know she had foam coming from her mouth. They talked about the bruises, and the medical examiner said it could be from being restrained. He talked about lividity, that she had evidence of lividity on her back, and she died on her back. But of course, we know that Chad found her on the floor, half on the floor and half up. But all in all, no seizure, no cardioarrhythmia, no intoxicant. She died from asphyxiation. And John came up, talked about the bruises again, and he was pushing hard about this bruising cream. What else? There was quite an extensive amount of medical records that the medical examiner reviewed. John was just asking about medical records from 2017 and 2019, and it's great because the medical examiner said, no, I saw from 2017, 2019, 2015, and 2016, and 2014. And they talked a little bit about anemia. Now, a lot of women in here who are watching, a lot of women they are anemic at some point. There's quite a few people, especially because we have the monthly cycles, and some of us are sensitive than others, and sometimes we just have to up our proteins like beef and steak, and also take vitamins with iron in there. There's lots of different things. People who are very, very anemic are super sluggish. They're tired. They can't concentrate. There's lots of things from that. So Tammy couldn't have been too severe because she was go, go, go all day. And she was clogging and running and doing these HIIT workouts. There's all kinds of things she was involved in. And she was only 49. I mean, anybody could be anemic, but you know what I mean. Or as John says, enema. Next was Alice Gilbert. Alice, not Alex. Alice Gilbert. And she moved into the area near Chad and Tammy in March of 2017. And Tammy and Chad moved in 2015 from Utah. And Alice observed that in 2019, which is the year Tammy died, and Chad had already been cheating on Tammy, she said that they seemed distant. At church, she noticed both Chad and Tammy seemed distant between the two. She said there was a mention that finances are strained. Now, in that year leading up to Tammy's death, the finances would probably be strained. I mean, Chad was spending money and buying flights, so was Lori for Chad, but Chad was doing a lot of traveling, probably wanted to look good for Lori. So, you know how that goes. It's going to cost a little bit of money about that. And Tammy's busting her butt working. There was testimony the other day or last week where Tammy would eat lunch, and there was a program where she would get free lunch, and she would be helping and be busy all dang day and all night. And then we have Chad gallivanting off with his goddess lover and his loin fire, which angers me. There was a call from Emma the day that Tammy died to Alice. And Alice says, well, I got to call the bishop. And Chad says, don't tell anybody. He didn't want her to call the bishop, but she called anyway and informed him of Tammy's death. Then Alice went to the Daybells, gave them a hug. She said the children were stunned. And she said that Chad told her that Tammy vomited at around midnight and passed away at around 2 a.m. and her legs were half on the bed, and that he thinks she died of an embolism, a pulmonary embolism. Now, we always talk about this, but Alex Cox died of a pulmonary embolism. Chad saying about Tammy. And then there's also, I did this in the video. I've put it right here. I think that's the same one. And that's the one I talked about, Chad's neighbor who died 6 days after JJ and died from a pulmonary embolism. So there's lots of interesting things happening all at this time. Now, Alice says that Chad wasn't as upset as the children and not as devastated, which surprised her. And she said that she was surprised because October 19th, Tammy died. By the 21st, there was a viewing. Tuesday, the 22nd, there was a funeral in Springville, Utah. And then Wednesday, there was a memorial back in Rexburg. That would be the 23rd. And that day, he announces that he's going to move out of the house. And he's going to move into a townhouse that his friend has. At the funeral, Alice said he didn't seem mournful. And we heard that from the other testimony the other day. And she said she was impressed by the nice job that the kids did of speaking about their mom. But with Chad, it's more like a church talk. And she also said it was very businesslike. She didn't say that today, but in reports before, she said it was very businesslike. So Chad says he's going to move out to a condo, and I guess he couldn't wait, right? Like he's on the timeline, like, oh, wow, yeah, we got to get that done because I want to move on with my life. By the 26th, 7 days later, Chad went to Alice's house. He said, don't come here, I'll come to you. And he'd be living at the townhouse right at that point, right? She says that she made cookies for Chad. He came over and he tells her that he found the woman that he was going to marry. And later on, they came over together. Chad and Lori met Alice and her husband. And they were embarrassed by the behavior of Chad and Lori. Literally said it embarrassed them. While there, Lori says that the hubby died of, While there, Lori tells Alice that Charles, her ex-hubby, or however she worded it, died of a heart attack, which we know that's a lie. And Chad said, yeah, the daughter died recently. So he opened his trap about that. And I'm sure there would have been another little comment about that because you know how he likes to tell on himself. So that the daughter died recently. Now remember, Tylee would have died in September. This is end of October, and this is before they were asking where the children were, meaning the authorities, because that didn't happen until November 26th. And this was October, end of October. So that's a little interesting. And she said when she asked Lori, Alice said when she asked Lori about kids, she talked about stepchildren and not a definitive answer of how many kids she has. And they talked a little bit about the weather and Lori getting some warm clothes and, talking about it being cold outside, which is Lori's little jab at being frozen. And Chad told Alice that he was going to go to Hawaii and write a book. Thank you, Mel, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now, Lindsay brought her A game, 100%. Even though she sounds like she's a little stuffed up today, she sounds like has a cold or getting over one or getting it. But yeah, it is, she's on fire. And everybody's a little bit agitated today. Lindsay, you could tell she has some agitation. John has agitation, and so does the judge. Thank you, Pam. Thanks for the super sticker. So somebody says go vegan. I was 4 years vegan. Then I started eating meat in summertime and I went back to vegan again because I was having crazy hot flashes and my stomach isn't feeling good. I haven't had one hot flash from going vegan a month and a half ago again. Not one. It's crazy. I don't know why that is, but okay, let's see what else. Yeah, so we are on our lunch break. Thanks for the reminder. I'm going to change the banner below. Have it somewhere. Court on lunch break. Did I miss anything in my recap? Lindsay is on fire. Welcome, Deanna. Hopefully it's Deanna or Dina. I need to know that. Yeah, so Denise says, in 2021, I had anemia so bad that they had to give me 3 pints of blood with extracted iron. They don't know what caused it, but my doctor had done a regular blood test just recently. My levels are good. Yeah, it's interesting. Our body's deficiencies, ups and downs. She would have other symptoms as well if she was anemic or to that degree. Oh, good. You guys are up to speed. Okay. Make sure I have that all right. I tried to write as much as possible. How hard is it to eat vegan? It's not that hard, but I love healthy food too. So, but in summertime, I was craving meat. I was craving, like I wanted chicken. So I just started eating chicken. And then when I was if I went out for dinner, it was a little harder, although in Calgary, there's some amazing vegan restaurants. But I would then sometimes just have fish. But lately, I had all kinds of crazy symptoms happening again. I'm going, I don't get it. And then I'm going, ooh, look at the timeline. And my timeline, And it was coincided with me eating meat. And so I stopped it and I have not had one hot flash since. So there you go. Yes, I also have to eat gluten-free as well. So there's that. I'm just going to eat a plate of ice cubes. We'll call it a day. But funny enough, I had symptoms in 2019 that were similar to what I had been experiencing the past few months, and I forgot about them. And I went vegan then. So Susanna says, Linda, you have timelines for everything, and I'm here for it. I was helping my sister too. She's going through some stuff, and she was sending me, pass it to me. I'll look at the timeline. I was taking her through another timeline. I don't find it hard. I had my blood taken. It was the best it ever has been, eating vegan. But you got to eat. There's eating vegan, and then there's eating vegan like unhealthy. You know, the processed foods. I always cook food that's like, I don't like any of the processed food. I mean, sometimes maybe a little bit, but not like a normal. So I cook from scratch a lot of things, and I make things with beans, and I do eat tofu. Yeah, there's just, I don't know. I didn't find any problems with vitamins or anything, even my vitamin B. I don't eat dairy either, so I just eat I eat ice cubes for dinner. Make sure you drink a lot of water, which is important. And then make sure you're eating healthy is really, that's the trick. And you start to feel better. And then when you start to eat junky food, you don't feel good. And I did, after I went to my girlfriend's daughter's funeral, I guess it would be a week and a half ago now, I did binge a little bit on chocolate and chips just to stuff my feelings a little bit. But Food Channel. Maybe my next life I will, when I'm retired. No, my son does not eat vegan, although he likes vegan things, and I always called him a natural vegan, even as a baby, because he didn't always like meat at all. He's just like, he doesn't like it, but he's getting better. He's just picky. He has to eat gluten-free though. Do I have your ice? I don't like a lot of sauces, so just plain ice cubes. Well, thank you. I got rid of the grays, you guys. If you noticed, it's a little less gray. I did have a comment in, though, they said I look way too harsh and I should cut my hair so I could look 10 years younger. Everything in moderation, absolutely. So magnesium is great for, oh, so you're taking it for migraines. It's really, really good too. If you have a really bad chocolate craving, you're most likely a little bit deficient in a magnesium. So you take magnesium and you'll forget about the chocolate. Oddly. Well, God bless you, but I have. As a dresser, I adore your hair. Thank you. It does need a haircut, though. It's pretty bad. I think the last time I got a cut possibly might be in July. Maybe, maybe. I don't know. It needs a cut. Okay, so let's see where we're at. We're at 12:15. I'm going to go eat some food because now I'm hungry and my stomach's actually been growling all morning. I'm going to quickly go eat some food. I'll probably be back in 15, 20, maybe 20 minutes so that we still have time to chat, maybe 25. And so that we have some time to chat before it comes on again. I'm going to have leftovers. I have leftover soup. It's so weird. I've been craving soup, but probably, oh, okay, wait, before we go, I gotta show you this. Okay, let's just talk about for a minute what's been happening in Canada land. Because this is what I woke up to, my friends. Okay, let's just see that. Do you see that? That was yesterday. This should not be happening in April. Sorry, May 1st today. That's what I woke up to. And it's supposed to keep snowing. That's a tree. I don't usually live on soup, which is so weird. But for some reason, I've been craving soup the past couple weeks, but probably because it's been cold. Oh, yeah, that's snow. And I think, well, and it was a snow warning all the way yesterday. It was snow warning from yeah, there's still a snowfall warning. I can't anymore. So it says snowfall warning until 2:50 a.m. Thursday, May the 2nd. Isn't that glorious? Although it says next Friday it's going to be 20 degrees, not this Friday, but the 20. So what is that for you guys? 24, 70. Very true, Trinity. And this soup of mine isn't just broth. It has potatoes, carrots, celery, onion. What else do I have in there? I think that's it. And I did roast some beets last week. I have chickpeas. I like to do a chickpea salad kind of thing. It's almost like reminiscent of a tuna salad, but it's made from chickpeas. It's really good. And it has tahini in it and dill. Snowfall warning sounds funny. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's terrible. I can't. Like see, look at it, it says snowfall warning. I like the sun and I like 30 degrees. Okay, I don't know what is up with my cat. It's so weird for her to be like this. Anyway, I'm going to go have some food. I will see you very, very soon. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. I have a full tummy. I had my soup. I ran out of soup, so now I got to make something other than soup for tonight and batch cook so it can last me till Friday. What day is it today? Wednesday? Oh, that's not too bad. I just have to make something and last for a couple days. What else? I'm warm. I got my jacket. I got my hot drink. And I turned up the heat in the house because it's actually I'm cold. My feet are cold. Everything's cold. And I got my marshmallow blanket. Is it bad if I want to wear a robe? Let's wear a robe to court. The soup I eat, the soup I made the other day is like a pot pie soup, but it has coconut milk in it, broth, potatoes, carrots, onion, peas. Pretty much that's it. I don't know if I had anything else. I have hair on my face and all that kind of stuff. Okay, where are we at? How was your lunch hour? Are we geared up and ready? It goes by so fast. I can't believe in like 6 minutes we're going to be starting this all over again with John. Although, where did we leave off? Oh, yes, we were talking to Alice. Well, I got a little bit. I'm used to being about 104, and I'm not. Oh, yeah, butternut squash. I like butternut squash soup as well. Or spaghetti squash. So it's good. What else, you guys? We have Suzanne Morphew now back on the radar. It's going to be a busy month because Delphi is going to trial. We have Corey Richins with her preliminary hearing. And of course, we have this one to keep going. Do I still have an Amazon list of products? Yes, I need to update it though. Corey Richins is going to be a wild one. We'll watch for that. So I'm going to have to figure out what time that's on and do a little figuring out. But I was doing recaps nightly, and then it just got a lot to go to midnight. So I'm going to condense them in a certain way in the Chad Daybell trial. And I'm doing like a mini recap at lunchtime too, and at breaks. So we'll see how I can do that. I'm not a robot. I think sometimes I am, and I can be, but no. Oh, yes, and garlic too. Tons of garlic. Sorry, Sue. She says, you scared the heck out of me. I'm dilly-dallying and forgot you went to lunch. All of a sudden I hear, okay, we're back, blast from the TV. Sorry. I should be quieter. Oh, yes, the missing Sebastian case. I need to get to that as well. Thank you. Terry in Texas says, glad you're not a robot. Yeah, there's been some interesting comments, wonderful comments in the videos, and some not so fun too. So it's like, some people are upset that I couldn't do a nightly video, and it's just like, yeah, I just don't know how to do it all. Glad you found me too. Welcome aboard. This is our lovely community. We have so much fun in here, and it's just a great community. Yes, I really want to dive into Sebastian. Maybe you guys can offer up the angle you'd like me to look at, and then maybe I can do it that way. Trish says, Linda, there's an anesthesiologist on YouTube that talked about the BAM kit in the Morphew case. You should watch that in free time. Trish, could you send me the link to that? I did talk a little bit in my Suzanne video last night about the 4 to 20 hours. It wouldn't have been from this anesthesiologist, I don't think, unless it's the same person. I have no idea who you're talking about. But there was back in the preliminary, or back in court or something, I heard of one of the experts talk about the trank darts. So that's where I got my info from a long time ago, and I had it while I was typing it out. I think I got it from court. It was one of the witnesses. Kim says, I never understand nasty demanding comments from people who got information for free. One person was upset yesterday in a 49-minute video that I had a 90-second spot because I was sponsored by that video, which is amazing. But she was very angry because she pays not to have ads. And she says, I'm not watching this video because of it. And so I just politely said, well, it's 90 seconds out of 49 minutes. And I do this full time. So, I need to pay the bills too. But maybe she's just having a bad day. No, I actually follow a ton of cases, and that's where the obstacle comes for me because I do everything on my own other than my editor. But I love to follow cases to the bitter end until they go to jail. So I follow quite a few, and then I make videos. Some of the things, I've had a little bit of a rough year and a half prior to these last 2 months. So it's been really difficult for me to follow new cases, and like just the bandwidth in my brain to follow 4 new cases at a time it's not easy on a good day. But I follow quite a few, and I'd like to pick up a new case. But we call it the Linda spin, or I do. So I like to do from different angles and look at it. But I love the details, obviously, because my videos are detailed. So I like to put everything together. So sometimes it takes some time. Lynn Marie says, a person has to be very challenged or very arrogant to announce a fiance a week after the spouse's death. Like, what an idiot stick, By the way, I found the person that I'm going to marry. And they're like, we are grieving your wife. What? Mal says, come on, Linda, don't make excuses. You could be a mom, run a full-time YouTube channel, be a human, and make videos nonstop. That's not that hard. And shovel snow. I might have to go to Cairo, though. Something's stuck in my neck. My neck and my back. I might have to go. Barry's middle name is Lee. Barry Lee Morphew. Not sure where the A's from. Short recap before it starts. Okay, we had 2 witnesses in court today. 1 was the chief medical examiner, and 2 was Alice Gilbert, who's Chad and Tammy's neighbor. The medical examiner talked about the court order to exhume Tammy's body. He went through it and he said, yeah, no, there was no seizures, no problems with the heart, nothing like that. He found in the toxicology report, it was found that she had fluoxetine in her body, which is a fancy name for Prozac, and it was a non-toxic level, and she had a little bit of elevated selenium.
This report's again in session.
And basically, Chad
All right, thank you.
being
If we could please have the jurors brought in, I think they're
Alice.
lined up.
All right. Here's all prisoners counted for, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded our lunch recess. Ms. Gilbert is on the stand under direct examination at this time, the state continuing. And I will remind the witness, you're still under oath for your testimony. With that, once you're ready, Ms. Blake, you can proceed with your continuing direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilbert, I think we left off, I'd ask you if Chad or Lori provided you any details regarding how Lori's daughter died.
No,
And you talked about going to clean a house. Was that Emma's house?
that was Emma's house when we took meals to her and that, and she'd gotten quite sick. And so I'd gone to clean her house and for her.
At some point, did you learn that Lori's children were missing?
I did learn, I learned, let's see. I believe it was after in November, I learned that they were missing. And I learned who their mother was and that she was married to Chad. So my husband and I called Chad and asked him, are these her children that are missing? And he said that, yes, that it was a custody battle and that when everything came out, it would be fine.
And would this have been after Chad and Lori had told you of their plans to get married?
Yes, I think it was after they were married.
And after that visit in late October, early November, where both Chad and Lori were present, did you learn whether or not Chad was still in Idaho?
He was still in Idaho when they came to visit us. And then it's when I cleaned Emma's house, I believe. And that's when she told me they had got married.
Did you learn where Chad had gotten married?
Yes,
And where was that?
in Hawaii.
After his marriage, did Chad ever come to your residence again?
Yes, he came and showed us wedding pictures of their wedding there in Hawaii and was quite excited to show us his wedding pictures.
And do you recall approximately how much time had passed between he and Lori's first visit to your house and then that second visit when they were married?
I think it was 2 weeks.
Were you surprised to see wedding photos?
Yes,
And why were you surprised?
I was surprised they'd got married so early. I was really surprised when they had told me they didn't know when or how, but then I was surprised that it was so early.
And you were friends with Tammy, right?
Yes.
At some point after that visit, when Chad and Lori showed you the wedding photos. Did Chad come to your residence again?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
he came after Lori was arrested in Hawaii, and he had moved back to Idaho, and he came and asked if he could, first asked if he could I think it was when her first bond was gonna come up. And that's when he asked us if we would put our house up for her bond.
And prior to asking for you to put up the bond, do you recall if he ever asked if he could live with you?
Yes, he did.
And what did you tell him?
Well, first it was, y- it was like an overnight, if he could be overnight. And, um, and I was okay with an overnight, but I could not let him live with us. So we told him that our daughter was gonna move in and there wouldn't be any room.
And then he'd ask you to consider putting up some bond money or putting up your property. Is that correct?
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. We're getting a little leading.
Sustain.
And I think you had previously indicated that he asked you about bond. Do
Yes.
you recall what he asked you in relation to that?
When he came in, he was quite upset, and he said he had to get her out of jail, and that he cried and he said it was just killing her to be in jail, and could we put our house up for bond? And we asked him if he had family that could help him. He said no. And he mentioned another friend, I think. He said he couldn't help him. And we said we would think about it, and I think that was a Saturday. Sunday, we got a text from him, and he wanted to bring the bondswoman to our home and to meet her at our house that Sunday.
And did you in fact have another conversation with Chad about posting bond or putting your property up?
Yes, there was 2 conversations. This was the first one.
And what did you ultimately end up deciding?
No.
During your conversation with Chad regarding the bond, do you recall anything about the comment previously made about Lori's daughter dying coming up?
Yes, because I asked him, how many daughters does Lori have? And he said, 1. And I said, well, when we met you, you told me she had a daughter that passed away. And he said, no, I didn't. And I said, yes, you did. And then when I asked him about the missing children, and he said it was a custody battle. So that's why I asked, how many daughters does she have? And then he denied telling me that.
Did you learn the name of Lori's daughter?
I only learned not through him. I didn't.
Have you since heard the name Tylee?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically talking to Chad about Tylee?
I did. When he asked about the bond, I was a little miffed that he had asked that. And so I thought, I'm asking you some questions. So I asked him, where are the children? And I asked him, where's Tylee? I said, she's a teenager. So I said, doesn't she want a life? And come out and say, I'm the missing girl. I want a job and a life and a boyfriend. And he just said, she didn't like people and she didn't like me.
Did something stick out about those statements?
He said, didn't.
So he used the past tense.
He did.
And backing up a little bit, do you recall a time in February of 2019 when Chad was at your residence?
Yes. He had come over. We were working on a bedroom floor, and he came over, and as he was leaving, that's when he mentioned that he had a vision or such that Tammy was going to pass away. He didn't know how or when, but before her 50th birthday.
And do you recall around that same time Chad saying anything about Tammy and games on a computer?
Yes, he had told my husband and I that Tammy liked to play some games on the computer, and that he had told her that her grandmother, I think, but she was dead, had come to him and told him to tell her that she was not happy with Tammy on the computer, that she was wasting her time on the computer.
When Chad made the comment about Tammy going to die, did Tammy have any health issues that you were aware of?
No, in fact, I kind of just passed it off. I didn't really take it serious, honestly, because she wasn't.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
He's so gross. Terrible.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
John is gonna be at her, and it's not gonna be good. Poor woman.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Gilbert, can you tell me how often on a weekly basis you would see Tammy Daybell
We had our meetings on Wednesday mornings, and then I would see her on Sunday.
at church?
Yeah.
So, and how long were the meetings on Wednesday morning?
Oh, an hour to 2 hours.
Okay, and how many people were present at that meeting when you would see her for those Wednesday meetings?
There were 4 of us.
Okay, and that was about for 2 hours.
That was the longest.
Okay, that was a long meeting?
That was the longest we went.
Oh, the longest you go. Okay, and then as far as church is concerned, did you sit next to each other at church?
No, sometimes in our second meeting, we sat by each other because it was our presidency, but not in the first meeting.
Okay, so church would last about how long on a Sunday?
2 hours.
Okay. So you would see her for about 3 to 4 hours a week?
Yeah.
Would that be fair? Okay. And then after the birth of Emma's child, the Daybell family would sit at the back of the church. Is that right? You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
World.
So the location of where they would sit, generally, do you recall that they would sit in the front of the church in the beginning?
Not quite in the front, maybe the middle.
Okay. And then after Emma's child was born, they would, out of respect, they
Sometime,
moved to
yeah.
the back. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, do you have any recollection of Chad spending mornings at the Salem church every morning with his truck parked up there?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Do you have any information about Chad parking his truck up at the Salem church every morning
On Sunday morning?
every morning? during
Oh,
the
no, I have
week?
no idea every
Okay.
morning.
And you do understand that Tammy's family was from Springville, right?
Yes.
And so it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for Tammy to have a service in Springville out of respect to her family over there, correct?
No, and I didn't.
Okay. You made mention of something about our presidency, and my notes say Bishop provided a meal. Talk to me about that a
Mhm.
little bit.
So the 4 of us in our Relief Society presidency, and I had contacted the bishop, and he wanted to be part of that. So us 3 sisters now in the Relief Society provided the meal, and the bishop included in on that.
And then my notes say the 26th of October is the date that Chad mentioned that he met Lori when he was talking with you, and he mentioned that he met Lori Vallow at a conference in St. George, Utah.
Right.
And that was sometime in very late of 2018, right?
I believe that conference was
Okay.
in 2018.
And you mentioned that the way you knew Lori Vallow was through a person by the name of Melanie Gibb.
Right.
And you know Melanie Gibb as someone who's deeply involved in the Preparing the People movement and those sort of organizations, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
How do you know Melanie Gibb?
I think, I don't know how we came upon her podcast, and I was trying to remember how we knew of her podcast. But I didn't know Lori, and so we just wanted to listen to Melanie's.
Okay.
And then that's where I heard of Lori is through on her podcast.
So did you know of Melanie through the fact that she had a podcast, or did you know her through her participation in the Preparing the People movement?
I just knew her through the podcast.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, you mentioned that Chad talked to you about taking all of the kids to Disneyland. Is it possible they said Knott's Berry Farm?
I heard Disneyland.
Okay. Okay. Have you been to Chad's house?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that it's a one-story house?
There's an addition to the house.
Right.
You walk through a breezeway, and then there's stairs that goes up.
Right. And when you say an addition, it's more of a building that's.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Witness has already said.
Sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that attachment to the back of the house doesn't have any electric?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware that the attachment to the house that build on doesn't have any heat?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Facts not in evidence. Move to strike.
Sustained. Mr. Pryor, it's got to be questioning, not just testimony through your question.
Well, Judge, I'm asking her if she's aware.
Well, I know, but there's a proper way to do that with facts from the witness, not from you.
Do you have you been in that addition that's attached to the house?
I have.
Okay. Do you have any information about what utilities are available in that building?
I don't. I didn't look
Okay.
at that
Okay.
part.
And are you aware that nobody uses that?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying or attempting to testify. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge about any of the family members utilizing any of that portion of the addition?
I knew that Garth had a ham radio set up, and I think a drum set.
Okay.
there. I don't know on their living conditions.
Okay. Were you aware of their living conditions in the primary residence?
I just knew of where Tammy's room was at.
Okay. And that's Chad's room as well?
I assume so.
Okay. And then in the other bedroom would be whose room?
I don't know which rooms the kids, whose room was what.
Okay. At the time of Tammy's passing, do you know who was living in the residence at the time?
I believe Garth was.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm not sure if Seth was or not.
Okay.
He could have been.
Okay. And then obviously you previously mentioned something about Emma living kitty corner from the house, right?
Right. And then Mark was coming home from his mission, so he would have lived there, but
Okay.
not yet.
And the other daughter lives somewhere in Utah, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Chad openly spoke to you about the Disneyland, discussed it with you openly, right?
Yeah, just that they were going to take the kids to Disneyland.
Okay, so at around the time of October, when I believe these discussions were in October, right?
Right.
He wasn't trying to hide his whereabouts in any way, was he?
He didn't with us.
And he wasn't trying to conceal where he was going on trips and vacations, correct?
No, not with us. He didn't.
And he openly discussed with you his plans for the future, correct?
That he was gonna go to Hawaii and write a book.
And did you get the impression from Chad when he was talking about the children, that he felt the children were still alive?
I didn't know of missing children then.
Okay, well, that wasn't really my question. My question was, at the time he was talking to you about the children, did she,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's okay. I mean, I know this is nerve-wracking. And
I'm not sure which time.
Okay, it's okay. But at the time you've had discussions with Chad about the children. Based on his demeanor, did you get the impression that he felt the children were still alive?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I I felt like he was avoiding it. I didn't get I couldn't get a straight answer.
Okay. So when he told you that when the truth comes out and that you felt it was a custody case, that didn't give you the impression that when the truth came out, it was a custody case, that the children's whereabouts would be told to everybody?
That's what he told me, but I
Okay.
was confused.
Okay,
from
it's
the other-
okay. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any idea where Chad went every morning?
I have no idea.
And you didn't talk about that, right?
No, I do know that because we didn't leave our home every morning, so I asked, sometimes we saw his vehicle wasn't there, so I think I asked him where he did go. He said he went to the college,
So not the church, but the college.
to the library.
And you've been in the Daybell residence, correct?
Right.
And you talked about there are stairs in that residence?
There is to that
Judge,
addition.
Judge, I'm going to object. Mischaracterization.
Overruled.
So at least all of the residence is not one story, is that fair?
Right.
And you were asked about Chad sharing with you his plans for the future. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And his plans for the future, as far as what he told you, were what again?
that he was going to Hawaii. But they did talk about marriage, but they didn't know when or where.
So the plans included going to Hawaii,
Mhm.
correct?
Right,
And the plans also included marrying Lori Vallow.
right.
When Chad first mentioned Lori's daughter, again, he referred to her as dead.
Judge, I'm going to object. There's not only is it leading.
Overruled.
He did, as I was asking her about her husband, and he mentioned that she just had a daughter that had passed.
So from that conversation, Chad knew or believed one of Lori's children was dead.
Yeah.
Are you aware that Lori's children were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Judge,
Yes.
objection.
Grounds.
It's no, I'll withdraw, Judge, at this point. That's fine.
Are you aware Lori's children's remains were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of this witness. Does the state have any intention of a recall of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Will the defense intend to recall her or have her brought in your case in chief, Mr.
No,
Pryor?
Judge, I don't think so.
Okay, then you are released from any subpoena. Court appreciates your testimony and appearing for trial. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Todd Gilbert.
Very well.
Okay, so Alice's husband's coming up and he's going to be talking about Chad's disgusting behavior around Lori as well, because he was also embarrassed. So let's see what he says.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, at this time, then the witness has been sworn. Mr. Gilbert, before we proceed with testimony, I want to inquire as to whether or not you have watched any of the trial, either online or through any news media outlet or here in person in court.
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their trial testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you for your responses. You can inquire on direct, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Todd Gilbert, TODDGILBERT.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes, I do.
And did you know an individual named Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
Yes.
How did you know them?
In 2015, I heard of Chad Daybell. He was an author and wrote books. And that's how I heard of him and that he was an author.
Had you read some of his books?
Yes.
And did you read those books before you ever actually met Chad in person?
Most of them, yes.
And then did you end up relocating?
Yes. We moved into the Salem area in Chad's neighborhood around March of 2017.
Did you meet Chad in person at that time?
Yes.
And did you also meet Tammy in person?
Yes.
And outside of Chad being an author, how did you come to meet them?
We were in the same ward with him, the same neighborhood. And so within a week, I believe we met him at church and introduced ourselves. And that's how it started off right there.
Out of Tammy and Chad, would you say there was one of them that you knew better or spent more time with?
Yes, Chad.
And how often would you see Chad?
Probably on the average about once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, depending on time of year and that.
And was that generally at church?
Yes.
Did you see him at times outside of church?
Yes. Sometimes I'd see him on his lawn, or sometimes he had me come over and help him do some plumbing stuff.
And we talked about that you'd read some of Chad's books. Did Chad ever discuss his religious beliefs or his purported beliefs with you?
Yes, a little bit sometimes. They didn't ring true with me on everything. I thought, well, I had no reason to doubt him, but maybe they happened to him and things that he was going to see in the area and that. So
And when you talk about things he was going to see, are those oftentimes referred to as visions?
yes,
And did you talk to Chad about some of the books he had written?
yes,
And did he share with you whether those were fictional or non-fictional?
yes. He also wrote children's books earlier. I didn't read any of them, but he wrote a couple of different series. And I'd read the first series and the second series, and he was in the process of finishing the second series in 2019. And so we did discuss a lot of the different events that he had in the books, both series.
And was it your understanding that all those events were fictional?
Yes, they were fictional based on his dreams, visions, near-death experience.
So part of the books were based on his visions at least,
Yes,
and then part of them was fictional,
right.
was your understanding.
Yes, that's what I understood.
When Chad would talk with you about his beliefs, did it feel like he was trying to teach you or just share them with you?
a lot of times we would just kind of talk about the events that he'd seen. At that point, he wasn't necessarily really trying to teach me anything. He was just talking about things in the future that was coming up.
And when we talked about church, what church is it?
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And did the things Chad tell you always comport with standard LDS doctrine?
No,
And it sounded like you would be willing to listen to him when he would share these things with you. Is that fair?
yes, I would listen to some of the stuff he had to say. It was interesting.
Did you hold all those same beliefs?
No,
Do you recall Chad coming to your residence around February of 2019?
yes,
Do you recall anything about that visit that stood out to you?
yes. Myself and my wife were working on a bedroom floor trying to get some old tile out so we could put some carpet in. And Chad sent me a text, said he wanted to come over and talk to us. So he came over and we were finishing up, and he talked about some other stuff and on the way out, he says, I don't know if I should say this to you, but I feel like I should tell you that Tammy's mission is going to come to an end, or her life mission, before her 50th birthday.
At that time, did you know how old Tammy was?
No, I figured she was around 48 though, it seems like.
At some point, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes,
Do you recall when you learned of her passing?
yes, on the morning of October 19th, 2019, about 7 a.m., we received a phone call from Emma, Chad's daughter, and she was crying, and she said that her
Judge,
mom.
I'm gonna object. Hearsay.
Sustained.
And did Emma seem upset to you?
Yes,
I think you indicated she was crying.
yes,
At some point, did Chad take the phone?
yes,
And at some point during that call, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
yes,
Did you end up going to the Daybell residence that morning?
yes, we did.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have gone over?
It was around 8:15 a.m. In the morning.
When you got to the residence, did you make any observations of Chad?
Yes. When we walked in the living room, all of his children were there except for Mark, which was on a mission. I'm not sure if his second daughter was there. And they were all sitting on the couch. And Chad he didn't seem like he was real sad, like I would expect somebody to be after their spouse had just passed on. He seemed kind of businesslike to me, I thought, and I thought that was kind of strange. And I know Chad's demeanor was a little hard to figure out because he's soft spoken. So sometimes it was hard to tell if he was crying. So that's how it looked to me that morning.
And you said you arrived there around 8:15, you believe?
Yes,
So, Tammy had just been pronounced dead shortly before that. Was that your understanding?
that's what we understand. Yes.
Do you recall Chad making any statements to you that day or having a conversation with him?
Yes, I was talking to him about it a little bit, and I said to him, I'd forgot that what he had told me in February about Tammy passing. I said to him, well, it looks like it must have happened. And he said, yes, it did. And he kind of turned his back away from the children, which were sitting on the couch. And he says that they didn't really know about it. They hadn't heard of it before. He hadn't told them.
And when you say they hadn't heard of it and he hadn't told them, is that referring to his vision that Tammy was going to pass away?
Yes.
Do you recall if Chad told you anything regarding how Tammy had died?
Yes. I asked him if he had any idea of what happened to her. And He says that she got up around midnight. She had a big coughing spell and she also threw up, and that she went back to bed. And then he told me that he figures she died around 2 a.m. and from an embolism or something like that. I don't know how he knew that, and that about 5:30, she rolled her weight of her body. I guess she rolled out of bed onto the floor partially, and he hollered for Gar to come and help her come and help lift her back on the bed.
So he told you it was believed the time of death was around 2 a.m.
Yes,
And then he indicated to you that 3 to 4 hours later, she rolled out of bed.
yes,
Had you had an opportunity prior to Tammy's passing to observe her?
yes. Several occasions we would see her shopping at Walmart. She looked fine, talked fine. We'd see her at church.
Judge, I'm gonna
A
be
lot.
at this point. It's becoming a narrative.
Overruled.
You can continue.
We would see her at church at least once a week. See her out in the yard when we was driving by, turning the corner. She looked fine.
And you say she looked fine. Did you ever notice anything with regard to her appearing to have failing health?
No,
Were you ever able to make observations of Chad and Tammy together?
yes.
What did you observe about their interactions with each other?
When we first moved into the Salem area, I was assigned as a home teacher for the church to go to his home. And usually him and Tammy would be sitting on the couch and they were holding hands and seemed like a good couple. And then at church, it was a lot the same. When we first moved into the ward, they were pretty well halfway up to the front or even closer to the front. I did notice as time went on in 2019, start of 2019 to Tammy's death, that they were slowly moving towards the back like they were trying to hide or didn't want to be seen, or their demeanor seemed to be a little separate from each other.
And in relation to you and Chad talking, at any point did he decrease in telling you about his beliefs or different things like that?
Yes, that was about the same time, beginning of 2019 and to 2018. He was harder to find him at church, I guess, to ask him, anything, and he told me that, the preparation world was slowing down a little bit. People were kind of tired of it, didn't want to know as much. And so there just wasn't as much going on. And he was harder to, I guess, corner to talk to.
And going back to October 19th, did you leave and come back to the residence that day, to the Daybell residence?
Yes. Well, after we'd been there a while, we asked Chad if family would like breakfast. So we went to the McDonald's in Rexburg and got breakfast and brought it back to him. And when we arrived, there was more people there then. And so Gar said just to leave it on the kitchen table there. So that's where we left it.
At some point, do you recall having a conversation with Chad about what his plans were in relation to staying in the residence?
Yes, the day after the funeral, the same night that they had the memorial, I believe it was on a Wednesday night, we took him dinner over there around 6, I believe. And after talking to him for a minute, he said, I've got to move out. I can't stay here anymore. And so I asked him where he was going to move to, and he said he has a friend over on Pioneer Road in Rexburg, had an apartment that's not there all the time, and that he was going to move in with that person, which I figured was a man at the time.
And did Chad ever provide you the name of who he was going to move in with?
No, he didn't.
And you talked about that being after Tammy's memorial. Do you recall when her memorial was?
Yeah, it was the Wednesday after Tammy died. Can't remember exactly what date.
And do you recall that Tammy died on a Saturday?
Yes.
Did you attend her funeral?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall when her funeral was?
It was the following Tuesday, which was the 22nd, I believe.
And do you recall where the funeral was?
Yes, in Springville, Utah.
Did anything strike you as odd about the timing of the funeral?
Yes, it seemed like things were way hurried fast. We, going back to when Tammy died, when we were there, we asked him about, about the funeral, and we figured it was going to be a few more days than the following Tuesday. That seemed real odd, that like somebody had been thinking ahead of time.
Judge, I'm gonna
Had that.
object.
Grounds
Speculation.
overruled.
You can continue.
That seemed real fast to have a funeral for your spouse that you were in love with. And so it just seemed real fast to us and odd.
And in attending the funeral, did you make any observations of Chad?
Yes, when we arrived there, we went in and it was before it started. So we went in the viewing area, and Chad and his children are in there along with relatives on both sides of the family. And he was standing by the casket, and he seemed okay, looked okay. We talked to him for a minute or two and looked at Tammy in the casket, and we felt like we needed a closure with Tammy because we'd known her, and that he just seemed like he was in a hurry to get it over with, kind of like, I guess you might say.
And then we talked about when you got back, you went to his residence after the memorial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the memorial?
No, we did not.
And it's at that time that he let you know he was going to be moving out?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did you and your wife make contact with Chad?
Yes, I believe it's the following Saturday or somewhere in that area. We thought, well, maybe it'd be a good idea to run over and see how he's doing and take a pizza to him. So we gave him a call about 5:30 p.m. and he said, well, maybe I'll just hurry and come over and see you guys at your house. So like he didn't want us to come over to his place. So that's how we lined it up.
And did he in fact end up coming to your residence?
Yes, he got there about 6:00.
And when he arrived at the residence, did you end up having a conversation with him?
Yes, he come in and my wife had just got done making some cookies. So he sit down at the table and we were kind of standing there just chatting, how he was doing. He wanted to know how we were doing. And then he seemed a little hesitant. He says, I need to tell you something. And he says, I have a girlfriend. And of course we about fell on the floor, but, and he, I kind of felt like he was a little hesitant to tell us and like we was going to have to prod him to say who it was. But then he said her name was Lori Ballo. And I thought to myself, I've heard that name before. And then I thought of a podcast that I'd heard her on.
Had you ever met Lori Vallow in person?
Not at that time.
And this occurred approximately a week or a little less than a week after Tammy was pronounced dead?
Yes, it's probably about a week and a half.
Did he end up telling you anything else about his girlfriend other than her name?
Yes, he said that that Tammy's mission was basically over with this earth life, and so his second half of his life was supposed to be with Lori, and that she was going to help him do his mission, and that she was beautiful and stuff like that.
And was Lori was not with him on that occasion, is that right?
No.
At some point, did you end up meeting Lori?
Yes, why Chad was still there. He says that Lori and her friends were going to be in the area, and that would we like to meet her? And we said, yes, we would. And so we worked in the Rexburg temple on Tuesdays. We had the night shift, and Chad said that him and her or Lori And a couple of her friends were going to be in the temple doing some work that afternoon and that they'd tried to meet us.
And did you in fact end up meeting them at the temple?
Yes.
So the first time you met Lori in person, she was at the temple with Chad?
Yes.
At a later time, do you recall Chad and Lori coming to your residence?
Yes, it was 2 or 3 days after that, I believe.
And when they came to your residence, did you end up having a conversation with them?
Yes.
Do you recall what they told you?
They, when they first come in, they were real happy, excited, kind of like with each other. So we invited them in, come sit on the couch. They ended up sitting real close to each other, holding hands. And one thing we thought was strange, I seen Chad rubbing her leg, and I thought to myself, that's kind of odd. Your first wife has died within a week and a half, and you're carrying on kind of like a teenager sitting there that's first in love. So I thought it was odd.
Had you ever seen him act like that with Tammy?
No.
Do you recall them talking to you about their plans for a future together?
Yes, they said that they were going to eventually end up in Hawaii. And I guess Lori'd already lived over there, so they were going to go back to Hawaii and live permanently after they got things all wrapped up here.
Do you recall if they indicated their plan to be together?
Yes, they were planning on being together, eventually get married.
And do you recall if there was any conversation regarding Lori's former spouse?
Yes, while they were there, we asked him, the normal stuff you'd ask people when they come visit you the first time. Have you been married before? She said, yes, she had. That her husband had died of a heart attack in December 2018 is what she told us.
Do you recall any conversations or statements made regarding Lori's daughter?
Yes, we asked her if she had any children. She said that she had had several. And Chad kind of popped up and said that she had a daughter that had just died. So we didn't know what to think of that.
When Chad mentioned that Lori had a daughter that had just died, did Lori say anything different?
No, she didn't say anything.
Do you recall if either of them ever mentioned Lori having a minor son?
No, I can't recall anything of that.
And after that visit, do you recall them coming to your residence on another occasion?
Yes, they came back. What was it? Probably about the second week in November, I believe, 2019, after they had got married. Why? And they kind of stopped in just to see us, and they wanted to show us all of their wedding pictures, which we thought was quite a few. And so then they talked about how they had planned a family trip with Chad's children, the ones that were here, and yeah, all of his children, to Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm around Thanksgiving time.
Did they ever mention taking Lori's children with them on
No.
that trip?
No.
And they shared with you their wedding photos?
Yes.
Did you learn when they had gotten married?
We was informed, well, probably a week before that they had got married on the 5th of November.
In those wedding photos they shared with you, did you ever see a teenage girl?
No.
Ever see a minor boy?
Nope.
Did you see Alex Cox in those pictures?
No.
Have you met Melanie Gibb before?
Yes.
Did you see her in those pictures?
No.
Who was in the pictures?
Just Chad and Lori.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with Chad about how his kids felt about Lori?
Yes, when we would see him, he would already kind of bring it up himself that they were fine with Lori, that Tammy had appeared to him in spirit, I don't know, at least twice, and said that she was doing fine and that she understood the plan, that she was going to move on in the spirit world, and then that Chad's mission was to be married to Lori, and that his children were basically becoming fine with that thing, which seemed odd to us, but
And he specifically indicated Tammy had come to him in a vision or something,
yes,
and she'd indicated she was fine with everything.
yes.
After that visit around Thanksgiving, did Chad ever, or I think it was a little before Thanksgiving, did Chad ever return to your residence at a later time?
I can't say for sure, but it seems like it. There was about 3 different times.
And I think you said that your understanding was Chad and Lori's plan was to eventually move to Hawaii permanently.
Yes.
Did some additional visits happen before they moved?
Not that I can recall. The last time we seen him was before Thanksgiving.
And after they'd moved, at some point, did Chad end up coming to your residence?
Yes, he came to our residence after Lori was brought back to Rexburg and after he got back into the area.
And do you recall why Chad came to your residence?
Yes, I remember that when he walked in the door, he says that the Christ had sent me here to ask you guys if you would be willing to put your home up for bond to get Tammy out of jail. Not Tammy, excuse me, Lori out of jail.
Did you end up agreeing to do that?
No, there's a lot more things that had to be figured out before that was going to happen.
And do you recall being present for a conversation regarding the statement Chad had previously made about Lori's daughter?
Yes,
And what do you recall hearing Chad say?
I remember him saying that she didn't really like him too much and that so she would kind of stay away from him. She was like a typical college student.
And have you been to the Daybell residence before?
Yes,
Are there stairs somewhere in the residence?
there is one set that lead up to a room in the back part of the home.
I have no further questions.
All right. That'll conclude the direct. We can go ahead. Let's go ahead and begin with cross. I think, Mr. Pryor, where we're at. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilbert.
Good afternoon.
So the last question the prosecutor asked you is about a part of the house that has stairs.
Yes,
You're familiar with the Daybell house, correct?
yes,
The brick part of the house is a one-story building. Is that fair?
correct.
And then on the back is an attached building that has some stairs, it's almost like an attached garage. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
How would you describe that attached building?
The mechanical room in the bottom, storage room in the bottom, and then just a room up above it.
And to your knowledge, did anybody ever use that for sleeping quarters?
I believe Garth might have once in a while.
It wasn't used for anything else but storage. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Garth may have used it once. Is that correct? Or a couple of times?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained.
The attached building that you're talking about, who used the building?
It looked like the whole family used the building to me. They had a ham radio up there,
Okay.
set of drums.
Was, to your knowledge, was there ever a bedroom set up there?
There was a bed.
Okay. Was there ever a desk or any office furniture,
Not that I'd seen.
computer?
Nope.
No kind of organized office up there?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there was utilities available to that room up there?
I do not believe there was heat up there, so I don't think so, other than power.
Okay, all right. Now, you mentioned the name Melanie Gibb a couple of times. You recognized her through some sort of a podcast, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, is that something that occasionally you would listen to one of her podcasts?
Yes.
And is she someone who is involved in anything, any organization attached to the LDS faith?
No, not that I'm aware of.
She does something, are you familiar with the term preparing the people?
Yes.
And then she's involved in that organization.
To my knowledge, not really.
How do you, other than the podcast, how do you know Melanie?
When they had the Preparing a People conference up here in Caldwell, Idaho, over here, that in February 2019, we went over there and Chad introduced me to her.
Okay. Did you know Melanie Gibb from any other occasion?
I'd never met her. I just heard her.
And she spoke at that conference?
Yes, I believe so.
And on the subject of speaking at conferences, were you aware of Chad ever making statements at any of his conferences about Tammy's health, or whether he has any predictions about her demise?
No, I never did hear him publicly say that in any of the conferences.
Okay, and did you have an occasion to attend these conferences somewhat regularly?
We attended 3 of them.
Okay, and the term "avow" came across as part of my research. Do you know what the term "avow" is?
Yes, it stands for, it's a website, but I can't remember what eval stands for now.
Okay, is it linked to this preparing the people stuff?
No,
It has a,
it is a preparation website.
it is not, or it is?
It is.
It's a preparation website. And when we're talking about preparation, that's not necessarily anything that's inconsistent with the LDS faith, correct?
No,
I mean, there's no limitation through your faith saying you can't participate in this preparation stuff, right?
no.
And Chad was an active member in the LDS faith throughout the time you've known him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the writing of these fiction books doesn't necessarily preclude him from being a part of his LDS faith. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. And he is entitled to his opinion as to how he would express what he believes versus what maybe someone else in the LDS faith would believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You made mention of meeting at the temple and meeting Lori Vallow.
Yes.
I don't know the limitations of your faith, so that's why I'm asking this question. When you go to the temple, is there a limitation as to who's allowed to go to this temple?
Well, yes, you have to be basically an active member and have a temple recommend to get in the temple.
Okay, so what's a temple recommend?
That's where you go see your bishop, which is over the ward, and he asks you a set of questions to see if you're basically living the gospel.
Okay, so when you went to the temple, who you saw Lori Vallow there, who else was there?
There was Melanie Boudreau, and I can't recall the other lady.
Okay. Now, are you aware if it was Lori Vallow who told Chad Daybell Tylee didn't like him?
No, it seemed like that's just what Chad said.
Okay. And you mentioned that Chad is a soft-spoken person.
Yes.
He's not a dynamic personality, is he?
No.
Somewhat shy?
It looks that way, yeah,
reserved?
yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the family was planning a trip to Knott's Berry Farm or I'm sorry, first you said Disneyland and Knott's Berry.
Heard both,
And this was in the second week of November, correct?
right?
That's when you met with Chad?
That's when they come over the second time to,
Okay, so it wasn't a secret that they were planning on going on a vacation with the family to Knott's Berry Farm. That wasn't any kind of a
I
secret, right?
don't believe so.
Okay, the common knowledge.
Yeah,
And that had been planned. You said the second week of November. Could we be more specific about the time or date or just don't remember?
I don't recall. I would say it was about a week after they got married,
Okay,
him and Lori, that is.
so would it be fair to say that by the second week of November, there were already plans in place to go on this family vacation?
Well, I would think they probably had plans then.
Right.
Yes,
And when we say the second week of November, are we talking like the 14th of November?
possibly.
Okay. And Judge, if I could just have a minute.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, yeah. So when you spoke to Chad about the circumstances surrounding Tammy's death, he mentioned to you that she had a coughing spell that night, right?
Correct.
And he mentioned to you that she had been vomiting.
Yes.
Did he say what she may have eaten that was causing her to vomit that night?
No,
Okay. And then there was some discussion about some sort of an embolism, or there was something with her head that went wrong. Is that fair?
he didn't say head, he just said embolism.
Okay, okay. And then there was a discussion with Chad that when they discovered Tammy in the morning, that he called out to Garth. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And so that's what he told you,
yes,
right?
that's what he said.
And then he also told you that when he called out to Garth and Chad had to pick Tammy up off the floor and put her back into the bed. Is that what you were
That's the way I
saying?
understood it.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Blake, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gilbert, you were asked if preparing a people is attached to the LDS faith. Is that specifically attached to the LDS faith?
No,
And were some of the things Chad discussed beyond the standard LDS teachings?
you mean when he was speaking in them?
No, oh, sorry,
just-
let me back up. When he would talk with you, were some of the things that he shared beyond the standard LDS beliefs?
Yes,
You were asked about getting a temple recommend. If someone disclosed they were having an affair, would they qualify for a temple recommend?
no,
And you were asked about Garth and Chad picking Tammy back up and putting her in bed, and you recall them telling you that?
yes,
You were also told that Tammy died around 2 a.m., correct?
yes,
And you were told she rolled out of bed several
Yeah.
hours later?
yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, then that will conclude the testimony of Mr. Gilbert. Is the state intending to recall him at any point?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Gilbert can be excused.
Will he be called in the defense?
I won't be calling him, Judge. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're released from any subpoena. Thank you for appearing to testify.
He's definitely a lot nicer to men than women, in my opinion. Not that he isn't rude also to the men, but He's more so to win.
Ms. Blake, would you prefer to start a new witness at this time or have a mid-afternoon recess?
And these neighbors are amazing.
Your Honor, we'll leave it to the court's discretion. We have a couple of additional witnesses. If the court wants to take an afternoon break now, that's fine. I think we do have one witness that would be a little shorter as well if the court wants us to continue.
Let's take the recess at this time and we'll continue on after that. So it's about 10 after. Let's try to come back on at 2:30, please.
All right, please.
Okay, let me just get the little break banner. Get this going. There. Okay, well, we watched Alice Gilbert and her husband Todd talk about Chad. And it doesn't look good, does it? Basically, what Todd just said was he knows a Chad. He read some of his books. Chad told him of the visions he had. And he said Tammy's life is going to come to an end before her 50th birthday. And Tammy died on her when she was 49, a half year before her 50th birthday. Now, what's interesting to me is the February of 2019, Chad offers this information to Todd Gilbert. This would be the time in February of 2019, is the same month around the time that Lori decided to steal money from Charles's business account, get rid of all his clothing and items and everything that he owned from the house and toss it out right down to his underwear. And Lori got rid of the dog collar for Bailey, the special dog that JJ had. And she takes off to Hawaii for 50 some odd days. She was some other places as well. And Tylee went with her to Hawaii. So interesting at this point, Lori and Chad would be together for 4 months. And Chad would be cheating on his wife, and Lori would be cheating on her lovely husband. Both lovely people. And when it came time to the funeral, Todd says, yeah, he was very businesslike. And we've heard this from a few people. His demeanor wasn't normal, what you would expect from a grieving spouse. Granted, people do different things when they grieve, but there's a common denominator. Chad tells Todd that at midnight, Tammy had a bad cough, she vomited, and then went back to bed. She died around 2 a.m. from an embolism. Interesting. How would Chad know what she died from if there was no autopsy? How would he know it was from a pulmonary embolism? She died October 19th. He told these guys right away what happened. He told somebody else, I believe it was the realtor, the one that says, I don't know, John, you own it for the land. He told him that she choked to death. So many discrepancies there. These people are very lovely. They made sure the kids got breakfast as they hadn't eaten. So the Gilberts went and got some McDonald's for them. And another time, a pizza for Chad. And then Chad tells the Gilberts that he has a girlfriend. And Todd recounts that Lori and Chad sat on the couch really close, holding hands, and Chad was rubbing Lori's leg, and he said it was like a teenager. It was very odd. He said it was a week after the death of his wife, and here they are on the couch giggling and being all giddy like we've seen. And Todd says he never did that with Tammy. And Lori had said, since they were asking, you know, about Lori, what's your life like? Who are you? Blah, blah, blah. She said she had a husband that died in December of 2018, which is interesting because in 2018 is when Lori met Chad in October. And my guess is around that December mark is when Charles would have got Ned. But I think it was January that Lori got the rubric about the dark and light. Lori tells Todd and Alice, his wife, that she has several children. And Chad pipes in and says, well, her daughter just died. But Chad denies that to Alice later on. He said, I didn't say that. She's like, yes, you did. They go off, they go get married, they come back, and they wanted to show the Gilberts their lovely wedding pictures. And there was a lot of them. Chad tells them that Tammy appeared in spirit twice and understood the plan, and she would be fine with everything. Didn't he? I didn't write this. Oh, yes. Christ came to me and asked to help get Lori out of jail. So here we go. We have his pattern again where Chad uses Tammy's dead grandmother, Lucille, to make her stop playing video games because he doesn't like it. And now he's coming to the Gilberts after Lori got arrested and said, Christ came to me. He came to me, Lord. And he said that he should go to them to ask to help get Lori out of jail. So he asks them if they can put up their house in order to bond Lori out. If you can even believe it. And he mentions to them, as a side note, that Chad said that Tylee didn't like him too much. Well, I wonder why. Now, at the end of that, they start talking about the stairs. And if we're wondering right now what's going on with the stairs, the other day there was testimony about one of the cousins of Tammy mentioning the stairs, and John saying there is no stairs. There's not stairs. And so now they're going back and forth that like, oh, do you know that there's stairs? And that's where that's going from. What else? Yes, John brings up Melanie Gibb yet again. And then we're at the break. So that's basically what happened this afternoon. Was the rest? Was it the rest? Oh, yeah. And John made Alice cry. Like, you have to be such an a-hole, honestly, quite honestly, Judge. John Breyer, you're being an a-hole to the witness. Can you stop? That's all. Wish my microphone was working because it would sound really good. Lindsay's amazing. So that pretty much sums up what happened in the last little bit. Alice is a sweetheart. Both that couple, they're amazing. And she picked up on the fact that Chad was talking about Tylee and said she didn't like people and didn't like me. Past tense. I hope he gets like the maximum he needs to get, this guy. To have him every day and then wait for Tammy to go to work so he can bury the children in the yard. Just disgusting. Like, honestly, I mean, we get sometimes maybe desensitized by some of these facts, but when it rehashes and you hear everybody talk about step by step what happened and put yourself in that shoes. I mean, think of it. You're the Gilberts. You have neighbors that you've known for a few years, and the wife dies, and you're like, oh my gosh, I want to extend my love and compassion for the family. I'm going to go buy some breakfast for the kids, and kids, adult children. Going to go buy some breakfast for them, make sure they're eating. We know how hard it is. Yet Alice is like, why the heck is there a funeral 2 days later? Like, that's really weird. And even Todd said that. He said, it was just really odd. And it was like it was planned. And John is striking like a little bobcat. He's just like trying to stop every minute of it, right? So it's not looking good for Chad Daybell. I'm quite happy at this point, what's been happening. And these lovely people are even going, what is going on? This is weird. Like I said, people grieve differently, 100%. But there's a pattern to Mr. Chad Tato. We got to stick some emojis in the chat of Chad Tato. So this has been enlightening. And this morning, if you're just coming in, this morning we had the medical examiner that went through with Tammy, pointed out the bruising, pointed out the fact that she did have fluoxetine in her system, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. It was a non-toxic amount, and that her selenium levels were a little high in her body. Other than that, she was healthy, but she died of asphyxia. Brenda says, I really want to see Matt Daybell in court. Chad's brother is in court today. Yes, that I got to remind myself to mention that too, because it's important. And he's sitting not in support of Chad Daybell. The truth is the truth. Yeah, they have been great. Very clear. I don't know what, like, John needs to lay off of some of these people. Now, there's some spiciness to everybody today. I mentioned that earlier. The judge is spicy, Lindsay's spicy, and so is John. It just sounds like they've had enough of today. And I don't blame them. But at least it's not Monday. They only have a little bit more to get to Friday. Thank you. The Gilberts are amazing. Very kind, very, very beautiful people. Opening their home, bring them food, like. And just imagine for a moment, okay, you guys. Chad's wife dies. In a normal situation, you can't even cope for the most part. Some people are better at compartmentalizing than others. But you're trying to just get through the day. He's eager to have the funeral, the viewing, the memorial, And the memorial's only because people were complaining that, like, we can't go to Springville. So he put a memorial on the Wednesday. And then he announces that day that he's going to move out of the house. Like, you're just going to leave? And he goes to live with Lori. Of course they don't want to come over there because he doesn't want the Gilberts to go over, so he goes to their house. And then he butters them up for the future. I did put this in a video. Please, if you have 49 minutes, even though it's long and it's longer than my average video, this video has all kinds of comments on it. And it talks about the neighbor, Eldon Clausen. I have some interesting information. And even as a child, what Chad Daybell's life was like a little bit. I have 2 interesting aspects to that. It's worth a watch. Well, and here's the other thing that I said in my I think the same video that I just put up. He said she passed away peacefully in her sleep. And she had, like, he looked over and she had just passed peacefully in her sleep. How could you pass peacefully in your sleep? How could he see her when her head was on the floor and rolled off? Riddle me that. So he's sinking his own ship. Thank God he's an idiot stick. Thankfully. Yeah, we've been saying that it is like, I think he's misogynistic. Yeah, this is how I feel. Alex was cremated, yes. Yeah, I think she knew something. I think she knew something. A wife is going to know something's different. I mean, you have Chad who's going after Lori and vice versa, and they're having all kinds of extramarital relations, and a wife's going to know. She's going to feel it in her gut. She knows. And I think there was somebody a couple days before that Tammy died that she was having a little bit of a rougher day. And I can't remember the particulars on it, but I'll have to look that up because I remember that. They certainly did. Andrea says, I don't have any doubt at this point he'll be found guilty. And let's just see in the comments, do you think at this point, as of day 14 at 2:26 p.m., that Chad will be found guilty? Heck yeah, or I doubt it. Put it in the comments for me. And then also give a thumbs up as well if you think he's guilty. Let's see how that changes. Or will be found guilty. We know how we feel. Colette says the Gilberts just tightened the noose. Yes, they did. If I could, I would send you a Mr. Potato Head. We need a custom one. With a red tie. Welcome aboard, Rastrick. Thank you, Nina. I appreciate that. Enlightened One says, just how narcissistic would you have to be to tell your neighbor, Christ told me to tell you to put your house up for bond so I can get 100,000 to get my new wife out of jail. I know. Unbelievable. Yeah, memorial and calls his dead wife hard to live with and lazy. And there was one other thing he said too. Oh yeah, definitely check out this video. It has some pretty interesting, I tried to pull a lot of lesser known facts, and Chad was a creepo since he was a little boy. And that's all that we know. We don't wonder what we don't know. RC says, I wonder what JP's strategy is. He seems to want to dilute information and distract because he can't directly argue much against the evidence. I'll tell you, his strategy right now, I'll show you, is that's his strategy. Let's grab this spaghetti and meatballs, throw it against the wall, see what sticks with a little Parmigiana up on top of the Parmigiano Reggiano. That's what he needs. He needs to throw as much as possible, confuse the jurors, and he's fighting for the life of his client. So he has to do what he can. And so he's picking these little tiny things to try and, divert. Right, and peacefully with pink foam all over the place. Exactly. He's such a, whoo, woosah. Can we take a minute and woosah it out? Woosah. Exactly. And there was testimony that it would have to be by a fairly good degree of force to push a dead person off. The video that, hi Brandon, what is the video that you made that you just recommend named? It is called Top 10 Creepy Less Known Facts Before the Crimes. And if I can pull it in, I'll show you the thumbnail for it. That was a lot of love and care into that video. And I think even just for I feel like my editor put something like 20 hours or something in it. It's crazy. Now, where is it? There it is. This is what it looks like. I do highly recommend it. And there's some new stuff that I put in there. Started in childhood. So check that out. I could put the link again for you out there. Mary Claire, nice to see you. I wonder if she'd gotten Charles' email that off day. That's a thing. They talked about the email, but they talked about it being in her deleted folder and blocked. And he would have sent that, though, I think it was August or not August. I think it was June. It was right before he died. I think it was June, I feel like. Yes, guilty. Yep. Heck yes. Heck yeah. Guilty. So you guys believe he's going to be found guilty? Heck yeah. Guilty of all charges. Heck yes. BC Girl says he's toast. Thumbs up. Seems like a knee was on Tammy's chest and other bruising to hold her down. I think Alex helped. So I had been wondering with the bruising, I guess it would depend on how you would have had the knee on there, because I was wondering about that with the left arm. Let's pull that up. Okay, that's an old one. Hang on. I had a new other one today, didn't I? Or did I have that one? This one. Okay, you see how it would be the left side of the chest and then the left arm? But there was, it could be, or maybe even I wonder like an arm and an elbow? Or like, you know what I mean? A wrist and an elbow? Or would it be a knee? And would the bruises be a little bit bigger? But maybe not, because it could have been quick and then, you know, you only bruise a little bit. Like you can't bruise once after you're dead. It would be pretty much before that. I don't know. How
All
does
right,
this work?
district court's again in session.
All right, thank you. We do have the jurors lined up, I believe, so we'll go ahead and just have them brought in if we're ready.
All right, please. Jury's all present, accounted for, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jury's returned from the mid-afternoon recess, is properly seated. The state just concluded with the witness, Mr. Gilbert, and so at this time, I believe the state's prepared to call another witness. Is that correct?
Well, Your Honor, the state would call Janice Olson.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now that the witness has been sworn, I just need to inquire because of an exclusionary order in the case that doesn't allow for witnesses to view testimony. This trial's been live streamed and open to the public. Ms. Olson, have you observed any of the trial since it started?
No,
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given in the trial?
no.
Okay, thank you for your responses, Mr. Wixom. You may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Janice Olson, Janiceolson.
Thank you. And where do you live?
Just a little out of St. Anthony,
And where is that relative to Salem, Idaho?
about 12, 15 miles away.
And what do you do for work?
I teach first grade.
How long have you taught first grade?
This will be my 30th year.
And have you always taught at the same school?
Yes.
Which school is that?
Central Elementary
And where is that school?
in Sugar City.
And I want to draw your attention back to October of 2019. Do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And can you explain to the jury at work, how often did you have interaction with Tammy?
all day. We're just kind of in and out of our classrooms, in the hall, the lunchroom, in our teacher's workroom.
So is it fair to say you saw her multiple times a day?
Yes,
And you said the lunchroom. Did you ever have occasion to have lunch with her?
yes.
How often do you think that would happen?
3-4 times a week.
If you were to think about the working relationship you had with her, how would you describe that relationship?
She was a friend, good colleague.
And when you interacted with her at school, did you have any chance or opportunity to observe her activity or her work?
Yes,
What did you observe about her?
she was very organized, on top of things. She always went the extra mile to get books into kids' hands and to make sure we knew what was in the library. And
Did you ever, I'll withdraw that. Where is the library in the school?
down the hall, you walk in, you just go straight down the hall and to the left, just after the lunchroom.
How would Tammy go and get students and bring them to the library? What did she have to do?
She would actually stay in the library. Well, she'd come around and gather books during the week if you had library that day. But then when it was our library time, we'd take our class down, drop them off at the library, pick them back up after they were done.
Outside of school, were you ever involved in any activities with Tammy?
Yes.
What activities were those?
She came to our high fit / Zumba class a couple times a week.
How often? Twice a week, you say?
Mhm.
How long is each class?
An hour.
Drawing again your attention back to October of 2019, I'm going to ask you just to speak of the last couple of months before that time. Was Tammy a regular attender of the class?
Yes.
And when you went to class, did you have the opportunity to observe her in class?
Yes.
And what did you observe her doing in the class typically?
Just following along, just like everybody else.
Did you ever notice whether or not she seemed to struggle in the class?
No,
Did she ever fall behind?
no,
Did she ever quit early?
no. Usually if she thought it was too hard, I mean, everybody does it. If they're out of wind for a second, they stop and march, or they just keep moving and then join back up.
Did she ever do that?
I don't recall if she did, but I'm sure we all do.
So just based on those observations, did you make any observations about Tammy's health or fitness level?
Yeah, she was active and healthy.
Did you eventually learn of Tammy's death?
Yes.
How did you learn of her death?
I had a student in my class whose mother worked with her in her church calling.
And how did you learn?
Oh, sorry. She called me that morning to tell me.
What was your reaction when you had learned of her death?
Shock,
Why shock?
because I'd just seen her on Friday and she was fine and she was at exercise class that week.
When you say you had just seen her on Friday, which Friday are you talking about?
Well, the Friday at school, the day before, it was just Friday at school, and then it got called Saturday morning. So
So are we talking about the Friday before she passed away on Saturday?
yes,
And you said you'd seen her there?
yes,
Had you interacted with her that much that day?
I'm sure I did.
Did she ever mention anything that day to you about not feeling well?
No,
Did she ever mention anything about her health at all there?
no,
Did you notice her to have any kind of symptoms or appear to not be feeling well?
no,
Generally speaking, was Tammy the type of personality, did she ever complain about things?
no,
Do you recall her ever complaining about health matters at all?
no.
Again, focused on that last couple of months before she passed, did you ever observe whether or not Tammy had made any significant gains or decreases in weight?
I haven't, I didn't.
So is it fair to say she appeared to stay at the same weight?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Just briefly, Judge, thank you. So if I understand your testimony, Ms. Olson, is it true that the children were brought to Tammy for exercising their library time?
Yes.
So Tammy would not have to walk to the other end of the school to pick up the children and then walk them back every day, right? Correct?
Correct.
In other words, the children were as part of their hour, I guess, I don't know how this would work, but as part of their library hour, the teacher's responsibility were to gather up their students, walk them to the library, and then at the return of their hour, the teacher would go back to the library, pick up the students and bring them back to their class. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Friday before Tammy passed away. As part of her duties as the librarian, that day was particularly busy that Friday because do you recall that she was trying to get all of the boxes and books together for the book fair?
Objection, counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have any recollection of Tammy preparing for a book fair that Friday?
No, I don't.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect, Mr. Wixom.
Just a couple of questions, please. Ma'am, can you please explain for the jury, where was your classroom relative to the library in the school?
I'm right by the front doors, just as you come inside to the left.
So related to the library, where is that?
Well, I'm here and you would go down the hall around the lunchroom and she'd be just the first doors on the left.
Would it be fair to say that it'd be possible that Tammy could be walking around in the school and you would?
Well, on those it's just for speculation, Mr. Wixom, so I'll sustain an objection there.
Did you ever see Tammy walking around in school at all?
All day, every day.
When would you see her walking? What would she be doing?
She'd be coming to gather up the books before we made it to library. For each class, she would be passing out books. If I had said I'm teaching about insects or something, she would gather up some really good insect books that she had in the library and bring them to our classes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Wixom, would there be any need to recall this witness?
There is not, Your Honor.
Will the defense call the witness? Okay, if you're here under subpoena, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying in trial.
Thank you.
You can be excused. You can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Taylor Ballard.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ballard, you've been placed under oath. I just want to inquire before you testify. This case has been live streamed on the court's channel as well as open to the public to view the trial proceedings. Have you observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the trial started?
No, sir.
All right. And have you talked to anyone else about testimony they have given at trial?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Taylor Ballard, TaylorBallard.
And where do you live?
Rexburg, Idaho.
What do you do for work?
I'm a health insurance broker at Ballard Insurance Group.
How long have you been an insurance broker?
14 years.
Is that something that requires a license from the state?
It is.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury the difference between an insurance broker and an agent?
An insurance agent represents one carrier, one health carrier or company, and an insurance broker represents several.
In your work, do you help people get medical insurance?
I do.
Is that something you've done for the entire 14 years?
Yes.
I now want to ask you, do you know Chad Daybell?
On a professional level.
When did you first become acquainted with him?
October 31st, 2019.
And how did you become acquainted with him?
He came into my office to inquire about an individual health policy for him and his children.
And were you able to help him with that?
Yes.
Did he explain why he needed the insurance?
I was already aware he had been referred to us. He was losing coverage that day from his deceased wife's policy through her employer plan, who we also administer.
So is it fair to say you weren't surprised by his inquiry?
Right.
And when you said he was inquiring about coverage for his children, did he tell you which children he was trying to cover?
Yes, it was Seth, Leah, and Mark.
At that point in time, did he make any inquiries about the possibilities of adding a spouse?
No.
And just very briefly, what, under most medical plans, what qualifications does a dependent have to meet to be able to be put on a parent or step parent's policy?
On the individual market, which is what we were talking about, they need to be under 26, unmarried, and claimed as a tax dependent on the joint return.
So can a step parent add a stepchild to their policy?
Yes.
And during that initial contact and that request about insurance information, what information did you need to gather from him to look at what policies you might be able to help with?
These particular policies that he was interested in are based on income to see if you can qualify for assistance. So we discussed income as well as demographic information for him and the children.
What information did he give you about income?
He stated that without his wife's income, now that she had passed away, his self-employment of a book publishing company would operate at a loss.
Did you do anything to verify that status of income?
At that time, it was just verbal.
Did you later request that he verify his income?
Yes.
And how did you request that verification come?
I went to Health and Welfare to apply him for the benefits, and their interface was showing that his self-employment was reporting at about 30,000 profit annually. So they stated we would need a copy of his tax return.
Did you eventually request a copy of the tax return?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that. So it sounds like it sounds like he initially told you he was operating at a loss, but you found out he was making $30,000 a year?
According to Health and Welfare's interface, yes.
And a moment ago, you also said in that conversation that you were gathering demographic information about the children.
Mhm.
Can you, and when you do answer for the record, a yes or no, so the record will capture that. What demographic information were you gathering? What were you asking of him?
Children's names, birthdays, socials.
And so did he provide all that information with respect to the children he was trying to cover?
Yes.
After that particular meeting, when's the next time that you recall talking to him?
I texted him on November 5th, 2019, asking if he could provide a copy of his 2018 tax return.
Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say?
He responded that day saying he was out of town all week, but he would probably be able to stop by the following week.
Did he eventually produce the tax return?
Yes.
And then when's the next time you had contact with him?
November 21st, 2019.
And can you please explain the nature of that contact? Did you talk to him on the phone, text? Did he come in?
I reached out to him via text and then he came into my office.
And what was your purpose in texting him that day?
Based on the tax return that was provided, it was proven that his business did operate at a profit. And so therefore he was eligible for different insurance than we had previously discussed. So we discussed what his options would look like for January 2020.
And in that conversation, what do you recall him mentioning at that point?
He had asked me if he were to get married, how hard it would be to add the new wife.
And if he said that as a hypothetical,
Yes,
so he didn't tell you that he had been married.
correct.
And what was your reaction to that?
I just told him that there's lots of variables and we could worry about that when we got to it if it happened.
In that conversation, did he ever later state that he had plans to marry?
When I responded with what I just told you, he said, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'll probably be married by the end of the year. So I'm just curious what the process looks like.
And both of these statements came on the 21st of November, correct?
Yes.
At that point in time, did the two of you discuss any other potential dependents?
No.
At that point in time, did you gather any additional information or submit any type of insurance application?
Not on the 21st, no.
During that conversation, at any point, did Chad ever mention to you the names JJ or Tylee?
No.
When's the next time you recall having interaction with him?
December 11th, 2019.
And what was that occasion? Explain that to the jury, please.
He just wanted to make sure he was square for January of 2020. And so we discussed, he picked his plan and he paid for it.
So he actually applied for the plan on that date on December 10th?
In between the 21st and the 11th is when I had been doing the back work. And on the 11th, he was calling to follow up.
Did you have any conversations with him during that time frame?
Mm-mm.
At that point in time, when he picked his plan, did he pay a premium for the plan?
Yeah.
At that point in time, did he bring up the name JJ or Tylee?
No,
Did he bring up the name Lori?
no.
When's the next time? Well, let me withdraw that. At any point in time after that, did you ever receive any mail at your office or Chad?
Yes.
What did you receive, the best you can recall?
We received 5 letters. I believe 2 of them were from Health and Welfare and 3 of them were from Select Health, which is the carrier that he chose. They were addressed to him, but they had our address on them.
Is that something that may typically happen in your business?
Never,
So clients never forwarded or used your address to have mail sent to?
never.
Did that strike you as normal, cause any questions for you?
It definitely was not normal. We weren't sure why that was happening because all of the applications that we took and all of the online systems showed the address he had provided me.
So what do you recall as the next interaction with Chad?
March 11th, 2020.
Do you recall any interaction with him during December?
Only when he called to make his payment.
At any point in time after he made his payment for his insurance, Had you learned anything about JJ or Tylee? Overall. May answer.
Yes.
What did you learn about them and when?
December 23rd, of 2019, I was in health and welfare doing other business, and it got brought up to me as if I was asked if I had heard about it yet.
Just generally speaking, what had you learned about JJ and Tylee?
That Chad had remarried someone who had 2 children and they were missing.
Did that cause you any concern at that point?
Yes.
What was the concern?
Well, I was just confused. I didn't know what to think of it, because when they first mentioned that children were missing, I wondered if it was the children that I had helped him insure. And then it also made me question his deceased wife's.
In what way did you question that?
Can you ask me that again?
In what way did it make you question his deceased wife?
I was just curious of the timing. It just seemed fast.
Let me ask this. Did your office handle any insurance for Tammy before she passed?
Yes.
What insurance policies did your office handle for Tammy?
Health, life, disability.
So did you at any point in that time period look at any of Tammy's insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you look at?
I checked to see what her life insurance amount was and if it had been paid out yet.
And what did you find?
That it had been paid out, and that her most recent open enrollment, which was in August for September 1st effective date, that she had upped it to the max.
And is it normal for an insurance broker to look at those types of things?
Yes.
Why?
To make sure the beneficiaries are correct, to make sure that we have the right amounts on there, since it has to do with their income, what they qualify for.
And I believe you were starting to try to explain, you did have a contact with Chad on the, was it the 1st of March, or when was the next contact?
March 11th.
Thank you. Can you please describe to the jury what was the nature of that contact?
He had come into my office to inquire about getting health insurance for his wife.
At that point, did he tell you who his wife was?
Yes.
Who did he say?
He said her name was Lori Daybell, and he wrote her name on a sticky note, Lori Ryan Daybell.
Did he happen to mention to you when he had married her?
He said November 5th, 2019.
What was your reaction to his inquiry about adding his wife at that point?
Well, he had stated to me that he had stated to me that she was incarcerated, and so I told him she wouldn't necessarily need insurance right now, but he was worried about something happening to her. And I told him she would be covered under the state as long as she was incarcerated.
Did you have any further discussion about how to potentially insure her if she were to no longer be incarcerated?
Yes, when he told me the date of marriage, I told him that that was outside of the enrollment window. It had been longer than 60 days. He said that she should be getting out the following week. And I told him that we could use that as a qualifying event.
So was a plan made then at that point to do so if she became unincarcerated?
Yes.
Just the general nature of that conversation, was there anything unusual about that conversation?
He, no. No.
At any point in that conversation, did he ever bring up anything about his computer?
I was going through all of the information, confirming what was different and what was the same. And when we got to the income, he said, they confiscated my computer, so I haven't been able to pay myself yet.
And what was your reaction to that?
I said, they?
Okay. And did he explain who he's talking about?
He said the FBI.
Did he say anything else to you about the situation in that conversation?
About the confiscation,
Just his personal situation generally.
just that he was wanting to make sure that he, his wife, and his son, Mark, would be covered.
And in that conversation, did you ask him any follow-up about adding dependents?
I did.
What did you ask him?
Back then, the application states, is there anyone else in your household, whether they need coverage or not? Is there anyone on your tax return, whether they need coverage or not? And so I just went through those normal questions.
And in that line of questioning with him, did he ever mention JJ or Tylee?
No,
Why did you go through the line of questions with him specifically? What was your reason?
that's what I would do with anybody. It's the questions that are on the application.
Having learned about JJ and Tylee's missing status, did that cause you any concern when you were processing this paperwork for Mr. Daybell at that point?
Yes,
What was the concern?
just, I mean, it was all over the news that they were missing, and him saying that just validated that they were.
What about concerns relative to the insurance policy?
It made me think we may have a fraudulent life payout.
Explain that, please.
I was worried that Tammy's death may have not been an accident and that the life premiums may have been paid out when they shouldn't have been.
You said premiums, the life premiums.
Sorry, the life insurance money.
Now, relative to the health or medical insurance he was seeking at that time, did his lack of bringing anything up about JJ and Tylee cause concerns about that health insurance coverage?
Yes.
What was that concern?
To me, it seemed like they weren't going to need any insurance. All that he was asking about was him, Lori, and Mark.
What happened next?
Back then, everything used to take overnight to update. And so we parted ways that day. And I told him that I would reach out when the premium rates were ready the next day.
And did you do that?
Yes,
How did you do that?
text message.
Did he respond?
Yes,
How did he respond?
text message.
Did you at some point talk to him again?
Yes.
What was the next conversation and when?
March 16th, he reached out to me. He had gotten some notices saying that his wife Lori's identity was not verifying. They were notices from the health and welfare saying we can't verify her information. Can you provide us with more?
Did he provide anything to you?
Yes,
What did he provide?
their marriage certificate and her driver's license.
What happened next in terms of contact with Chad?
Between, let's see, that was March 16th. We talked again on March 18th, letting him know it was resolved.
Any further contact with him?
A few days later, he reached out about another notice that he received. I let him know that it was taken care of, and I think that was March 26th, and that was the last time I talked to him.
March 26th was the last time you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything come up in that conversation about his status or his dependence?
No, not about the dependents.
What, did anything come up in the conversation at all?
I mean, yes, we small talked. He mentioned, I told him to let me know if anything changed income wise or otherwise. And he said, I think it's going to be a pretty tight year. I don't see anything changing.
At any point, did you ever send any follow-up text to him about his dependents?
On March 12th, which would have been the next day when I let him know the rates, I just sent him a text message that said, all right, for a household of 3, this is what your rates are going to look like. This is what the insurance situation is.
Did you have any reason for sending that besides just letting him know what the rate would be?
Just to one final time make sure that there was no one else in the household we needed to count.
And what was his response?
He said, "Sounds good. That's great."
Now, going back to the life insurance, do you normally, is it one of your roles in the office to work with Tammy's employer relative to the life insurance planning?
Yes.
And what role do you play in that?
For her school district, I had done the presentation of the open enrollment presentation explaining the benefits, and I gave her her life insurance election form. That was the extent.
What do you explain in that open enrollment process?
Just what the benefits look like for the upcoming contract year, health, life, disability, and we show them how to calculate how much life insurance they can elect voluntarily.
Excuse me. At any point in time when Chad had come into the office, did you ever notice anything that he was wearing?
Microphone, please.
Leading,
Overruled.
Yes,
What did you notice?
when he was in my office on November 21st and inquired to me about if he were to get married again, my eye was drawn to his wedding finger and I noticed he was wearing a ring, and I wondered if that was his ring from Tammy or if it was an engagement ring for the new wife.
Did you notice the color of the ring on that occasion?
Yes,
What was the color?
turquoise.
Did you happen to observe or notice what type of ring it was?
It just looked like a turquoise wedding ring.
Okay. Later on, at any point in time, did you ever observe him to be wearing any other type of ring?
Yes, when he was in my office on March 11th, first of all, he looked thinner and tanner. He looked quite happy, but his ring was black. It was different. And so my mind thought, okay, the turquoise one must have been from his marriage to Tammy, and this is his new one.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
good afternoon, Ms. Ballard. You had an occasion to be interviewed by Officer Mattingly, is that correct?
Yes,
And in reading that interview, I noted that you mentioned that one of the first times Chad approached you about insurance, he was referencing insurance for Seth, Leah, Mark, and just Chad. Is that correct?
yes,
And that was on the 31st of October?
yes,
Okay. And then it wasn't your unusual practice, but you helped the family with the Medicaid for Seth and Leah, if I remember. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So the initial request for insurance was just for his children that weren't covered, correct?
yes. The whole family was losing coverage that day because it was through Tammy previously.
Okay, through the employment, correct?
Correct, yes,
So the death of Tammy would cause a loss of coverage for the entire family, correct?
yes,
Now, on the issue of the enrollment period, in regards to the school district, you mentioned that you went to the school and you put on a presentation. Is that correct?
yes,
And at that point, it was the teachers that were there and the librarian, and that you were presenting just to them. You weren't presenting to the entire family. Is that right?
right,
So at that point, if they were eligible, it would be the teacher's decision whether they would elect to increase or decrease their insurance, correct?
We give them a deadline of when the forms have to come back. It's very common for people to take those home and discuss them with their family.
Okay, good. And the enrollment period for the Sugar School District would have been when in September?
I think the forms were due back September 15th and they would have been effective September 1.
And do you recall when you gave the presentation in September?
I gave it in August. It was August 23rd, 2019.
August 23rd?
That's my memory.
Now, were you aware of the fact that Daybell family had other insurance other than the insurance they were getting through Tammy?
As far, no,
No Primera, you weren't aware of the Primerica policy that Tammy and Chad had prior to the school district insurance?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
And the base insurance for a first-year teacher is set at what with the school district?
I have no idea.
Okay. And do you have any idea what the cost is per unit of insurance to go up to the 80,000?
I can't think of the rate, but it goes 5 times your salary. So what she had elected ended up being 80,000.
And that's relatively inexpensive insurance, would you agree?
Yes,
So it wouldn't be unusual if it's manageable to try to seek the maximum amount of insurance.
agreed.
Was there any discussion about other insurance options on Lori Vallow's other children?
No,
Was there ever any discussion that Lori Vallow's children were living somewhere else in the country?
Lori Ballow's children never came up.
And in any regard whatsoever?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pryor. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
Can I have just one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
There's a lot of information coming out. It's like Chad was trying
Your
to.
Honor, at this time, we have no redirect.
Okay, that'll conclude the testimony then of Ms. Ballard. Is there any intention to recall her from the state?
Judge, at this point, the state's not prepared to release her from the subpoena.
Okay, so Ms. Ballard, that means that moving forward, you may be recalled to testify again in this case. And because of that, I'm going to admonish you not to watch any of the trial testimony that's continuing because it is available for the public to view. That way you will be able to not violate an exclusionary order, have an issue if you are recalled to testify since you're still under subpoena. So with that in mind, thank you for coming in and testifying today, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She did a great job. Today has been very, very good. And
All right, let me next ask the
no,
state
no,
then,
yep.
given the time of the afternoon, is there another witness you wish to get started on, or would you request that we conclude for the day?
Your Honor, we do have another witness. However, they are going to be significantly longer than the 14 minutes that's left. It would be the state's preference if it's all right with the court to start that to finish up now. However, we will defer to the court.
Okay. Given the timing, I do think it just makes more sense to start off with a fresh witness and not break them up as they just get started in testimony. So I will go ahead and determine that we'll conclude for this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for always following the court's admonishment to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else while we're on break until tomorrow. Please don't do anything to review or investigate the case. Avoid any media coverage you see of it to the best you can so that you can remain unbiased and only make your decisions on the facts you've heard here in court. So Thank you for those in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order as well. With that in mind, we'll be in recess starting again tomorrow morning at 8:30 with additional testimony.
All rise, please.
That was a great day in court, wasn't it? That was a great day in court. I know, I gotta go. It's bad today. It's bad. So, what a great day. And we finished it off really strong with Taylor Ballard on the stand. Interestingly, they had Janice Olson in, who's a friend and colleague. I'm surprised they didn't group it the other day, but maybe she couldn't make it until today. But Taylor Ballard is a health insurance broker, and looks like there's a lot of info going on here. So Chad phones about losing coverage for Seth, Leah, and Mark. November 15th, November 5th, the agent wanted him to provide her a 2018 tax return. And by the 21st, they're talking about that he did operate at a profit. He was asking, hypothetically about adding a new wife and how hard that would be. Now, Tammy has been gone for 1 month. And then and he was already married at this point. December 11th, he picked his plan and paid for it. Didn't bring up Lori, though, or the kids' names. And then she said it was really weird because she received 5 letters at her office for Chad, like receiving mail for Chad. She thought that was really weird. And then by December 23rd of 2019, she heard about the kids were missing, and then Chad remarried. She started getting suspicious about it. She said she was concerned and confused. She wondered if, she just said it seemed fast and curious of the timing, and had wondered about receiving this money, and something was wrong. And then by March 11th, which is interesting, Chad inquired about insurance on Lori and wrote a sticky note with Lori Daybell, or Lori Ryan Daybell. And he said he was worried he said she's incarcerated, and he was worried that something was going to happen to her. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I knew Chad, there's major evil in this guy. Like I've said this before, and in my last video, about how I get visions, and not the Chad visions, but I could just visualize him standing and looking out at the yard and actually having dupers. He's enjoying this, just like the exhibits in court. I've said this for years. And here we go. He's trying to get insurance on Lori. Not a good day for Chad. Not a good day. Great day. Bunny says, got their butts handed to them today. Yeah, Lindsay. And then she talked about the rings. Noticed a ring on Chad was turquoise, and then she noticed on March 11th, he was thinner and tanner. He's more tan, and the ring was black. Now, I have something to say about that. Do you remember in court, Lori had a ring on that, well, I think it was an elastic or something, and that was black, and she made sure to wear it in court so that Chad could see it. I can't remember the date on that. If you guys remember when that was, I wonder if I know I have a screenshot of this because I screenshot everything, but I don't know when that would be. see if I could find it in my It's a Crime folder. Maybe not. I know I have it somewhere, but it's a screenshot of it, and she was wearing, I feel like it was a rubber band or something. And East Idaho News picked up on it, I'm pretty sure. It was Nate. Anyways, if you guys know that, justice is coming. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best. Yes, and proof today regarding the stairs. I'm really, really praying that all the lawyers like Lindsay get four under them, because they dropped the ball on Wednesday with the poor daughter being made to look dishonest by Pryor. Yeah, because she was saying going down the stairs, and John Pryor's like, there's no stairs. Is there stairs? Have you ever been in there? And he's just but hopefully it triggers something in the jury. They're going, oh yeah, he was talking about that, hopefully. Yeah, it was a ponytail. Yeah, it was a ponytail elastic, right? I love that girl. Okay, Lindsay today, and she wasn't feeling good. She was on fire. She's probably like, I don't feel good. I'm gonna call him on his BS today. I mean, imagine how patient you'd have to be to deal with Pryor for years and years. Because remember, this isn't the only case they have to deal with them on in the past. Enlightened One says, all right, I'm calling it. My bet. Less than 24 hours jury deliberation. Life, not capital punishment. Chad gets automatic appeal per life sentence and loses. Spends the rest of his life trying to appeal. We'll see what happens. Of course, she's very professional. I love Lindsay Blake. Linda, you have a lot of people watching today. What's the highest number you've had for this trial? I think we hit 2,000, 2,100 watching at the same time. Around there. Yeah, it sounds like Chad wanted life insurance on Lori. Will they play the video where Chad is emptying the storage unit with Lori and Alex? I don't think so. We already kind of talked about Brandon Boudreau and that kind of case, so I don't think they will. It was October 1st. Actually, maybe they might because of the kids. There might be a little bit because Lori rented October 1st the storage unit. The kids were already gone. But Chad was helping with a tire. So I don't know if they will or not. I doubt it. Unless I'm forgetting something. Yes. What do you think from today would sway the jury most toward a guilty verdict? I think it's the combination of his contradictions or discrepancies Man, there's so much info in my head. You guys tell me too, also in the comments. I think it's discrepancies and telling everybody Tammy's gonna die, upping the life insurance, and then getting married right away. I mean, I think it's a combo, but the most would be his lies. It's like, wait a minute. He said that, he said this, he said this. I think that's the biggest thing, is seeing just how much of a liar he is. Michelle says, your commentary throughout is awesome. Thanks, Linda. Been watching since the beginning. Awesome. Thanks for being here. Thank you to all of you watching today. And since this started, we got a lot more to go. We got 36 days, possibly. We're going to know each other really, really well. And then we got to go to Lori's because we have to make sure justice happens for Charles and Brandon. Yeah, cause and manner of death, homicide and asphyxia. I've heard that a cajillion times. So I'm a little bit desensitized to that, I guess. Yeah, the funeral rush, that too, the timeline. Yeah, if I can, I would still go to trial if I can. Couple factors involved. And if not, maybe I end up in Arizona. We'll see what happens. The phone bings. I love you, Anne. Thank you for giving us a laugh. It's the phone bings. Tell me, Dr. Medical Examiner, we know about lividity, but what about the lipidity of it all? I love it. Welcome, Drop Dead Fred. Welcome aboard. And this, yes. I mean, you know, it's the accumulation of everything too. We hear Chad lying, having visions of Tammy dying. They didn't mention peacefully in the sleep though yet in trial, have they? I feel like they haven't mentioned him saying she just died peacefully, but I could be wrong. Again, there's so much info in my head. Oh, I love Nate. We got to have him on. Good night, Jade. Have a good one. The lupidity, the lapidity of it all. I might do that. Oh, the lapidity of it all. You own it. The stomach contents, they didn't do a lot on that. So I have a few questions. Maybe I need to do a video. I'll do a video and I'll go through my highlights, my highlighted comments. You're welcome. I love being here with you guys. It's such a different feeling. I mean, behind the scenes, I work on videos all the time. And it's just not the same because, you know, I love you guys and love community. So this is a connection thing for me as well. I'm always in the comments too, all the time. Thanks, Dodie. I'm always in the comments in the videos, answering as many as I can as possible. If you haven't watched the Suzanne Morphew one, I did that on New Evidence. Check that out. And also the one that I keep talking about, this 49-minute one, so you guys can get the popcorn out and watch how Chad Daybell was a lot more evil than people think. Yeah, it's been so good. I need to ask my ex-husband if he can crack my back. Sometimes he'll come and pick up my little boy. It's like, can you just You just cracked my back for a second. So I go on my couch and I make him push in between my shoulder blades, and sometimes it cracks. So I might have to ask him. Maybe Heather Daybell will be a witness tomorrow. We'll see. Good night, Susanna. Have a good night. Lou says, I can remember when you only had 75,000 following. Yeah. It has been a journey. It's been, I learned a lot. And it's not just about the cases, because I learned a lot about that. I learned how to get thicker skin, for sure. I learned, obviously, the ins and outs of YouTube. I learned that there's really, really great people. I learned that's not so great people. And I learned how to do these videos on my own to start. Now I have an amazing editor, and I'd like to gather some more help so I can produce more videos. At the same time, I got to be mindful at the cost because it's not cheap to do. 4.5 years already. Yeah. Lynn Marie says, I'm running behind. I keep getting interrupted by scam callers wanting to talk to me about final expenses. I get scam callers sometimes, and I literally do a Valley Girl talk, and I will waste their time as long as humanly possible. One year I did it. I did the Valley Girl talk, and then I also was asking a bunch of questions, and at the end of it, they said, Are you IRS or the... They want to know if I was like working for like investigations. But I was like, no way. Oh my God, oh my God, I'm going to jail? I'm going to jail. Oh my God. I talked to him for 20 minutes, I swear. Oh, it was good. It was so good. Because I thought, you know what? You are not going to rip off a little old lady. So I'm going to waste your time. Sometimes I answer and I'll go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to get arrested if I don't do XYZ or whatever. They pretend to be the government. And then, where was I going? Sometimes I say, tell me something. As a kid, what did you want to be when you grew up? Did you want to be a scammer? Just hang up. Thank you. It takes a long time. It takes a long time to create that. It's an art form, even just to think up concepts, because I had an original one. Chad wasn't on digging the grave. I had actually like a couple being in the graveyard, and then I swapped it. So much to remember when you do this. What was my first case? The first one I ever did was Heidi Broussard. She was the woman who was pregnant, and her best friend pretended to be pregnant and stole her baby and killed her. And they were best friends forever and ever and ever. And that was a case I was following. And one day I just had the urge to go on camera and talk about it. And here we are. That's just kind of happened. So I've been watching you for about 3 years, but this case brought out the shyness in me. Aren't you glad you're talking with everybody now? It's good. Bear is going down. Oh, that's so sweet, Ruth. Linda, my husband comes home for his lunch break, and every time he hears you talking, he says, she's such a delight to listen to, plus she's so smart. That's very sweet. Tell him thank you very much. That's very nice. Anna says, I told the scammer to send me the letter and hung up. Be careful of saying the word yes, since scammers can record your voice. Wow. Have you ever... Okay, so my oldest son has shown me videos on scamming the scammer, I think it's called, something like that. And that's a pretty decent one. I don't know that. I don't know if that's the name of the YouTube channel or what it is, but my son has showed me that before, and it was kind of funny. Bear is next. And does Ruth's husband got a brother for Linda? Didn't she do so well? I said to her last night when we did the Suzanne Morphew video, because I said to her, heads up, this is one she hasn't done before, because I've edited a cajillion videos. And I said to her, heads up, I know you haven't done this case yet before, like to edit. So we go through, I do the script, I help her out or whatever. And she's just so intuitive and she's starting to learn how I am. And I messaged her and said, like, this is amazing. She did so, oh, I just love her. I hope I can have her full time one day. One day have her full time. And one day have a team full time to help me with the research because it takes so long. And I don't have to do 18 hours a day. Okay. Okay. I'm going to do the account on Insta. Okay. I just don't know what to put on there. I need somebody to manage my social media. I'm on TikTok. I have maybe 3 videos on TikTok when I'm on there. It's just so hard. New Morphew vid is a home run. That's the thing. I wanted to bring it all on home and not just do the announcement of it, but do, you know, what I do. There was one, which video was it? I think it was my big 49-minute special, and I made some sort of snarky remark, and I think I did a wink, and she did like a sound effect. I love her. Thank you. Court is finished for the day. Yes. We have tomorrow and Friday and then another minute. Thank you. Yeah, little Gannon. What's for dinner? Cooked goose. Hey, Chad, we have a special tonight. It's bologna sandwiches to match your bologna that you say every day. No big deal. Just a little bologna. The BS sandwich. My all-time favorite was Who's Who in the Zoo and the steamy text. Yes, the spicy texts. I used to be a legal assistant, worked with the Popo. I'm a good researcher and I love social media. Heck, girl, send me an email. Mama needs some help. What do my kids think about your YouTube fame? I don't feel like it's YouTube fame at all. I think they both find it cool. My little boy doesn't really know what my channel's about, if at all. He knows I have a YouTube channel and that I work really hard, but he doesn't really know what I do. And he said he'd like to be a YouTuber. And then when he was helping me with the brand deal that I was doing, I got him to help me hold the video so I didn't have to take all my equipment down to the kitchen and video the brand deal ad. And he's complaining about how heavy my phone was. I was like, really? You want to be a YouTuber? You're not going to last 1 minute. So there's that. My older son, I love him to bits too. I mean, both my kids, and he thinks it's cool, but I think when he was younger, teenager, it was like, this is kind of weird, but he's like, no, it's kind of cool, Mom. And he sometimes watches my video, and I thought that's sweet. Did I see Nancy Grace when OJ died? No, I didn't. O.J. Simpson en route to hell. No, I haven't seen that. Who's been testifying? We had an insurance broker. We had lovely neighbors. We had a coworker and friend of Tammy's. And this morning, it feels like that was yesterday, but this morning we had the forensic pathologist, the chief medical examiner. No, November 2019 is when I first posted. Isn't that crazy? I've been watching your vid since I was on maternity leave with my son. I couldn't sleep at night. He just turned 5. Wow. No, the Watts would have been 2019. 2020, I would have put that out. I think January of 2020. That video got 2.8 million views on it. Should I do an eyebrow tutorial? Make them sisters. It'll be under It's a Crime as well on TikTok. I'm pretty sure. We should do a reread of Loin Fire Text. I can't. That took 2 weeks to even record. Yeah, they do. I think my son's going to be either an inventor or an engineer of some sort. He's brilliant at coming up with things and inventing things and just looking at them and just whoosh. So he's amazing. She literally titled the show that. O.J. Simpson's actually the first case that I ever followed, and I would talk to my dad as he would drive me to school every day. We would talk about it, and we talk about it at dinner. We had lots of chats about O.J. Simpson. I love talking to my dad about those things. My dad's not the same now, though. I can't talk to him about those things. Hi, Karen. I love the community. I do remember the yellow wall. Let us take a moment for the yellow wall. I would like to change this up, actually. I'm looking into that. I think it's time I change it up. Welcome aboard, Karen. Why did you keep vomiting reading the text? Serious. It took me 2 weeks going, how am I going to do a video? How am I going to do a video? And then I got through it. I warned people right at the beginning of the video. Let's get this out. Spicy text. You can even watch it. Yeah. Chad Daybell's full spicy story. Here's his spicy texts. Spicy texts. My youngest and your youngest are the same age. Yeah, 9 and 21. A big gap. It was sweet because my son actually stopped by yesterday. Because I found him some dill pickle sunflower seeds. And so I picked him up 2 packages. I know he loves them. And so he comes by to pick them up, and I get a little hug, and I said, you could probably sometimes pick up your brother, maybe take him to the movie or do something. And he just kind of nodded. Yeah, I guess I could, Mom. Yeah. Spend time with your brother. Actually, I should text him. Tell him to take him to the hockey game. Oh dear. Actually, you don't want to know something? My son told me yesterday he got pulled over by a cop. This is interesting. He got pulled over by the cop, and the cop came and asked him, I guess there was a change in the speed limit, and my son said, "Mom, like I know there was one change, but I missed the other change." And he said, "That's fine." I pulled over. The guy asked him for his insurance, and he said he went to go get it, and he said, "I guess it expired." The insurance didn't expire. The paper that he showed him was expired. He said, "Well, I can tell you right now, I pay it once a year, so I know I'm up to date." And so the cop, though, was being a total a-hole to the point where my son's like, "I don't understand." And the guy's like, "You're taking too long." He's like, "Well, we're on the side of a highway." And the way he was explaining it was basically that he was telling my son to produce the paper, which he did. And then he's like, "Well, I'm going to call my dad because just to make sure to get this all sorted out to show you that everything's cool, right?" And so he started going, "Well, no, I don't have time for this. So I'm going to give you a ticket for not producing." And my son says, "But I am producing this for you. You're not giving me a chance to produce it." And so he was talking in a circle, you know what? And my son's father was on the phone with him, listening and trying to help him. And then his dad was going, "What are you talking about?" And there was a couple things said, and it was kind of scary on some of the things. Like, "No, I'm getting a tow truck, and we're going to tow your car right here." And my son's like, "Well, I'm doing everything I can to produce this for you. You're going to leave me on the side of the road and take my vehicle away? Like, what's going on?" So there was some shady stuff. And I guess at some point, the insurance agent, they were also on the phone with the insurance agent. And the insurance agent was listening to this going down, going, "What is going on?" So, of course, I'm like, "Did he have a body cam on?" Anyway. So it was bad. Yeah, but my son knew some of the rules, which I love, and he said, "No, I have a certain amount of time to produce this. So I'm not sure why you're being like this to me. I'm cooperating. I'm trying to produce this for you. You have to wait for the tow truck to come anyway. So why are you giving me a ticket for failure to produce?" And he ended up getting like a $500 ticket. I said, "Oh, hell no." I said, "You go to contest this ticket and ask for the body cam footage." And also you have 2 witnesses that he wasn't allowing you to produce it. Mama's coming to court. Let me at him. Quite frankly, John Pryor, I can't believe it. So I said, "No, absolutely not." And so my son, he says, "Well, Mom," he said, "it was the end of the month. I'm sure he's trying to get his quota." I said, that's no, you go and you contest that." And there was something else that he gave in. So he ended up not getting the tow truck because my son was pushing back on the rules. He said, "That's not the rules. I have certain amount of time to produce this. I am producing it. And for some reason, you don't want me to produce it. Why is that?" And so then my son said, "I guess he was on a ride. There's somebody in his vehicle." I said, "Was it like a criminal in the back?" Or he's like, "No, I think it was a ride along." Oh yeah, it's crazy here on everything is crazy. So, well, my son said, Mom, I think that guy's the type of guy that'll show up in court." I said, "Good, go to court. Tell him to produce the body cam footage of him not allowing you to produce it so he can give you a ticket. Do it." I'm going. So, I had a friend way back who would purposely not show his proof of insurance to get out of the speeding part of the ticket because he could take the proof of insurance in later and get out completely. Wow. Well, I don't know what it's like on that here, but I just said to my son, no, absolutely not. And it's scary to think that he was picking on him in such a manner. My son is respectful, and when there's pushback, I'm sure my son can get spicy, and rightly so. But for the most part, my son doesn't want any trouble. Because he even said to him, he said, "You're trying to take my vehicle away. I need this vehicle for work. I'm trying to give you what you need, and you still aren't letting me. Why is that?" So luckily, he didn't back down on that, and the officer conceded. But he still got a $500 ticket. Yeah, that's it. You guys are coming with me. I don't know what it is in the last 2 weeks. Even my sister has having to go through some things, and she said, "Oh, I wish you were a lawyer." I said, "Well, I'll go in there." We have fun. It's sad when you've taught your son to be honest, respectful, and then he gets treated like that. Yeah, but he does stick up what's right. So he was always, even as a little kid, he stood up for what was right. Like he was a little bit of an extreme rule follower, let's just say, as a kid, and it was like, no, you need to chill, buddy. Like that person, they butted in line. What I can't, and it's like, no, okay, you need to chill a little bit more about that. He's very rule following to the point where, I love this story about him. I'm driving, right? You know, when kids are in the back and they're in their car seat. Well, he was on the right side, but he would watch to see, okay, the speed limit says 50, mommy's doing 60. And he would let me know, mom, the sign says 50. This sign says 50, mom. Yeah, buddy. I think I'm doing 50. No, that is not what it says. It says you're doing 60. Okay, buddy. And then I had to switch him to the opposite side of the car so he wasn't backseat driving. So it was like, and you're moving to the other side. Oh, right. So you guys, okay, 60. Okay, hang on. 100 kilometers is 60 miles. Yeah. So 60 kilometers for you guys, what, 36 miles. Cops in California can no longer ask, "Do you know why I stopped you or where are you coming from?" Interesting. Oh, call it a 62.5 per 100. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I do it by 6 and then just gives me a rough estimate. I've had to learn a few things. And $100 American is 130 Canadian. Ish. No, he's not going in the front seat. My son's too small anyways. Thankfully. Well, I do trust my son. He's well, both my kids, but I'm talking about my oldest for driving, although he probably does have a little bit of a lead foot. But still, I know he knows right from wrong and he knows something was wrong. So, Yeah, we do. The larger roads are about 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers an hour, 110. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna have to go lay on my exercise ball and see if I can get rid of this back pain and possibly go to the chiro. I don't know yet. I'm gonna go lay on the ball though for a bit. Oh, Danielle, you are a champion. Time for spin class. That's awesome. I need to start doing things again and going back to my gym. So happy to have you guys here. Okay, I'm gonna go take care of my back and then do some work, try and map out some more videos for you guys. We're gonna be here tomorrow. We're gonna be here tomorrow and Friday all over again. Today was a really great day in court, and it is very much not looking good for Chad Daybell. So maybe tonight he's eating his bologna sandwiches and asking for a little extra diaper care. Just like Barry Morphew. All right. So thanks so much for being here. I love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.